Maine answered in excitement. Chapter 268, The First Plenary Session, Part 1. Roland held Border Town's first high-level plenary session in the castle's drawing hall. Compared to the time when he had held it with Barav and his 10 apprentices in name only, the city hall nowadays had expanded to a large group consisting of nearly 100 people. The group contained nobles, surrendered knights, squires, as well as some natives who had completed the primary education and received their diploma. Thanks to the growth of the population, various departments could be formed in succession, which caused the city hall to finally reach a size the prince was satisfied with. No longer was it as before, where he had to do everything on his own, at present in the case of a simple policy or program. As long as he explained the concept to them, the new city hall was able to distribute it according to the department and manage to complete the task, something which filled Roland with a sense of gratification. The participants of the first high-level meeting were all the heads of departments. Namely, there was the Minister of Agriculture, Sirius Dolly, Minister of Education, Scroll, the Minister of Chemical Industry, Kyle Sitchite Temporary, Minister of Construction, Carl Van Bate, the head of the Army, Iron Axe, and finally, the City Hall Premier Minister, Barav Mons. The Ministry of Industry was still personally managed by Roland. After all, except him, no one else knew what industrialization looked like. A bucket of ice water was placed next to everyone, releasing bursts of cold air. Candle had placed an enchantment on the ice cubes, which preserved them within the water for at least the whole morning. Even though the sun was shining fiercely outside, the castle hall still maintained its cool and refreshing temperature. Then, let's start with each department reporting on its recent situation. Roland took a kettle from the bucket and poured himself a cup of ice water. The first one is the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, Your Royal Highness, Sirius answered. He stood up and saluted, then spread out a roll of paper he had prepared in advance. Currently, we have acquired around 17,000 hu of grain, which is already enough to satisfy the townsfolk until next year's last month of summer. In addition, the Ministry of Agriculture has, according to your request, also purchased the surplus grains in accordance to the market value. However, this amount is far less than the amount we've gained. For now, it only accounts for 4,500 hu. The so-called hu was a commonly used wheat weighing unit during ancient times, measured by using a deep basket made out of thin bamboo. Therefore, even after he heard these numbers, he still didn't know how he was supposed to convert them into kilograms or liters. Fortunately, this wasn't the important point. The crucial point was that they had enough food to feed all of the townsfolk. The critical fact laid in the second aspect. If the Ministry of Agriculture took 7/10, it would mean that the serfs had 3/10, which they could sell themselves, and accumulated to 7,000 hu. But the discrepancy was much larger than the amount of grain needed to set aside as foodstuff and seeds for the next year. In other words, some serfs had not sold the remaining 30% of the food to the city hall and instead chosen to hoard it in wooden sheds. Although he had already anticipated a situation such as this beforehand, seeing it turn out this way still caused him to let out a gentle sigh. Their purpose in hoarding the grain was apparent. They were speculating to resell it at a profit later. For example, if Border Town gave birth to a food shortage or was struck by a natural disaster, they would be able to sell the food at prices much higher than the market price. An increase of 10 times wouldn't be impossible. This was also the reason why Roland had decided that the city hall would hold a monopoly over the grain transaction, and also why the buyer must first show their identity card. The grain operation was related to Border Town's stability. In case the grain transaction was unable to create a surplus during the early period, and the sale wasn't restricted, it would likely lead to speculators acquiring and hoarding the food, and in that way artificially increasing the food's price. However, by using a system of limited sales and only selling to people who had an ID, while at the same time stopping any other sales channels, Roland was able to keep the food price at a steady position. "Your Highness, why don't you force the serfs to sell their grain?" Sirius asked, puzzled. "In any case, it's not like the law permits them to give it to other people. Because the grain is their property, how they choose to handle it is their choice," Roland replied. "I never set a rule not allowing the serfs to hold on to their own food. You can also understand it as long as it isn't prohibited, it is allowed." On hearing his reply, Sirius looked somewhat puzzled by it, apparently not knowing how he was supposed to interpret this sentence. And he wasn't the only one confused. Most of the others were also frowning. The only exception to this was Barov, who was currently showing a thoughtful expression. "Is there anything else to report?" Roland drank a mouthful of iced water. Only with time would they be able to understand the concept of emphasizing rules and procedure. Or putting it another way, the moment they were able to comprehend it, they could be regarded as a new generation of qualified officials. Of course, this could also easily lead to another extreme, like the emergence of bureaucracy. However, bureaucracy was still better than confusion, disorder, and people behaving unscrupulously. Yes, Sirius Dolly flung his head back. "Now that the fields have been harvested, I do not know how to organize next year's fallow and plow plan." "No, the serfs can endlessly cultivate their lands, so we will continue to plant wheat next year." Roland waved his hand. Those piles of manure to the side of the fields were gathered in preparation of fertilizing the land. "In the following days, you will start to instruct the serfs to shovel it into the fields and fully mix it into the soil, completely clear it, and make place for new piles of excrements." With the summer's high temperature and humid weather, it had only needed 2 months before becoming well-rotted compost. However, during the winter season, it will usually take 4 months. So, by the beginning of spring of next year, not only would the soil's quality be increased by the first batch of compost, but Roland would also have readied a second batch of compost, which could be used as base fertilizer. Because of this, there was no need for a fallow plan. Not speaking about high-end fertilizer, just using humans' and animals' excrement as fertilizer was already a vast improvement for the agriculture. "Well, if this is what you order." He touched his head. "Also, Your Highness, I'm afraid that with such large amounts of wheat it won't be enough to only lean on 1 or 2 stone grinding mills. So, I want to apply for the construction of a mill next to the Redwater River, preferably a steam-powered one." "That's pretty good," Roland nodded. This was a new breakthrough. There was finally someone other than himself who wanted to try and use the new power. "First of all, you should forward your plan to Barov, and after obtaining the funding for it, you then have to determine a detailed plan together with the Ministry of Construction." "All right, Your Highness," Sirius agreed. "The last point is regarding the promotion to freed people. At present, 516 people have obtained the qualification for the promotion. Because the amount of wheat was divided and transferred on the spot, no one has put up any objections. I have already reported the list to Lord Barov." Then he got up and saluted again. "That concludes my report." "Well done." Roland clapped twice to show his encouragement. It seemed that the former young knight of the Wolf family had not only adapted to his new life in Border Town, but also obtained the manners of the city hall. And so, could be turned into an excellent propaganda model after a little packaging, in that way playing a small role in attracting nobles or knights of Longsong's stronghold in the future. The second to give their report was Scroll. She had tied her long hair to the back of her head and wore a clean and tidy white shirt, matched with a simple and decorate-free black long skirt, which made her look both mature and capable. Seeing her today, it was hard for him to imagine that half a year ago, she was still a witch living in exile so as to hide away from the church. At present, there are 2 batches of people who are in the process of completing their primary education, a total of 85 people. Most of them previously studied at the college run by Mr. Carl. With her ability to have a highly retentive memory, she had no need to prepare any data for the report beforehand, a point which made Roland feel very envious. 46 of them choose to go to work in the city hall. 21 people decided to go to the bicycle factory. 13 people decided to join the First Army. Pausing for a moment, she continued, there are also 5 applicants for a post at the chemical laboratory. 5 people. Roland could not help but look over towards Kyle Sitchai, merely to see the latter's complexion clearly didn't appear to be that good. It seems that the propaganda effect of the honor and award ceremony is far less than I expected. I'm afraid that some parts of the 3 recently created laboratories are going to have to lie idle in the near future. Fortunately, the employment rate is at least at 100%. Roland tried to comfort himself. TN, Chinese volume conversion. 1G Chinese letter equals 10 Xiao Chinese letter, 0.1 Sheng. 1 Sheng Chinese letter equals 10G Chinese letter, changed to be same as 1 liter or 0.22 gallons. 1 Du Chinese letter equals 10 Sheng Chinese letter, 10 Sheng. 1 Dan Chinese letter equals 10 Du Chinese letter, 100 Sheng. Also, 1 Hu Chinese letter equals 5 Du Chinese letter. Chapter 269, the first plenary session, Part 2. When it was the Ministry of Chemical Industries' turn, Kyle snorted, Your Royal Highness, I hope you can find the real head of this department as soon as possible. I do not want to attend this kind of meeting for a second time. Roland secretly rolled his eyes. After becoming a leader, he had discovered that it was important for him to selectively ignore words sometimes. Is it that easy to find a person who has talent for both alchemy and chemistry? Do you have any idea how to mass-produce the 2 acids? No. Kyle shrugged his shoulders. And because of that, I have to spend more energy and staff on researching this topic, so rather than sitting here and wasting my time. After spending such a long time in Border Town, he had also acquired some of Roland's vocabulary. In case you insist that I should give an account, I can only say that the laboratory is lacking personnel. The more people that come to us, the better. In addition, regarding the recently 5 added people, although they aren't as old, they can still be counted as clever. It seems that the primary education you implemented is still somewhat useful. Well, the person with the most disrespectful way of talking was probably the chief alchemist. However, taking each other's age into account, and the degree of enthusiasm he showed for chemical experiments, Roland did not feel any resentment towards him for this. It was also important to remember that after going through the explosion, and after being completely healed by Nana, his first and largest reaction was that he was glad that he could now conduct experiments without the slightest of scruple, and then even planned to taste the different flavors of the acids. Who other than he would have such a fanatical enthusiasm to their work? All right, you will continue to research, and I'll have Barov think of a method to fill in the staff shortage. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, Kyle opened his mouth again. Were you able to compile your intermediate chemistry? If you could give me some details, maybe I can think of a method for the large-scale production earlier. I already said at the honor and award ceremony, so long as you train enough apprentices and assistants to fill the new laboratories, I will give you the book, Roland said, spreading his hand out towards him. In fact, at present, he had not written even the first line. Just the elementary chemistry had already consumed all his knowledge of chemistry. He already feared that even if he racked his brain for it, he would still be unable to fill more than a few pages of the intermediate chemistry. The 4th person to report was Carl Van Bate, who was from the Ministry of Construction. First of all, I want to thank Miss Scroll, Carl said, as he nodded towards Scroll. I'm really glad to hear that the children I've taught were able to graduate smoothly. Compared to the chief alchemist, the stonemason's communication skills could be said to be as different as the sky to the earth. Scroll nodded in return before replying with, "I should be the one thanking you." Then Carl opened the records he was carrying with him and in a methodical manner began to describe. At present, the town's projects are steadily advancing. The main projects are the Kingdom Avenue, the Redwater Bridge, the new residential area, and the new city wall. The amount of people working on the construction of the Kingdom Avenue has already reached 4,500 people. Half of them have come from Longsong's stronghold, and according to current predictions, they should be finished by spring next year. Regarding the status of the Redwater Bridge, currently they are still carrying out the construction of the underground concrete wall. The residential district is already extending to the old city wall, and there are currently approximately 1,000 people busy constructing it. As long as the supply of the cement and bricks are ensured, it should be possible to complete the task of moving all the Eastern refugees into town before the arrival of the months of demons. Since Carl usually informed Roland on a daily basis about the recent developments of the projects, his report this time was very simple. He didn't even mention matters such as the expansion of the castle area and the construction of the witch dorm. And after deciding on a good position for the new city wall, it was being constructed by Lotus herself, with a daily progress of approximately 100 meters. "You've worked hard," Roland nodded, "the Ministry of Construction, regardless of whether it was the staff or the amount of allocated funds, was the department with the largest amounts. Therefore, its achievements were also the greatest. Those handymen coming from Longsong's stronghold, besides speeding up the construction, they are also promoting Border Town's preferential treatment policy. Furthermore, after a year of work, those handymen can be regarded as qualified craftsmen, and so the number of people who want to go back should be kept to as little as possible." "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Carl agreed. Then the next one is Iron Axe. It was Iron Axe's first time participating in this kind of meeting, and so he seemed to be a little out of place. He cleared his throat. "Your Royal Highness, the army has two main things it wishes to report. First of all, the Second Army has completed their basic training, and they are now ready to be sent to the Longsong stronghold. And secondly, in the wake of adding new blood, the First Army now has 825 people. Putting aside the 350 people of the artillery team, the rest of the soldiers have all been equipped with revolving rifles. That's all I have to say." Then finished his report with a military salute. "That sounds pretty good. Have the Second Army set out tomorrow and be sure to place reliable people at the important ranks. After reaching the stronghold, they aren't allowed to stop their daily training and ideological education. Furthermore, I expect a weekly report to be sent back to Border Town." Roland instructed. The last to report was Barov. He first looked at everyone, then slowly saluted Roland before reporting. "Your Royal Highness, ever since the previous payment to Margaret's Chamber of Commerce for the refugee transportation and the money spent on Theo's mission, the City Hall's gold stock has declined very badly. Coupled with the bumper harvest and the Ministry of Agriculture's acquisition of grain according to the set market price, it has resulted in an inventory of barely 2,000 gold royals. This can be considered as a relatively dangerous boundary. 2,000 gold royals. Compared with last year's winter, it undoubtedly was a huge sum of money. But Roland was also perfectly aware that Border Town's situation was also no longer the same as it was back then. Even just for the Ministry of Construction, already burdened Border Town with the huge expenditure of paying for the 5,000 workers. There was also the high salary for the First Army, factories, chemical laboratory, and City Hall, which also required a large amount of money. In other words, Border Town might have been earning money quickly, but it was also spending the money just as quickly. Even under the circumstances that large parts of the materials and machinery were self-sufficient. I am aware of this, but at the beginning of next month, when Margaret's caravan arrives in town, we will be able to obtain a huge income through the sale of the steam engines, Roland responded. Furthermore, the purchase of food and the transport of the refugees aren't daily expenses. I'm sure that during the next 6 months, the Treasury should be able to improve steadily. There is no reason for you to worry too much about it. He paused. Also, I plan to raise the salary of everyone here. Raise the salary? Barov got startled and stared blankly at Roland. That's correct. The city hall is no longer an institution only run by a dozen people, and your workload has increased significantly, so your salary will also naturally rise. The prince smiled and then continued to say, "From this month onwards, I will increase your monthly salary to 5 gold royals, and according to this ratio, the payment for your apprentices and assistants will also go up uniformly. Be at ease, the needed fund doesn't accumulate too much. It is not more than 20 to 30 gold royals." Although a salary of 5 gold royals for this kind of position in the city hall couldn't be counted as generous, but Roland knew that what Barov enjoyed even more than the salary was being in charge of border towns' revenues and expenditure, and providing them with the according statistics. Furthermore, since he had yet to set any regulatory ministries, Barov could get 100 times his current salary. But so far, he had not seen any signs of corruption from Barov. Of course, apart from relying on the other people's conscience, Roland could also always count on Nightingale's ability to maintain the department's integrity. No one could conceal their bad behavior from her gaze. In addition, there is one thing you may already know. Roland continued. By the end of the months of demons, I plan to officially establish a city here. In other words, Border Town will be upgraded into an official city. The city's west side will stretch until the barbarian wasteland. The eastern border will be Longsong's stronghold, while the southern end will be the hills and the ocean. With the city walls and the mountains as a natural barrier, the area will be far larger than King's City or any other city in the 4 kingdoms. So you still need to pay particular attention and improve your work to meet the attitude that is required to establish a city. Roland paused and then emphasized every word. I hope that our city, even while in a boundless winter, can stay as warm as during spring. Chapter 270, High-Pressure Air Bottle. After the meeting concluded, Roland and Barov both stayed behind. You also saw it. Currently, people are crucial to the chemical laboratory and Grey Castle industry, and I also intend on starting the mass production of soap and perfume soon, which will require a lot of additional staff. The prince said, but it will be at least a year before the greater part of the townsfolk pass the primary education examination. Furthermore, even by taking all of them into account, there still won't be more than 600 to 700 people. That just isn't enough. I need more people. In case we enlist people from the stronghold. No, Roland interrupted. Next year, after Border Town has upgraded to the status of a city, the stronghold and Border Town will be fused into one entity. Therefore, it would be the equivalent of the moving money out from your left pocket into your right pocket. So, I will need more people from outside the Western Territory. This, Barov looked somewhat troubled and worriedly suggested, I am afraid that isn't such good idea to solve it. If you go to other cities to fish for workers, the local lords would definitely not sit by and idly watch as it happens. Do not go to the cities, Roland said. Then he stretched his finger toward the cup, dipped it into the iced water, and then moved it over the table while saying, I don't know if you've noticed, but since the end of the months of demons, Grey Castle has constantly been at war, including several charges which had been led by Timothy against the Southern Territory, resulting in Eagle City being destroyed from a fire and leaving the surrounding cities and towns severe damaged. Then there was also the subjugation of the northern region, where they stripped the Duke Ise of his title and territory. And lastly, the marine attack against the eastern region. He beat 2 times against the tabletop, leaving a group of water stains, which seriously impacted the Sea Wind region, Valentia, and Shivering Crow Castle, not even mentioning all the small towns in the surroundings. Just by looking at all the people who have fled to King's City, you can already see how seriously the impact was on Grey Castle's population. What do you mean? Barav revealed a thoughtful expression. Go out and spread propaganda about the western region. The prince smoothed out the water, then explained in more detail. During the last 6 months, only the western region remained peaceful. There has been no forced recruitment, nor has it been hit by the flames of war. Especially since Timothy so wantonly uses commoners to attack, he will definitely recruit and even force the civilians of each region. Who can guarantee that next time that fate won't fall on their head? So you have to propagandize that the only calm and peaceful place completely isolated from the chaos of war is the western region. I think I got it, Barav said after pondering about his next words. You plan to attract the civilians of other cities by not pressing them into service or forcing them into labor, and furthermore, by providing them with shelter, food, and stable work? Almost, Roland said with a smile and nodded. His active thinking and ability to find the key points is one of the assistant minister's strongest points. However, one of the key points you need to propagandize is the excellent treatment that literate people will enjoy. I think that these places definitely have some knights and nobles who have no way out, and because of this, are unwilling to come to the western region to try their luck. Whether it was small villages or towns, they were almost all territories of minor nobility. And during peacetime, even if the land was small and barren, and the management poor, supervising a few acres of land would always manage to fill their stomach. But during the time of war, something which severely impacted the population, it was hard for them to survive. At those times, if there was a stable and peaceful destination for them, it would really prove tempting to most of them. Even if there was no one who could safeguard their territory and keep it from being occupied by others, they would only have to endure these days of war. Afterward, they could use their money to recruit some mercenaries and go back to take over their territory once again. As for how to advertise, Roland believed that Barav would have his ways. But Your Highness, by doing it this way and helping the personnel to settle down will be very expensive. Furthermore, the acquisition of the grain cannot be interrupted. Barav hesitantly said, in case the caravan encounters some accidents, the city hall's treasury will quickly dry up. What you've said sounds reasonable. Roland touched his chin. The most important task of new established political powers was to create trust and confidence of it within the people's hearts. If they were suddenly caught in a situation where they were unable to pay their salary, this current excellent situation would take a sudden turn and rapidly worsen. Well, in this case, you should head back first and continue with your usual task. We will wait until the caravan has arrived in border town and the completion of the transaction next month. When the treasury is filled once more, we will speak about the implementation of the plan again. As you bid, Your Royal Highness, Barav placed his hand on his chest. After finishing the mission briefing, Roland returned to his office and began thinking about how to complete Margaret's balloon order. With a price of 1,000 gold royals for each balloon, its price was even higher than that of the steam engine, while its production cost was actually lower. The airbag was mainly a drawn picture by Soria, while the hemp rope and bamboo basket were bargain-priced goods. In fact, Roland had already created a prototype and tested it in the factory courtyard. A hydrogen balloon which could carry Lighting and Maggie simultaneously and ascend into the sky. After repeated consideration, he finally decided to abandon the idea of a hot air balloon fueled by coal gas. The needed equipment would use up too much space, and the manufacturing process would also be very troublesome. Moreover, Roland would have to import that coal from other cities, which for a small-scale production would be extremely cost-ineffective, far inferior to hydrogen, which was so much easier to facilitate. He coated the test product with a single-sided water coating, which ensured that even after being burned, nothing would happen to the paper. As a result, the whole air sac had hardly any weight while its flexibility was very outstanding. In the experiment, after inflating the balloon, it would fear neither rain, impact, or fire. Maggie even turned into several kinds of birds to throw vicious attacks against the balloon, but it was still unable to leave even a small trace. Only by using an iron needle were they able to pierce through the millimeter-thick coating. And since the construction of the air sac was very lithe, a hydrogen balloon with merely a diameter of about 2 meters was already enough to carry an adult. The only difficulty laid in how they would solve the gasification problem of the high-pressure hydrogen bottle. Selling a DC motor for the electrolysis of water was impossible. A motor connected to a steam engine could inflate all hydrogen balloons, which was obviously not that cost-effective. If he wanted a steady flow of gold royals from the hands of the wealthy and powerful merchants, he would have to find a way of create high-pressure bottles which could be refilled repeatedly. The air bottle itself was not difficult to build. The usage of secondary material could be made up with the wall's thickness, thus using pig iron and wrought iron was good enough, and with Anna personally being the one to manufacture it, processing the bottle accurately also wouldn't be a problem. The critical point was in the fact that the later generations of air bottles had a pressure level of 20 MPa or higher. Wishing to reach that by relying on a bicycle pump was undoubtedly nothing but a fantasy. Even the help of 10 kilns wouldn't change this. He at least had to obtain a high-pressure pump. And having a high enough pressure inside the bottle wasn't enough if there wasn't a way to fill the hydrogen balloon with it later. The high-pressure air pump was divided into a piston compressor and a turbine compressor. The former belonged to the internal combustion engine technology tree, while the later fell under the scope of turbine engines. No matter what type he would try to research and develop, they would both be time-consuming and laborious projects. Until late in the afternoon, Roland finally came up with a simple solution: a simple, self-inflating bottle. The inspiration for it came from a news article he had seen before. A street vendor had been selling hydrogen balloons and used a modified liquefied gas tank to store the hydrogen, which in the end resulted in an explosion. The cause of this laid in the problem that the peddler had used diluted sulfuric acid and aluminum to create hydrogen inside of the bottle, but hadn't correctly calculated the amount of reaction, which resulted in the issue that the pressure inside the tank had become too large and had broken the bottle. Thus, the self-inflating method was to pour diluted sulfuric acid and an active metal into the bottle so as to replace the hydrogen. The commonly used metal in laboratories was zinc, while the one used to create most of the hydrogen was aluminum. Both materials were not accessible during this era. So Roland still intended to use Lucy's power to dismantle iron and purify it into high iron. The problem of its slow reaction speed at room temperature could also be improved by using heat and enlarging the contact area, for example, using thin iron pieces or iron powder, while an inner coating could resist the corrosion effect of the acid liquid that was inside the bottle. Thinking until here, he immediately drew a simple sketch on paper. In order to reduce the air leakage, the high-pressure bottle needed to be made as one whole piece, with only a raised, threaded hole at the top, which could be screwed into a valve with a gas nozzle. By tightening up the mouthpiece after injecting the reactant, the continuously generated gas would have nowhere to go, which would result in that the pressure inside the bottle would reach a very impressive level. As long as they unscrewed the valve, the hydrogen would pour out directly into the airbag, and the refill process would also be quite convenient. After removing the gas nozzle and drying the remaining liquid over a stove. The ferrous sulfate crystals inside could be cleaned out before it could be refilled with new reactant. Taking into account that diluted sulfuric acid is also an alchemy product, the refill price obviously couldn't be set too low. With 50 gold royals for one charge, and after buying 10 charges get one free, Roland thought. TN, active metal. Thank you Enryu for starting the release that Witch Wiki, everyone's help is welcome. Chapter 271 Elements. Kyle Sitchai returned home after finishing the day's experiments. His wife had already baked flatbread, made him some mushroom soup, and poured him a glass of white wine. The latter two were both goods that were sold at the convenience market, especially this sort of huge white mushrooms, which were just like the words on the signboard described them as. You won't find any fresher or more fragrant delicacy. After one taste, you too will discover this to be true. If you eat even one piece, you will find it difficult to forget its full and unique flavor. Of course, its price was also very alarming. One palm-sized mushroom required 1 silver royal. If it weren't for his good salary, Kyle would never be able to bear buying such an expensive food. But there were also a lot of other things similar to this, such as perfumed soap and mirrors. As long one had enough money, their life in border town would be much more comfortable than that of an average noble. Roland was simply deep beyond measure. This was also the deepest of point he felt. After he finished the evening meal, his wife handed him a letter. The letter was delivered by the guard this afternoon. At that time you still hadn't returned from work, she answered, as she started to clean the tableware. He said that it had apparently come from Redwater City. Is that so? Kyle asked as he entered his study. He cut open the seal using a knife, then removed the parchment before spreading it out. To his surprise, the first sentence was actually, "Dear respected mentor." Seeing that Chavez was the one that had sent the letter, he couldn't help but smile. He sat at his desk and began to read through it carefully. Initially, when Kyle left the Redwater City alchemic workshop, another alchemist named Capola had become the new chief. But that person had been narrow-minded, and after obtaining the crystal glass formula left behind by Kyle, he not only claimed towards the Lord that this was his and Kyle's work, he even excluded Chavez either intentionally or unintentionally from the alchemy experiment group. Within the letter, Chavez complained that this was perhaps because he wanted to borrow the idea of the double stone acid method from him, but in the end didn't want to announce the achievement to the other side. Nowadays, several other alchemists apparently had also begun to intentionally or otherwise shun Chavez, which caused Kyle to feel quite troubled. Kyle could roughly understand what those people must be thinking. Chavez was the youngest alchemist of the refining room. So many people still thought that it had only been by relying on luck and Kyle's appreciation for him as a discipline that he had been able to stand out of the crowd. But the chief alchemist could only snort disdainfully at that sort of view. Saltpeter and green vitriol were both everyday things, so why had it been Chavez and no one else who had discovered the double stone acid method? This point alone should already sufficiently explain this issue. Perception, memory, making assumptions without fear, and being diligent during experimentation were all indispensable elements. In the end, this young man's innate skill was even above his own. At the end of the letter, Chavez had attached 2 alchemic formulas, claiming they were 2 of his recently discovered acids he wished to share with his mentor. But even at the first glance, Kyle could see that the essence of these 2 formulas was just the creation of salt when acids and alkali react with one another. This was the kind of recipe he could write down dozens of times in a single breath. With a sigh, Kyle Sitchai put the letter down and glanced at the elementary chemistry laying on his table. Everything had changed with His Highness and his so-called ancient books. If it hadn't been for them, he was afraid that he would still be the same as Chavez, still aimless and bewilderedly wandering through the primal chaos, hoping to find some clay on the surface and still regard it as some kind of treasure. Taking the book, Kyle immediately went to the last page. It showed a table which was neatly divided into 100 square boxes. Every time he looked at the table, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and feel a hard-to-describe reverence and fear from within his heart. Every box had a small serial number in the upper left corner, which without a miss arrived at 118 at the end. Beside the first 2 rows, the majority of the boxes were blank, except for some symbols in the middle. For example, 26, iron, 29, copper. The name of this table was Periodic Table of Elements. While holding the book in his trembling hands, the chief alchemist had asked Roland about the contents of those blank boxes, merely to receive the answer that they had originally been filled, but he was unable to remember them. If at that time the other party hadn't been His Royal Highness, he most likely would have taken the book and thrown it into the other's face. According to the records in the book, this table contained all existing elements on Earth. If there existed a canon of alchemy, there was no doubt that this would be the most dazzling chapter in the whole book. What scared him the most was the question, what type of person was able to draw such a chart? And if they had already done this before, what were alchemists then supposed to be regarded as? They seemed to be merely a gang of children sitting within the silt and piling up some rocks. Kyle suddenly thought of His Royal Highness' promise, in case he was also able to call Chavez over, and also pull over the group of recently recruited apprentice. Maybe he would be able to fill those 3 new laboratories. In that way, his dream of laying his hands on the intermediate chemistry would become a reality. Thinking until here, he immediately took out a piece of white paper and began to write his response. In fact, at the meeting when His Royal Highness had asked him whether he had any clue relating to large-scale acid production, he hadn't told him the truth. Because the content was complex and lengthy, it would have been a waste of time doing so. The most important matter was that he still didn't know whether his program worked or not. After all, he had based his production method entirely on the elements and reaction principles written within the book. Compared with the previous alchemy test, this hypothesis was like a child's nonsensical mutterings in their sleep. Wanting to use materials he had never seen before, together with an unheard-of reaction method, to create something which seemed to have no similarity with the raw materials, only because they had the same type of element. But within Kyle's heart, he still had a faint premonition. It felt like this method might actually be feasible. After all, within the previous hundreds of permutation experiments, there had not been one time where the book's statement wasn't correct. With the initial plan concluded, the next step was for him to complete a full set of theoretical tests within the laboratory. Since His Highness had said that the industrial method could be used for large-scale production, it should also be possible to reproduce the results in the laboratory. Kyle soon finished the letter. He didn't waste any words on consoling Chavez, and instead straightforwardly told his previously marvelous discipline about alchemic knowledge that was both available and measurable. Kyle believed that there didn't exist any alchemist who was brimming with the interests of a wise man that would let the opportunity to seek truth pass them by. After folding the letter, placing it into an envelope, and sealing it with wax, Kyle could do nothing other than wait for the next day to give the message to a traveling salesman who wanted to deliver it. After all this, his line of sight once again moved to the periodic table. Thinking about those blank boxes which would never be filled again, Kyle felt as if his life no longer had any joy left to offer him. But fortunately, His Royal Highness had said one short phrase which had made his heart surge, and until today those words were still pacing back and forth within his ears. Don't put on that look. The periodic table arranges each element in a regular pattern according to an underlying law. You can fill it up by yourself. Regular. Pattern. Do you mean that those unknown elements can also be deducted, just like the derivation of an alchemical formula? That's right. Even if you have never seen them before, you can still describe their appearance and characteristics. That rule, what is it? Do you want to know? It is written in the Intermediate Chemistry. Chapter 272 North Slope Mine. The further down into the mine, the more humid the environment became. Sylvie was holding up a torch and gingerly evading the drop of water falling towards her head as she led the group further into the mine. Even without any light, her eye of truth wasn't something that could be stopped by the darkness. Thus, she merely used the torch to save her magic power. There is another fork in the road. Nightingale, who was walking at the front, said after she stopped. Which cave is this already? 23rd, after passing the first fork from the entryway, Lightning answered as she took a look at the records. I hope this is the last one, Sylvie grumbled, then completely opened her magic eye. The left side spreads away from the mining area. There is no ore there. The right side is the same. Lightning wrote down the results, then announced, in that case, those caverns were also the last gates we had to inspect. Come on, Nightingale said, and went from the front to the end, leading everyone back. It didn't seem that her ability was as simple as invisibility. Sylvie could only see faint changes in Nightingale's magic power, but was ultimately unable to capture her figure or movement. According to Lightning's introduction, she was the strongest fighting witch. This may also be the reason why Roland had her to follow them. There were rumors that the mine had once been a nest for ancient monsters, and there had already been several events of miners going missing. Before their departure, His Highness had also told them several times that they had to be careful, and that in case they couldn't determine the situation, they should first exit the mine and report back to him. However, Sylvie couldn't accept this as correct. There existed no monster which could escape the investigation of her magic eye, even those animal corpses, and the twisting, soft-bodied snakes within the walls were clearly visible to her. There were 4 people in the expedition team, herself, Nightingale, Lightning, together with a little girl called Lucia. Every time they found some minerals, she would convert them into a variety of debris, and after carefully classifying them, she would put them into her pocket, which would later be handed over to His Royal Highness. Lightning was responsible for drawing the map of the mine, since, in her own words, there didn't exist any adventure from which she could be excluded. Hearing her prideful speech, Sylvie couldn't help but think of the captain who was temporarily staying on Sleeping Island. The 23rd cave was at the lower level of the mining site and could actually be regarded as an enormously deep hole. After penetrating several hundred steps into the mountain, it divided into 3 paths again, and after following each to their end, they would once again split into several branches. However, since they were at the exterior area of the mining site, with only the rare possibility of find any veins, they had decided to end their exploration. Returning to the first fork, which Lightning had recorded as Gate of Life, Sylvie cast her ability to observe the 23rd cave and the circumstances of those 3 pathways. The further she spread the range of her eye of truth, the greater the magic consumption was, and the heavier the burden on her body. So she decided to observe one channel after another at each fork. Cave number 3. Yes, there aren't any mining areas at the end of it. There are. She spent a moment frozen in shock. There are 5 branches, including one that seems to lead further downwards while also making a detour. Downwards? Lightning repeated. It is indeed like that, Sylvie confirmed while taking another look. It didn't take long until the slender downwards leading path turned around a corner and pointed straight back at the mine. When she tried to further explore along the road, her mind suddenly became flooded with a strong sense of dizziness, which interrupted her contact with her magic eye. I think it may lead to a mineral deposit. But this interpretation was a bit far-fetched. The North Slope mine's tangled and complicated cave system was clearly not something which had been artificially dug out. Furthermore, if she hadn't been specifically looking for ore, it would be unlikely she'd have discovered any unknown veins, even if they were hidden between two channels. If not for her eye of truth, which was able to penetrate any obstacle, it would be simply impossible to find any minerals hidden behind rocks and under piles of mud. No matter what, let's immediately go and take a look, Nightingale said, and shrugged her shoulders. The group entered the cave behind the third, gate one after another, and about a quarter of an hour later, they had already arrived at the end of the passage. There the tunnel divided itself into 5 like she had seen it. One among them was even so narrow that it was impossible for people to walk through, and so it could only be entered by crawling. However, the strange channel Sylvie had seen before was located in the middle of the 5, and its topography changed dramatically, almost forming a deep slope when compared with the place they were standing now. "It seems as if it is going straight down," Nightingale said, and held up the torch. "I feel as if this grotto is somewhat similar to the deep cliff of the impassable mountain range. Let's quickly finish the inspection, then immediately turn back," Lucia said in fright as she instinctively grasped on to Nightingale's arm. "I do not like it here. I constantly feel as if something is staring at us from within the cave." "There is nothing in the cave except for mud and stone," Sylvie said, even though she didn't like this quiet and moist place. Her ability still told her that there was no danger. "The 4 on the left and right all contain no ore and are leading further away from the mining site." She quickly finished the inspection of the leveled side roads, then moved her line of sight towards the front, only to immediately lose focus and release a faint. What's going on?" Lightning asked. "I am unable to see the circumstances further down." "You cannot see it?" the little girl asked in disbelief. "Can it be that you are too tired, and so your ability just don't work?" "No, my ability doesn't have any problems," Sylvie said, and closed her eye before opening it again, only to see that everything still remained dark, the same as if she had completely lost her vision. Enduring the oncoming headache, she tried to expand her field of vision further, but the results still remained the same, while the surrounding soil became clearly discernible. Only the pass in the middle was enveloped in complete darkness, which was as thick as ink. "There seems to be something which obstructs my peeking. You will all wait over here and don't leave," Nightingale ordered while simultaneously drawing her 2 shining silver weapons. "I will go in to explore the situation and immediately come back afterward." "Do not go," Sylvie shouted, grasping her forehead in pain. "There exists only one thing that can produce such an effect. Even if you go, you will be in danger." "What is it?" "God's stone of retaliation," Sylvie said through clenched teeth. "There is a God's stone of retaliation underground, and it is covering that whole region." When Roland heard the news, he immediately mobilized soldiers of the First Army and led them into the North Slope mine. And the result of their inspection confirmed Sylvie's guess. They discovered a large amount of God's stone of retaliation at the bottom of the deep hole. After determining that there was no danger, Roland also entered cave number 23 with the protection of his personal guards. He wished to see for himself how the God's stone of retaliation at the bottom of the mine looked like. "Your Highness, please be careful," Carter reminded him once more. "The exit is directly in front of us." "You are unable to use your magic here," Roland said, while looking back at Anna, Nightingale, and Lightning standing behind him. "Didn't you learn it from Sylvie? Even without magic, I will still be stronger than you. If you can go, I of course can also go," Nightingale said disapprovingly. "Wherever there is an adventure, I will also be there," Lightning announced while puffing out her chest. Anna, however, didn't say anything. She merely stared straight into Roland's eyes. Seeing the flickering flame from the torches in her clear eyes, Roland knew that regardless what he said, it would prove to be useless. "All right," he sighed, "but you must stay by my side and don't move too far." Coming to the end of the slope, Roland immediately understood the meaning of the chief knight's words. Suddenly, his eyes became filled with light, and a vast and deep cavern then appeared in front of him. Even without the aid of torches, he could still clearly see the whole cave, since it was illuminated by the crystal prism, like God's stone of retaliation. He could see some majestic towers rising straight from the ground, with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters at the base, which seemed similar to some very large neon towers. Chapter 273, God's Stone of Retaliation. Roland roughly estimated the size of the underground cave. The area below was almost the size of a football field and was surrounded by steep mountain walls. The road connecting it with the other cave started in the middle of one of those mountain walls, and next to the tunnel entrance, he could see a narrow stone staircase, which extended straight towards the bottom. "I guess this staircase wasn't cut out by you," Roland said while he squatted down and brought his torch near the ground. In the torchlight, he could clearly see marks carved out by knives and axes, with piles of dust and rock bits that were within the notches. "Of course not, Your Highness. At the time we discovered the cave, the stone steps had already existed," Carter said and shrugged his shoulders. "I guess they must have already been here for decades. Or since hundreds of years." Anna suddenly spoke. "I think so too." Lightning nodded in agreement. "It is only 70 years since Border Town has been established. It is unlikely for the stone staircase to be related to the locals here or even the kingdom." "There were already some people living in the Western Territory several hundred of years ago," Carter questioned. "Grey Castle hadn't even existed back then." Roland patted the knight's shoulder. 450 years ago, there existed a group of people who have already been forgotten by history." Then he lifted the torch and said, "Let's go down and take a look." 20 to 30 soldiers of the First Army were already standing at the center of the cave, so he took the knight, and the witches then went next to one of the gods' punishment stones without delay. Only when he stood at the edge of this stone pillar was he finally able to realize how huge this actually was. Even by extending his arms as far as he could, he still wasn't able to surround even a tenth of it. He lifted his head and looked at the top. The tallest pillar made out of God's stone of retaliation already came close to 30 meters, which was almost equivalent to the height of an 8 or 9-story building, and was shining in an ominous purple light. In theory, stones could emit light either by having a radioactive material or by containing some fluorescent components, but the rays of light emitted by the God's stone of retaliation obviously had nothing to do with any of these possibilities. The light from the former was from the ionization in the air as the elements decayed. Furthermore, the shorter the half-life, the greater the brightness would be. But according to these very words, and taking the stone's brightness into account, the soldiers who had already entered the cave for several minutes would have died from ionization radiation by now. While the latter possibility would need an external light to shine on it, but there was no light source here at the bottom of the mine, which could support it enough to send out the light continuously. Roland also noted that although the God's stone of retaliation had a crystal's commonly seen prism shape, its surface didn't have the veined pattern that came from crystals, but was instead as smooth as glass. The church sells a thumb-sized piece of a God's stone of retaliation for several gold royals. However, a piece of this magnitude, it is something impossible to acquire even after emptying the vaults of the entire 4 kingdoms. Carter couldn't stop himself from lamenting. "You want to give it to the nobles to slaughter witches?" Nightingale asked with a fierce glare. This isn't what I meant," the chief knight answered quickly, while unconsciously moving out from her line of sight. "It is the first time that I have seen God's stone of retaliation shine in these colors. Shouldn't they be transparent white?" Lightning curiously looked at the pillars. "In case you take them back with you, won't it be unnecessary to use a candle in the evening?" "I'd rather bring a candle into an already stuffy room filled with dozens of candles. Then use this for light," Nightingale murmured while placing both her hands on her chest. "For us witches, they are a prison cage, the stocks and chains that are held by the church. If the world didn't have these damnable stones, it would be better off." "Oh, Sister Nightingale, you couldn't read a sentence in the evening anyway." The little girl licked her lips, picked up a stone from the ground, and looked at Roland. "Can I take a piece of it back with me as my spoils of adventure?" Roland nodded. "If you don't hate these kind of things." She held a stone and raised her arm into the air and swung it towards the stone pillar. It smashed against the edge of the prism, only to hear a ting as the stone in her hand splintered, while the prism showed not even the slightest scar. Seeing this, Carter shouted in shock, "What's going on? Shouldn't the god's stone of retaliation be fragile?" "Perhaps it is because this chunk is shining differently." Lightning threw the remaining stone chips in her hand away and took a dagger out of her waist purse. However, even after a good deal of tossing around the prism, with all kinds of scraping and cutting, it was still to no avail. Feeling that something was wrong, Roland looked at Nightingale and said, "You try it." The latter merely nodded, took out her revolver, aimed directly at the prism, then pulled the trigger. Immediately followed by an enormous echo splitting the silence in the cave, and the birth of some sparks at the impact area of the god's stone of retaliation. After the smoke cleared, the group walked over to the stone, merely to discover that the bullet wasn't even able to do anything more than leaving a small stain on the god's stone of retaliation's surface. This suggested that the durability of these intensely shining stones already exceed that of homogenized steel plates. "Even the gun is useless?" Carter asked with a frown. "In the end, how is the church able to cut a piece off and sell it?" No one could answer this question, causing everyone's expression to cloud up. Even Roland had been able to use his own force to break the god's stone of retaliation. Like that time, he'd broken the necklace around Anna's neck, for instances. Just 2 or 3 pulls from him had been enough to turn the pure and limpid stone into a pile of white dust. But at this moment, Anna, who had been silent until now, suddenly opened her mouth. "Your Highness, do you still remember the treasure map that Ferlin Eltek had drawn?" "Treasure map?" Roland asked, confused. He could vaguely remember that there was a triangle occupying more than half of the drawing. One of the 3 edges pointed at the holy city Takilla, one at the stone tower in the concealing forest, and one at the foot of the northern slope mountain. "Hold on, at the foot of the northern slope mountain." Suddenly, a lightning spark flashed through his brain. "Don't tell me." "I don't think it was pointing at the foot of the northern slope mountain, rather it was pointing here," Anna said slowly. "This is a place which contained a lot of God's stone of retaliation underground." Even after a careful search, besides a large number of indestructible gods' stone of retaliation, they hadn't been able to discover anything else that was of value within the cave. Not to mention remains of ancient books, there weren't even chiseling tools used for the stone staircase left behind, which was very strange. According to the current level of technology, if they wanted to chisel out a staircase in such a steep cliff, it absolutely would be a tremendous and arduous undertaking. Things such as accidentally falling or losing tools should have been frequent occurrences. But for the current scene, besides the stones, and even more stones, it seemed as if the cave had been thoroughly cleaned before they'd left. When Roland returned to his office, he immediately called for Scroll and had her reproduce the knight's drawing on top of her Book of Changes. Similar to the pattern in his memory, the southernmost point was indeed located at the foot of the northern slope mountain. If Anna's guess is right, can it be a map left behind by the church, contains new veins of God's punishment stones? However, why would they spend all that time and effort to dig out the stairway to the bottom, only to abandon it afterward? If the church had already built a church in Border Town 450 years ago, I am afraid that the current border town would look completely different from now. In accordance with the God's stone of retaliation selling price and its usage, it is unlikely that they would willingly give up the natural resources in this mine. Nowadays, the holy city of Takila had already become a forbidden region that was fully out of reach. Perhaps the only remaining possibility for finding the answer lies hidden within the stone tower, or perhaps it will remain unknown forever. Chapter 274, Exam. After dinner, Candle entered the castle hall quite early. On every nightfall, Teacher Scroll would give lessons in the room, but unlike the aristocracy colleges in large cities, the students who attended the lecture were witches from the witch union. But she wasn't the first person to come to the classroom. When she entered, Evelyn was already sitting at the long table and waving to her. "Has His Highness assigned any duty to you recently?" The moment Candle took her place, Evelyn couldn't stop herself from asking. She recalled the time they had only just arrived, and she had dryly addressed the other party as "my lord." While secretly laughing at the bottom of her heart, Candle answered, "There is. He gave me the task to cast my ability on a few strange lumps of metal, so that they would remain at room temperature, but I don't understand what use that would have." "Yes, it's like that." Evelyn's eyes became dull. "So far, His Highness had not asked me to do anything." "He didn't provide you with adjusted practice content?" Candle asked in wonder. "No, I'm practicing according to my own wishes." Evelyn shook her head and said, "He only occasionally comes and asks me to taste a new wine." "Maybe that is just what His Highness is looking for. All your life you've been in pubs, and so you're very familiar with the taste of the drinks. There aren't many witches like you." "There is no need for a witch who can taste wine at all," she protested. "A salary of a gold royal is enough to recruit a specialized winemaker." Candle patted the other side's shoulder. "I think His Royal Highness certainly must have a plan." Scroll also tried to comfort me this way, but even I do not know what to do with my ability. I cannot simply rely on air to turn water into wine. Don't tell me he just wants to make the tastiest type of wine to sell. But commoners are only able to afford ale of poor quality, while all the nobles have their personal preference, which doesn't have anything in common with one another. Evelyn laid her chin on the table and continued in a depressed tone. "And the wine His Royal Highness gives me to taste is becoming more and more hard to drink. I already suggested that he adds water or fruit juice, but he seems to only want to make the strongest wine possible." For a moment, Candle didn't know what to say. Regarding this point, she and Evelyn were both sitting in the same boat. After reaching Sleeping Island, most of the time they could only do some trifling chores, along with the daily increase in fish oil. Solidifying candles had become unnecessary, while Tilly completely forbid any sort of drinking in general. Even during the early tense phases, their supplies were often allocated according to a person's ability. Sometimes, Candle would only receive some unsalted grilled fish. During this, she never had the feeling that there was any problem with this approach. To the contrary, she was even willing to forego her food for those witches who needed to consume larger amounts of their magic. However, that the other witches began to divide themselves into groups and even somewhat excluded her had made her feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lady Tilly had still looked after them extremely well, even apologizing for the method of distribution, and going so far as promising that after the supplies became more plentiful, they would start to make adjustments. This way, the less favored witches didn't feel the rejection that clearly anymore. But in Border Town, such a situation had never occurred. All the witches sat together at the same table and enjoyed the meal together with His Royal Highness. And the clothes they put on and the treatment shown to them didn't hold any differences. But the most important difference she'd been able to see during their daily life was that regardless whether their ability was formidable or not, they all regarded each other as a one group. Although it had only been 2 short weeks since she'd come to Border Town, she had already experienced this point very deeply. They really considered each other as sisters, something which made Candle feel very envious. When all the witches had come and sat down, Teacher Scroll entered the room while carrying a stack of white papers. Today, I won't teach you any new content. Instead, I will conduct a comprehensive exam of what you have learned until now. What is that? Lightning asked as she raised her hand. Goo goo, Maggie also asked. You have been studying for 3 months now, and His Highness believes that it is time to test the results of your learning. Scroll said cheerfully. All the questions have been arranged on these papers and are separated into 3 parts: kingdom language, mathematics, and nature. Altogether, there are 60 questions. Every answer gives a point, while every mistake lowers the score. Of course, if you do not understand the problem, you just have to raise your hand and ask your question. I believe that all of you have already mastered the primary writing and reading skill, or else, even if you'd known the answer, you would still be unable to answer. Scroll paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, His Highness had said that only those who have answered more than half of the question correctly will be able to enjoy ice cream during the weekend's afternoon tea. If your score is below this limit, you will lose your afternoon tea qualification. Candle suddenly heard a gasping sound. She turned around and saw Nightingale wearing a dumbstruck expression with charcoal lying in 2 pieces on the ground. Furthermore, His Highness has especially made it clear that the 5 witches that came from Sleeping Island are not to be included in this arrangement. So it is their decision whether they want to stay behind and answer, or if they want to leave and have a free evening. Scroll looked one after another at Candle, Evelyn, and the others, before saying, no matter what your final score is, you will be able to enjoy the delicious afternoon tea. Puh. Evelyn patted her chest, turned her head, and whispered, I won't be able to recognize all the letters, so I'm not confident that I will get the ice cream. Honey and Lotus immediately got up, happily saluted Scroll, and left the hall afterward. Plus, Sylvie, whose body had been feeling somewhat unwell and thus hadn't even come to the hall, left Evelyn and Candle as the only witches from Sleeping Island in the hall. Do you want to stay? Candle asked in a small voice. I want to try. The other nodded. Didn't His Highness say that knowledge leads to evolution? If I don't work hard in this respect, I'm afraid I will never be able to compare with them. She showed a sly smile. These days I've been practicing writing my characters in my room after the class. Lily and Mystery Moon also taught me how to read and write some common words. While mentioning this, the frustration within Evelyn's voice immediately dispersed a lot, and her eyes became shiny, making it impossible for Candle not to smile. Yes, I'll also try it. Your Royal Highness, the test results have come out, Scroll said while handing the summary over to Roland. You've worked hard. Since the recent discovery beneath the Northern Slope mine, Roland was still feeling quite puzzled. So he found it difficult to concentrate on his daily tasks, so he tried to focus on something less intense. Was Nightingale's performance unexpectedly able to meet the standard required? Yes, but not only was it good enough, her grade was even in the forefront, which was partly due to her perfect language score. Scroll reported with a smile. After all, most of your topics were very simple. Furthermore, she has already learned how to read and write a long time ago, so her starting point had been much better compared to the other witches. Tusk, Roland smacked his lips. I thought I could make her eat fewer sweets with this exam. Even before his voice had completely fallen, he felt his shoulder being severely pinched. In short, the result looked quite good. All the members of the Witch Union have more than 60, so it seems that your education is bearing fruit. These results are also inseparable from their efforts. Moving his vision further down, Roland asked, only 2 of the witches of Sleeping Island participated in the test. Well, the one named Evelyn received 5 points, while Candle got 36. The latter should already have some prior foundations, so most of her points come from kingdom language, she replied. That she, even after having followed the class for only 2 weeks, was still able to receive some points outside of the writing part right. shows that her individual quality is truly astonishing. Both instincts and external knowledge are components to the continual improvement of a witch's magic. The results of their own witches were also excellent. For example, Lily, Hummingbird, Mystery Moon, and the others had only spent 3 months' time from being illiterate before they grasped the basics of reading and writing. And with this, they've already exceeded the majority of the people in the streets. What would the future look like when the people could put aside their prejudices and work together with the witches to promote the level of society and civilization as a whole? Roland's heart became filled with anticipation at the thought. Chapter 275, Lucia and Nightingale. Lucia was cautious and solemn as she put 3 iron chunks on the floor of her bedroom before closing her eyes. She took a deep breath and went through the experiences from her previous practice once more, then stretched out her hand and released her ability to surround the target. This was the method of practicing that Anna had helped her come up with. Using 3 wrought iron ingots, which had been especially melted by Anna, that were made out of components that had nothing in common with each other, and all respectively containing silver, copper, lead, and some other impurities. Her task was to reconstruct them as pure substances while at the same time leaving behind the impurities, and to also find the ingot that contained the highest amount of silver. This meant that she had to control her magic output and always needed to work on one target first. Otherwise, it could happen that she broke the impurities further into their elements, which was what she had previously done at her home in Valencia, and was also the reason why she felt that her ability were so hard to control. Even if 2 pieces of paper looked the same, if they were restored to their original elements, they could look very different. The fact that there was a relation between the amount of magic power she used and the effect of her abilities was something she would never be able to comprehend by herself, which led to the result that the components of some of the papers had been split apart several times and ultimately turned most of the raw materials into water and gas. After arriving in Border Town, the first lesson the other witches taught her was that she had to practice controlling her magic. Originally, Lucia wasn't convinced that those invisible and incomprehensible things could also be controlled. Only when Anna demonstrated how she was able to control the lengths of her black flame was she finally able to discover how badly mistaken she had been. Not only could Anna adjust the output of her magic and change the size and thickness of the black flame, she was able to reach a level of perfection in it each and every time. "Elder sister, are you going to go practice again?" Belle curiously stuck her head out of the bed. "It's just after lunch." Lucia's hand trembled, and the iron ingot in her hand immediately turned into a pile of fine dust. "I told you not to bother me when I'm using my power," she said, turning around to knock against the top of her sister's head. "Concentrate on reading your letters." "I'm unable to make sense of what I'm looking at," Belle said, fretful. "I can't even understand half of the words' meaning. I'm not like older sister. You can write and read." "That's why it is important to read more. Many words have a similar structure, so even if you haven't seen them before, you should still be able to guess what it means. Literacy is a familiarizing process." "All right," Belle retracted her head. Lucia focused her attention on the second piece of iron ingot, then exercised her control to slowly release her magic. She tried to imagine a thin layer of gauze covering the ingot and wrapping it up evenly. "Hey, I came." The door suddenly squeaked, and the blonde woman dashed into the room. "Hey, are you practicing your ability?" "Sister Nightingale," Belle shouted carefreely. The second piece of iron once again turned into a pile of fine powder. Lucia sighed and put all the metal debris on the floor into a leather bag, feeling that it might be impossible to train today. "Here, this is yours." Suddenly an ice cream with a rich aroma of milk was handed over to her. "Thank you," Lucia said, taking the ice cream, "but shouldn't this only have been given out during the afternoon tea?" Nightingale proudly patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's true, but this is a special reward I requested from His Highness. Here, you also get one." With these words, she handed another one to Belle, which made the little girl immediately burst into laughter. Sister Nightingale is the best. This guy, as soon as she sees something delicious, everything else gets thrown to the back of her mind, Lucia thought helplessly. But the moment the ice cream entered her mouth, and the sweet and rich taste of honey and milk spread through her mouth, together with the cold and refreshing feeling of the ice, further enhancing its sweetness. She also felt that if she had been in her sister's place, she would most likely also have reacted in the same way. Even after completely swallowing it, it still left a slight chill on her teeth and her lips. No one can resist its deliciousness, especially during the hot summer. No wonder that His Highness only gives out ice cream during the weekend afternoon tea. She was afraid that this unique style of food was actually worth a lot of money. She at least had never heard of this dessert during her life in Valencia. Thinking until here, Lucia could not help but ask, "How were you able to get it from His Highness?" "Heh heh," Nightingale smiled widely. "I ranked third during the exam, second only to Wendy and the Leaves, however. His Highness thought I would be unable to pass the exam at all." Since the actual situation was worlds apart from his imagination, it was only natural that I requested a special reward from him. Actually, it was like this. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then my 68, but I don't know your actual rank." So low?" Lucia was depressed. Altogether, there were 120 points, but I was only able to get a little bit more than half of them right, even though I already learned how to read and write long ago. "That's pretty good," Nightingale said while patting her head. "After all, how long have you been following the lectures? It's only natural that you would fall a bit short in regards to mathematics and nature. But if you ever come across any problem, you can come and ask me if you want." "Me, can I also ask?" Belle raised her hand. "Of course," Nightingale answered laughingly. "You're welcome at any time. If I pass the elementary examination, is it possible for me to choose my own work?" "You are still too young," His Highness said. "The minimum age to start to work is 14 years of age. But right now you are only 10 years old, so don't be so anxious." Lucia stared at her. However, the little girl was unwilling to give up so easily. "I also want to help you share the pressure. In case you want to get married and have a baby, you will need to spend a lot of money. If the money is not enough, your days will become very painful." "Where did you hear this?" Lucia threw her hands in front of her face. "Daddy said it. He was always nagging that he'd almost been unable to raise us." "PFFF, ha ha ha." Nightingale couldn't suppress her laughter. "If you could take a job, where would you go?" "Chemical laboratory." Belle raised her hand and said, "I want to become an alchemist, get the title of sage, and receive everyone's admiration and praise." "This, better not," she shook her head. "The lab is dangerous." "Dangerous?" the sisters asked simultaneous. "Yeah," Nightingale said while spreading out her hands. "Not only do they often have to deal with acids, but there are also explosions sometimes. Even the chief alchemist Kyle Sitch was unable to avoid accidents. 4 of his fingers were blown away last time. I'm afraid that if it weren't for Nana's magic, Mr. Sitch would have been unable to pick up any jars or bottles for the rest of his life." She paused. "Furthermore, it seems that His Highness is recently trying to develop a new type of gunpowder. And even he thinks that it is extremely dangerous, so he commanded that it could only be done in a separate laboratory." In that case, do you have any good suggestions?" Lucia went over and wrapped Belle into her arms, determined never to let her sister go to such a dangerous place. Without a doubt, she should enter the city hall and become a civil servant. "Civil servant," she repeated. Nightingale coughed twice. Cough, cough, that was what His Highness called them when he was thinking out loud. "Commonly speaking, they are called city hall officials. Their job is stable and safe, while their salary is on the upper level. Moreover, their prospects are also good. If you can become a department head, your rewards won't be less than that of a witch." "So, It's like this, Lucia said thoughtfully. Sister Nightingale, do you like His Royal Highness? Belle asked in curiosity. In many of your sentences you say, His Highness said, my mother said, you'd only talk so much about someone if you liked them. When she heard her sister's question, Lucia's face became stiff. To hell with it. How can you directly ask such a question? This is simply too rude. At most, we can be regarded as friends, so you cannot ask such a question of someone, even more so since that person is my highly esteemed senior. She felt stricken by panic and hurriedly covered Belle's mouth, but before she could even start her apologies, Nightingale already gave her a frank response. Yeah, I like him. Chapter 276 New Artillery Research and Development. While on her way to bring the ore to His Highness, Nightingale's answer was running through Lucia's mind. She had to admit, she was shocked by the calm manner in which Nightingale had revealed her feelings. Although she wasn't entirely clear about the feelings of all the people involved, but a witch and a prince simply couldn't ever be with each other, right? So shouldn't she be careful and hide her thoughts at the bottom of her heart and never let others know about them? Furthermore, why would she as a simple listener feel so excited and embarrassed? Coming to a stop in front of the door to the office, Lucia took a deep breath before pushing open the door and entering. Your Highness, I've brought the ore. Let me see. Roland answered as he fought the urge to yawn. The ruler of Border Town seemed the same as always. With his drowsy-eyed appearance, it seemed it hasn't been that long since he'd finished taking his nap, and it wasn't like he was in that much of a clear-headed state yet either. While leaning comfortably against the back of his chair, showing a natural bearing and speaking with an easygoing tone, he was completely unlike the other nobles with their strict and insulting mannerism. Seeing him like this, Lucia's former indescribable nervousness loosened by a small amount. She then calmly took out the ore granules they'd found in the northern slope mine and placed them on the desk one after another. After being broken down with her ability, all those granules now seemed to have almost the same look. Their colors weren't ash-colored, but were silver-white instead, and it was probably only a brilliant person of wide learning like the prince that would be able to distinguish what these ores really were. However, even after looking at them for a long time, the prince still ended up knitting his brow. First, he took them into his hand one after another in order to estimate their weight. He then went to the window behind his desk to take a closer look from within the sunlight, only to finally wave with his hand and say, Keek, seems I have no choice but to give these ores to Mr. Sitchite to identify them. For now, you can go back to the courtyard at the North Slope and continue the practice of your ability. If there is something you don't understand, you can always go to Anna and ask. There exists something His Highness doesn't know? Lucia quickly bowed and said, Yes. Just as she was about to leave the office, Roland called out to her again. Oh, that's right. Your present test grade is pretty good, 68 ranking 9th in the class. And that's after just 1 month of learning. Showing such a performance is not easy, so you must try and keep it up. Also, he paused for a moment. I hope that Belle can also participate in the next exam together with everyone. Yes, Lucia excitedly agreed. After watching the little girl happily bow away, Roland looked at the metal particles on the table and sighed. I was too naive, thinking that by breaking them down into one element, I might be able to discover what kinds of ore veins are hidden within the northern slope mine. However, I once again have to acknowledge that there is a great deal of difference between mechanical engineering and geology. If that wasn't the case, I would have known that these stones would be broken down into 3 or 4 different kinds of metals. The most of the still remaining parts of the rocks can be considered as metalloid ores, but they have almost no difference in their color or shape. Such as iron, aluminum, magnesium, potassium, when in a high purity state they are all silver-white metals. If I ever wanted to distinguish them by naked eye, it will be much too difficult. In the end, It is still better to give this issue to the chief alchemist to resolve. After all, he can verify the characteristics of the material through observing their chemical reaction, which should be much more reliable than my own guesses. When he made up his mind regarding this matter, Roland took out a piece of paper and began planning on how to deal with the upcoming months of demons. Seeing that summer was about to end, these 3 months of fall were his final preparation time. Besides resisting the invasion of the demonic beasts from the west, he had also had to keep an eye on Timothy and the church who might come from the eastern side. Unlike last year, where he had to pull on his lapels, exposing the elbows, Border Town's population and income nowadays had gone through a substantial growth. They had also gradually increased the iron production, and with the help of more than a dozen witches, he was sure that he would be able to turn the Western Territory into an impassable iron bastion. Based on to the previous year's combat experience, the greatest threat to the wall was without a doubt the mixed demonic beasts. Especially so when the enemy had a thick crust, which would be hard to wear down using bullets, and thus could only be killed by explosion at a close proximity, or by sending witches out of the city. However, no matter what kind of countermeasure he used, they both held high risks. Also, until now he had only faced attacks from the enemy's cavalry or infantry, so he had never seen this era's siege weaponry. If the other side could construct a torsion catapult or the more advanced counterweight trebuchets, he feared that he would encounter a lot of trouble. After all, the process of loading a cannon so that it could fire was very inconvenient. Not only did they have to raise the cannon chamber each time they loaded, it was also easy for the cannonball to roll out of it. These circumstances all meant it was inevitable that he would have to develop a new cannon. After thoughtfully thinking about it, Roland began to list all of the requirements he had onto a piece of paper. First of all, it had to have a sufficient shooting distance and force, enough that it could break through the shell of a mixed species that was 1,000 meters away. Secondly, it had to be rear-loaded. This way the head could freely be lowered or raised, while still preserving its ability to shoot quickly. Finally, in order to reduce the time of repeated research and development, the cannon should also be designed to fulfill several purposes. Meaning that, in addition to being used to defend a stronghold and suppress the enemy, it could also be directly pulled onto a ship and be employed as the major weapon for future heavy gunboats. Because of this, it would have to be a large caliber with a long barrel type of heavy artillery. Roland first thought of those 15-16 Kun, 2.5 cm, huge monsters that were used on battleships, with a range of several scores of kilometers, and powerful enough for a shot to dig several meters deep into the ground, only to quickly reject an unrealistic idea such as this. Although there shouldn't be any problem on the processing side, but with Border Town's current level of materials, it meant that at least 9 out of 10 cannons would explode. And if he thickened the cannon's wall to more than 1 meter, they would lose their practical value since he would be no longer able to move them. By now, he could only give birth to high-purity wrought iron that had the performance of ordinary steel, so the plan still had to be on the conservative side. Roland finally set the caliber to the sacred number of 152 millimeters. The cannon used a vertical wedge breech block, which was upwards and downwards sliding door. When it was pulled down, it exposed the cannon's chamber, and after loading it with an artillery shell, the block could be moved back up to completely lock the rear, so that the gunpowder could only erupt forward. Compared to a spiral breech block and horizontal wedge breech block, its speed was faster, and its principle was also very simple and was a blueprint he already knew by heart. However, if he wanted to implement rapid firing, the artillery had to be equipped with a recoil mechanism, which in simple terms resembled 2 bicycle pumps, one that was filled with a padding of oil and the other with a spring or gas. Due to the recoil, the muzzle would press against the 2 tubes, and would simultaneously compress the oil and the spring. The oil was used to buffer the recoil, while the spring would store the power and push the cannon back into its original position after the shell left. Lastly, the shell. Since he was already using the sacred cannon, there was no way he could be satisfied with using clumsy iron balls and paper-wrapped canister shot anymore. But Roland decided to develop 2 sets of artillery shells just to be safe. One would be the enlarged version of a bullet, with a warhead made out of solid metal, and another kind, one that had an explosive warhead and using an impact detonator, like the howitzers used by later generations. After all, he would surely come across some technological problems while developing the explosive warheads. Things like the development of a reliable detonator needed repeated testing. Because of this, he couldn't guarantee that he could achieve it before the begin of the months of demons. Therefore, they had to first produce the former before they could resolve the problems of the latter. Even with a solid warhead, it should still be possible to easily deal with the slow-moving, thick-skinned mixed beasts and fixed siege equipment. Of course, no matter which kind of shells he used in the end, both would still consume a lot of smokeless gunpowder. In case they weren't able to start large-scale production of the 2 acids, the new guns could only be used as special weapons, which would mean that wanting to employ a large artillery barrage would be impossible to realize despite how much he wanted to do so. At this moment, one of his personal guards pushed open the door and entered the office. "Your Highness, a secret letter from King's City has arrived." Roland put down the quill and opened the envelope. From start to finish, the letter didn't have a signature, and its handwriting was also very unfamiliar. But its short sentence made it clear that Theo was undoubtedly the one who had sent it. Today, a group of about 1,000 people left King's City while heading toward the western border. Chapter 277, Theater Conflict. Longsong Stronghold, Theater Performance Hall. The curtain fell to the sound of the audience's endless whistles and cheers. May wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw Irene's gaze, full of excitement and expectation, lingering on herself. She gave 2 slight nods in response. This acknowledgement made Irene cheer out loud. The moment the curtain hit the ground, she could no longer stop herself from rushing over, and forcefully wrapped May into a hug. "Ha ha ha, I really can play it." So troublesome, May gave her a supercilious look and pushed her away. "At last you have made some progress and can now take the stage independently." "Miss May, then, what's with me?" Roja, another actor that was playing a witch, cautiously asked her. "You still have a long way to go," she answered without hesitation. "Your expression is still stiff. Your movements are sluggish. You also didn't put any feelings into your lines. During the 2nd act, you made 2 mistakes, and during the 4th act, you'd positioned yourself incorrectly, which is a typical mistake if you don't memorize the script." "Ha ha, Miss May is indeed really strict." Geit awkwardly scratched the back of his head. However, the audience's response seems to be very good. If you listen, you can hear that the applause has yet to subside. Most of these people are civilians who have never been to the theater, so seeing a play such as this is still a new thing for them. May interjected bluntly. If this had been a regular show, those several mistakes would have been sufficient for the nobility to all let out hissing sounds. She paused. "If you want to go down the actor's road, you are never allowed to be satisfied with temporary successes. Only by continually improving yourself will you be able to gain a firm foothold on the stage." The surrounding people all simultaneously lowered their heads and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance." May sighed. "Here we go again. I definitely cannot be considered as the drama tutor of this group of people." But in the end, she was too lazy to care about such a trivial matter and merely said, "All right, everyone carry on with your hard work. The Witch Diary will be shown at least until September, so there are still many plays during which we can develop further. This is a rare opportunity. No one should miss out on it." "Yes," 1 month ago, May had received a notice from the Ministry of Education. The members of the theater team were instructed to go to Longsong's stronghold and perform. These so-called members were those inferior performers she had met at the start of her journey to Border Town, and Irene Eltek. Perhaps it was because His Highness the Prince and acting Duke Petrov had reached an agreement with the theater to let them free its schedule, so that the crew could perform the Witch Diary trilogy. And so, with this group of amateur performers, together with the newly added actors, who also couldn't be considered as well-known actors, were now openly performing on the Stronghold Theater's biggest stage. At normal times, they might not even be selected as a substitute for a supporting role. Now, however, not only were they able to play the role of an important character on stage, but they could also perform hand in hand with the Star of the West, which made a lot of people lament about the impermanence of destiny. When May returned to the backstage area, she couldn't refrain from puckering her brows. There at the lounge, she saw a group of people disturbing everyone with their noise, seemingly trying to start a dispute. The moment they saw May appear, more than a dozen followed the leadership of one woman as they stepped forward and began to surround her. These people were all actors of the theater. May also recognized the woman leading them. She was called Bella Dean and was a famous actor that belonged to a different group. Some nobles even went so far as to say that she was May's biggest competitor for the position as the Star of the West. But in fact, whether it was her acting or fame, she had never been able to pressure May. Guess who I'm finally able to see? Bella bypassed May and slowly started to walk over towards Irene one step at a time, a group of inferior actors who have sneakily returned from the countryside. "What did you say?" Irene asked with a bewildered face. Gait, Roja, and the others' faces all turned stiff, and they couldn't stop themselves from taking 2 steps back. "PFFF," Bella covered her mouth and said, "She doesn't even know her own identity and status." These words aroused a burst of laughter from the group. "Then let me say it directly to you. A big city such as Longsong Stronghold isn't a place where people like you should come to perform. Moreover, the Stronghold Theater also doesn't welcome such a vulgar and third-rate performance. What Witch Diary? It's just a few stray dogs all howling in grief. Who could ever be interested in seeing this kind of drama that's bad enough to spoil one's appetite? The earlier you get lost and return to Border Town, the better." "You," Irene suddenly turned red. "What do you call a third-rate performance? Didn't you hear the applause of the audience?" "Ha, audience?" Bella sneered sarcastically. "You call those people who work in the mud and come in contact with hose and furnaces every day an audience? Don't make me lose a tooth from laughing. Just catch some monkeys and make them run in circles, and they will also be cheering loudly. If it hadn't been for the free tickets, would they ever have the spare money to come and see you perform?" Irene opened her mouth, but didn't know how to properly refute. "The theater already has to deal with a continuous fall in revenue since you came to perform on the big stage every Wednesday. Furthermore, even we are being affected. As long as you and your drama keep on playing here, the nobility will not come." Bella raised her voice. "Who would be willing to sit on greasy and dirty chairs covered with mud bits? I, in turn, also do not want to come into a messy theater that your group of country bumpkins have left behind." The other side has apparently came to pick a quarrel, May thought, with the sudden appearance of Border Town's performers. Many people from the theater crowd have indeed lost their chance to appear. But by no means is Bella Dean suffering under this effect. According to the news I've received from some acquaintances, after my departure from Longsong Stronghold, the theater deliberately tried turning her into the new Star of the West, so they naturally cannot cancel the drama she's starring in. Looking at Bella's action from this point of view, her purpose was clearly evident. Even though it seems she was scolding Irene and the others, in reality, her attack is directed against me. If these people shrink back, I alone cannot perform the witch diary and will have no other option than to go back to Border Town in shame. In this way, by defeating them, it is equal to defeating me. Moreover, by recovering an opportunity for the other actors to play, her prestige is also bound to rise, in that way establishing her place as the new generation's star of the West. But I will never become the stepping stone for someone else. The theater's income is falling. Are you serious? May turned and said thoughtlessly, how can you come up with such a naive judgment as to think that the theater is unable to make ends meet just because of giving away free ticket? The theater manager has undoubtedly reached an agreement with His Royal Highness and Petrov, concluding that the loss of revenue would naturally be paid for by Border Town's City Hall. This is a business contract, not someone playing house. You really should use your brain rather than rely on your imagination to start shouting and screaming. You are only talking nonsense. In the end, the decrease of the income is merely because of you and this group of inferior actors with no status. May showed a faint smile. There was one time when I was performing at King's City Grand Theater, which is an open-air theater. It just so happens that on the day of the show it was raining. However, the nobles still came and filled even the last seat. So, you're saying it is because of the commoners that the nobility is unwilling to watch your show? No, it's simply that they do not enjoy coming over to watch a play that is performed by a group of monkeys. The scene fell into a strange silence. Not only did no one step forward to blame them further, they weren't even trying to find an excuse. Finally, you said that the witch diary is of inferior quality and vulgar, a story about stray dogs struggling and howling in grief. The corners of May's mouth rose. Her voice, however, was bone-chillingly cold. I may have forgotten to tell you, but it was the prince who wrote the story for the script. Do you want to tell me that His Highness' ideas are low-grade and vulgar? Insulting the royal family is a crime punishable by cutting off the tongue. Are you still going to stick with your point of view now? She looked at the crowd standing behind Bella. Or do any of you want to give it a try? One after another, the more than a dozen actors under her gaze backed away. Enough! Bella clenched her teeth and hissed. Since you've already left for Border Town, you should never have come back. May, do you think I don't know? The actual reason why you went to that broken place was not to see that idiot Irene, but Morning Light. Slap! Bella's voice stopped with a grunt. A bright red handprint was glowing on her left cheek. She touched her face, not daring to believe what had happened just now. Why you actually dare to SDR strike? Fu, in the end, she had acted on impulse, so she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. If it went on like this, it could cause some trouble for her later on. Sure enough, two actors behind Bella stepped forward. Miss May, you are going too far. Do you know the importance of appearance to an actress? I think that at the very least you need to apologize to her. Apologize? Isn't that the same as saying I was the one in the wrong? May couldn't help but to grimly start laughing from the bottom of her heart. The urge to act impulsively returned, but the thought to apologize never even surfaced. With a calm and collected expression, she sized up the two men with their oily hair and powdered faces, and could not help but think of what Carter Lannies had once told her. Do not look at a man's strength. They also have many weaknesses. Attacks towards their eyes or throat will make them instantly lose their resistance. Of course, there is also the place between their legs. As long as you act decisively and quickly, it is not impossible for you to knock down a man much stronger than you. Although she wasn't sure how far this could be applied to the current situation, she had already placed her feet into an attacking position, just waiting for the two men to come closer. However, at this moment, the lounge door was brutally pushed open. An armor-wearing knight came in, followed by several soldiers with pikes in their hands. As they entered the room, they immediately pointed the pikes at the crowd. I heard that somebody had slandered His Royal Highness, and that a whole crew is conspiring against him. May couldn't help but stare blankly, thinking that what she had seen had to be an illusion, she forced herself to blink. However, nothing changed. The man standing in front of her showing her a secret smile was indeed the knight Carter Lannies. Chapter 278 Combat Plan. The conflict soon ended. When they saw the knights threateningly closing in on them, none of them dared to speak up. It was fair to say that the majority of actors were people who moved whichever way the wind blew. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a dispute to begin with. It wasn't like everyone had the courage to stand up and confront her, the all-too-famous May. And now that the situation had completely turned around, Bella was escorted away by the two men as they immediately left the lounge. Soon after, Carter and Bordertown's theater group were the only ones in the huge room. "Thank you for your help," Gate and the others said as they bowed. "You were really too fierce. 2 or 3 of your sentences were already enough to turn her completely speechless," Irene said, grasping May's hands. Furthermore, that slap, she looked so perplexed. She couldn't do anything but cover it with her hand in her disbelief. She then turned towards the chief knight and saluted. "Sir Carter, for what reason are you in Longsong Stronghold?" "About this point, I'm also very curious," May said while shrugging with her shoulders, but within her heart, she felt relief. "Because of His Highness' orders," Carter answered, and then asked in return, "Can I invite you to a drink?" "This is the place where you live." The chief knight appeared somewhat reserved while he surveyed the room. "Yes, very ordinary, right?" May took a bottle of white wine from the cupboard and poured him a small cup. "The taverns only open at night, so just regard this cup as my invitation to you." Irene and the rest of the group had quickly slipped away. One by one, they suddenly remembered something they had still needed to do, which left only her and Carter in the group by the time they'd reached the residence. "Yes, indeed. Quite ordinary." Carter coughed twice. "I'm unaware about your family. My mother passed away when I was still young. I got my father a job in the theater, where he had to do all kinds of easy chores," May stated serenely, "but I think he will come back in the evening." The location of the small cottage was within a dark alley of Longsong Stronghold's inner city, but she had actually spent all her savings after becoming the Star of the West to purchase it. Even though the house was small and old, but by moving away from the outer city, she at least could get away from harassment and the disturbing peeping Toms. Sorry. It's nothing," May answered, and gave herself a small cup. "Did His Royal Highness let you come in order to rectify the theater's social order and solve the disputes between the actors?" "No, of course not." Carter repeatedly waved his hands and said, "Timothy has sent some people to the Western Territory to cause some trouble again. Because of this, His Highness Roland, along with the majority of the army, are currently on the road. I instead took small town and arrived beforehand to arrange the Second Army, reinforce the night watch, and alert the Honeysuckle family as I do so as to prevent someone from raiding the gates and the like." "These matters you shouldn't have told me," May said, shocked while shaking her head. "You asked, and it's not like this is a secret operation." Carter drank the wine. "Rest assured, I still have a sense of discretion." "Good," she answered, curling her lips. "So, how did you get to the theater?" "After I took care of the matters at hand, all of the sudden I happened to hear about your play, and suddenly had the desire to come and see you perform on a real theater stage, wondering what it would look like. And it was just like I thought. Even though I could only see the last part of the play, your performance was still wonderful." The knight praised. "So, I went to backstage intending to invite you to a drink, but I didn't know whether I should come in or not. Thus, I was indecisively wandering in front of the door when I heard the argument inside." "You've already been outside from early on," May frowned. "I did not mean to eavesdrop," Carter said in defense while he raised his hands. "It's just an accident, I promise." Puff. May couldn't suppress a chuckle and then said in comfort, "I don't blame you. There is no reason to show an expression like that." "You don't." The knight breathed out in relief and reached for the wine, only to get stopped by May. "You still have night duty, right?" May shook his finger and said, "Therefore, I can only let you drink a small cup and no refill. But," she smiled, "wait until the end of the mission, then you can nicely invite me." After Carter left, May took another cup of wine and leaned back against the chair. Since she had tasted the wine for the first time, she discovered that she had slowly started to enjoy its hot and mellow flavor. As for Carter's previous invitation, she already had a faint answer to it within her heart. It is indeed only possible to know the results of some matters after trying them, just like the wine in my hands. Although the first taste was difficult to swallow, but compared with its following richness and mellowness, those sour and sweet fruit wines or the bland ale just can't compare. After the end of the theater season, I might as well take my father with me and settle in border town. Right, Roland arrived in Longsong's stronghold 2 days later. Petrov and members of the 5 families came out of the city to welcome His Highness the Prince and his troops. After stationing the first army into the stronghold, Roland went straight to the castle and held a brief meeting. I got my hands on reliable news that Timothy had raised a force that is advancing towards the stronghold. Roland announced after sitting down on the Lord's seat at the top of a flight of steps, while looking down on the nobles gathered beneath. Their actual number and the route they've taken is unknown, but there is no doubt that they are coming for me. According to Timothy's consistent tactic, they are bound to expand their troops by plundering and enforcing the civilians, and then use drugs to force these people to attack. "Excuse me, Your Highness," the eldest son of the Wolf family interrupted, puzzled. "The drugs you are speaking about." "A type of vicious red pill that can give civilians more strength than a knight, but after the effect wears off, those who took it can only helplessly struggle before dying." In addition to Petrov, the other 4 influential families didn't know about the church's secret medicine, so Roland gave a simple description of the characteristics and the source of the pill. Then, he continued, "Through this plan, Timothy continues to weaken the resistance of the Western Territory. Any person he cannot use is a target of looting and enforcing. The same goes for your territory. As the protector of the Western Territory, I request that you clearly explain the situation to your family's staff and the commoners staying on your land, and that you transfer all of them into the city, so that Timothy won't be able to expand his force. But the food and stored goods in our warehouses, you can move as much as possible," Roland decisively interrupted. "However, I can only give you 3 days. Until then, all the commoners in the surrounding have to have been gathered together inside of the stronghold. After I beat back Timothy's troops, you can all naturally leave." After the conclusion of the meeting, the prince summoned Iron Axe to the castle. In fact, by no means had he disclosed the exact situation to the nobility. Lightning and Maggie were already able to expose the whereabouts of the troops coming from King's City. Unlike the previous group of invaders, they were traveling by sailboat this time and moving straight along the Redwater River's channel in an attempt to enter the hinterland of the Western Territory by passing through Willow Town. This was a very thorny route. At the time, the enemy came to the river's bifurcation point. They could either follow the tributary to attack Longsong, Stronghold's southern and eastern gate, or continue following the river westwards and go straight for Border Town. In order to prevent his defending troops from needing to split up and create a situation of attending to one thing and losing sight of another, he needed to concentrate his superior military strength and take the initiative to go out and defeat the enemy. Evidently, the Redwater River's bifurcation would be the most suitable place for such an ambush. Chapter 279, Battle Line-Up. After entering the hall, Iron Axe gave a standard military salute. Timothy's troops are expected to reach the junction in the Redwater River 4 days from now. The First Army will set off this afternoon. Roland bluntly spoke. You will meet up at the battle site with Border Town's defensive troops and take over the command. I will travel there as quickly as possible. don't we need to defend Border Town? All of the enemy's movements are under the surveillance by Lightning and Maggie. Setting up a defensive division is no longer necessary. Just one joint attack to the right side should be enough to smash the enemy. The prince paused, but we also need to leave 100 soldiers in Longsong's stronghold to watch over those nobles. Remain? Here? Iron Axe asked, shocked. Roland summarized his previous released orders to the 5 families. The reason that I gathered them together was to make it more convenient to watch over them. This will keep them from having any thoughts after learning about Timothy's attack on the Western Territory. The Second Army's weapons are old, and their combat experience is lacking, so in case they encounter an unexpected situation, they may not respond to it. However, with the 10 squadrons of First Army soldiers, we can ensure that the nobles cannot lift any wind and waves. Since I do not want to fight at the Redwater River Junction, only to birth riots at my back. As you bid, Your Highness, he said. Do you have to go? After Iron Axe had left the hall, Nightingale stepped out from behind the Lord's seat and asked him. Of course, Roland said. If I do not go, who else could make good use out of Lotus' ability? I may not be adept at commanding battle strategy, but I'm damn good at using bunkers to seal off roads and tanks to slap faces. Bunker I know of, however. What is this tank? Nightingale's face showed her confusion. Oh, they are carriages which drag around a cannon. The prince coughed twice. But currently we do not have enough horses, so we have to rely on Little Town to transport the cannons, which like this cannot be called tanks. That's the reason why you picked Honey, she blinked and asked. As far as I know, she can even tame tigers and panthers, making them as gentle as horses. But aren't tanks nothing more than cannons which are pulled by wild animals? Of course, Roland couldn't refrain from tilting his mouth. The different models can also straightforwardly be named Tiger and Panther. Just then, Carter, holding a white-tailed kite in his arms, came in and announced, Your Highness, there is news from Border Town. Roland clapped his hands. Immediately after, as if it had intelligence, the white-tailed kite unfolded its wings, freed itself from the knight's arms, and soared into the air, gliding the short distance to firmly land on his shoulder. Feeling the kite land on his shoulder, he took a piece of jerky from his pocket and gave it to the bird to swallow. It also conscientiously raised its claw so that Roland could easily untie the cloth tied to it. The kite wasn't Maggie in her hawk form. It was one of Honey's trained air messengers. They could remember 5 to 6 different people, as well as hundreds of flight routes. Even in case that they were brought to an unknown place, they could still find their way home. This time, for his trip to the stronghold, Roland had brought a total of 4 messengers. Within 1 hour, they could travel from one place to the other and back. Furthermore, they could also fly for a whole day without having to take a break. In the absence of a wireless transmission, this way of keeping in touch counted as the quickest method. Roland spread out the letter wrapped into the cloth and quickly skimmed over its content. The author of the letter was Wendy. She was reporting that according to his request, she had already carried Lotus, Sylvie, Leaves, Hummingbird, and Nana to the fork of the Redwater River. Some artillery members had also traveled together with them. They'd also taken 8 cannons with them, which was the maximum number of cannons that Little Town could accommodate. The prince had estimated that in case Wendy traveled at full speed with Little Town, the cement ship would take about a day to reach the destination. Even though they had Sylvie as their navigator, which made it possible for the ship to travel at night, Wendy's magical source was much smaller compared to Anna's, which meant it was impossible for her to use her ability continuously like Anna could. They would therefore need to rest during the night and travel during the day. So, with one trip to and fro taking 2 days, the 4 days would be merely enough time for them to have transported 16 field cannons to the river fork. Even though their number was less than during the last battle, but taking into account the surprise raid, and the fact that the other side was traveling on ships, it would be impossible for the enemy to counterattack. This amount of firepower would be just barely enough to defeat them. Roland took the pen Nightingale offered and wrote a new set of instructions. He ordered the defense troops to immediately arm themselves and set off. Furthermore, after having reached the river fork, they were instructed to merge into one large force under Iron Axe's command. Only half an hour later, the white-tailed kite would have delivered the letter into Scroll's hands, who would then hand it over to Captain Brian. The next morning, Roland himself arrived at the scheduled location. Reaching the place where the clear and gleaming river divided itself in two, one stream flowing towards Longsong's stronghold, the other carrying on until Redwater City. As the latter river branch was wider, the people used to regard it as the main channel of the Redwater River, while calling the stream leading to the stronghold Little Redwater. After disembarking, they were immediately welcomed by the witches, who had been waiting at the riverside for a long time. Looking around, Roland asked, "Wendy?" "She is already on her way back, together with Little Town," Leaves reported. "She said that there is another batch of cannons which has to be shipped. I heard that you are going to deal with Timothy Wimbledon, the fake king who hunts for witches within the cities every day." Lotus could no longer wait and asked, "What is it you want us to do?" Although Iron Axe and the main force of the First Army had yet to arrive, as long as the witches were here, the preparatory work could still be carried out in advance. "I need to build a line of defense on both sides of the main river," Roland explained while squatting down and using a stone to draw on the ground. "This line represents the enemy's route forward, so I will split my troops and place them on both sides of the river to launch a sudden pincer attack. However, in order to successfully surprise them, they will have to remain hidden until the attack has begun. So, it is important that you raise a soil house forming a large V-shape on both sides of the river. The houses should have a long form, the walls must be thick, the inside should be divided into 8 individual compartments, and there should only be small windows on the side of the Redwater River." "Your Highness, I don't get it." Lotus was clearly puzzled. "If you put the soldiers hidden in the soil house, you will be able to conceal their whereabouts. But this way, they won't be able to attack the ships on the river. In case the fake king's fleet absolutely doesn't stop nor pulls toward the shore, and instead directly pass by, what should be done then?" "No, they are unable to make it through." Roland laughed. "You'll know why when the time comes." Then he turned to Leaves. "You are responsible for covering these fortifications with weeds and vines so that everything appears more natural." "Yes," Leaves answered. As a result, when the artillery was pushed into the hidden fortifications, the 2 soil houses Lotus had thought to be useless were instantly transformed into an unsinkable battleship. When the time came around, as long as they lifted the cover plate in front of the windows, each compartment could then let out a deadly flame. It was unlikely that the 16 field cannons would lose aim because of jolts. In fact, shooting at such a close range, it should be possible to hit the ships sailing in the middle of the river even if their eyes were closed. Granted that the attacks were unable to sink the ships, it should still be sufficient to turn their decks into Usura's realm. Furthermore, from the very beginning, the enemy will be at the disadvantageous point of the T, Roland proudly thought. "You tell me, being at the T's superior position, how could I ever lose?" Chapter 280 Redwater River Ambush, Part 1. The enemy's fleet took longer to reach the fork in the Redwater River than expected. Instead of late morning, it was already afternoon of the 4th day, when the 10 sailing ships slowly appeared at the end of their field of view. Receiving this news, Vanner forwarded it to the 6th compartment, turned to the artillery team he was responsible for, and gave the order for them to prepare to shoot, then returned to his shooting position. "Where is the enemy?" Rodney asked, while opening the window's cover plate to look around. "They are at least still several hundred meters away from us. Cat's Claw, in charge of observing the signal flags, murmured while he looked through the sky window. I can't even see their shadows. There are too many weeds on the roof. Each compartment, in addition to the shooting window, also came with a second window at the top of the wall. After climbing the 2-step staircase made of earth, it was possible to see the situation on the Redwater River through the window. Speaking of the weeds, the ability of the green hair witch is simply inconceivable, Jop said, while wiping away some of the cannon's rust marks. Wherever she goes, grass grows to be as long and as thin as her hair. After completely covering the bunkers, they now look completely like ordinary soil hills. There is no difference between the two. "What green hair witch?" Vanner said beratingly. "That's Miss Leaves. At the time, when we confronted the Duke's Knight for the first time, she helped us by planting the vines on both sides of the forest, making it impossible for the knights to bypass us. Otherwise, they could have gone around us through the wood and attacked us from behind." "With their magic, what kind of witch is ordinary?" Rodney asked while he shrugged his shoulders. "One can build those bunkers within one night, the other covers the ground with vines and weeds. One can fly freely in the sky, and one can even change into a giant dove. These are things no mortal could ever do." "If I have to choose, the most amazing one is Miss Nana." Cat's Claw's voice was full of longing and expectation. "I do not know if it is an honor to be wounded nowadays. As long as you're wounded, then you can see her from close range, maybe even hear some comforting words from her. For my benefit, pay careful attention to the enemy's position." Vanner snapped. "If any of you dare to talk any more rubbish, I will punish you with cleaning the toilet when we return." Hearing the threat, Cat's Claw stuck out his tongue, and then turned his body around to explore the outside situation. The artillery captain sighed in his heart. Nowadays, these guys have lost their sense of tension. They weren't like a few months ago, where their hands and feet trembled at the beginning of the battle. He couldn't say if this changes were good or bad. He always felt that some of them held too much contempt towards the opponent, but he also couldn't severely reprimand his men, because he was in no way better than them. Since he had become a soldier of His Royal Highness, Vanner's understanding of battle had undergone changes as great as the difference between sky and earth. The seemingly bloody and cruel fights no longer had anything to do with your personal strength, skill, and courage. They now only needed repetitive drills to learn all of the necessary steps by heart, ready themselves according to the rules, meet the enemy according to those rules, and open fire according to the rules was equivalent to winning. Especially when Border Town had to withstand the attack of the new king's militia, the opponent obviously had astonishing strength, a fierce spirit, and didn't show any fear of death, just like humanoid beasts. But the fight only lasted for half an hour. When it was time to clear the battlefield, he discovered that he didn't feel even the slightest trace of fatigue, as if he had only gone through a warm-up exercise before his training, yet they had already exterminated the enemy. In this way, will there be a day when they will fight wars over distances where they couldn't even see the enemy's face? Will they be able to wipe out the enemy thousands of miles away just by operating some metallic machines? Just when Vanner got lost in his own world, he was drawn back by Cat's Claw's warning shout. "I see the enemy. Fill in the ammunition," Vanner ordered with a firm voice while shaking his head, pushing all of the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. The people within the compartment suddenly became busy. They had already gone through the following steps so many times that they could now fill the cachet and artillery shell into the chamber, even if their eyes were closed. Under the circumstances that they didn't need to reset the cannon into the starting position or to adjust the shooting angle, the artillery group could easily shoot once every 20 breaths. His Highness Roland and Iron Axe had already planned and put the strategy for the battle long ago. Moreover, it was similar to Border Town's previous defense battle, so Vanner could fluently recite it from memory. Therefore, the moment they saw Miss Lightning wave the red flag, They immediately tore down the windows, cover plate, and opened fire. The 2 cannons nearest to the riverbank were filled with bullet canisters intended to wipe out the deck, while the rest of the cannons bombarded the hold of the ships with their solid shells. He calmly waited for the arrival of the red signal. Lotus no longer needed an observation mirror to keep a lookout. She could see that the fleet of the fake king had already neared the ambush place. Compared to the 3-masted or 4-masted seafaring sailing ships, these ships were notably much slimmer, had no tall rigging or fences, and with their low hull, they looked as if they were at the same level of the river. In addition to their bulging sails, they were also pushed forward by sailors on both sides of their decks, who were slowly pulling the helms in their hands. Even now, His Royal Highness still hadn't issued any new orders. She could not help but become somewhat anxious, standing at their observation point located at the top of a high hill. Even though they could overlook the whole battlefield from here, it was still far away from the river. Without Lightning or Maggie by His Highness' side, sending new instructions to each team would waste a lot of time, and even if they were only a little late, Lotus was afraid that there wouldn't be enough time to stop the fleet from passing through the Redwater River fork. Seeing that the leading sailboat was about to pass by the soil houses, Lotus couldn't help but want to open her mouth to inquire, but at that very moment, a loud bang suddenly rolled over the river. As if this were the signal to attack, more than a dozen thick smoke clouds mixed with a blazing flame came spouting out of the soil house, sending an unending oppressive and earth-trembling sound across. In the end, what exactly had happened? When Lotus turned her eyes back to the river, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. She didn't see any fight between knights or mercenaries, however. On the deck of the first sailboat, it looked like a boiling pot had just exploded. Wood chips, disabled limbs, and severed arms splashed everywhere in all directions. More than half of the scullers had been killed or injured in a flash, and as the bloody mist cleared up, it had smeared the deck a bloody red. After losing half of its moving force, the speed of the vessel quickly slowed down, while the thundering explosion sound hadn't stopped for even the slightest moment. Not long after, several shadows cut the tall mast at the center of the ship in half. It shook twice before falling to the ground with a loud bang, burying 2 knights who had just climbed out of the cabin under it. The sailboat was pushed by the water current and slowly began receding, while the other ships fanned out while trying to avoid it. After hearing the cacophony of sounds, lots of people rushed out from within the hold of the ship, only to helplessly look at the leading ship, which had already sunken into hell, seemingly not knowing what they should do anymore. Then the horrible attack fell on the second ship. The bloody mist emerging from the now crowded deck became even more raging, and Lotus could see that after another round of rolling thunder, those enemies who originally stood nearest to the riverbank had been completely broken apart and had given birth to many scarlet-red empty spots. Those people who were still alive gave out heartbreaking screams as they tried to push their intestines back into their body, while other lucky survivors immediately jumped into the river to try and escape, no longer willing to spend another breath in the hell on top of the deck. Finally, Lotus understood what His Highness had meant when he said that they would not be able to get through. But how had his men been able to do this? Chapter 281, Redwater River Ambush, Part 2. Compared with Lotus, who could only survey the scene from an elevated and distant position, Sylvie's view was much more vivid. Through the thick walls of the soil houses, she could see the soldiers busy themselves in an orderly manner. Everyone was repeating the same single motion, but all 7 to 8 people became one complex whole and moved like clouds and flowing water. The paper bags and iron balls stacked at the back of the compartment were continuously fed into a thick and robust iron pipe, which then erupted with the sound of thunder. Taking a closer look, Sylvie noticed that the soldiers first lit a rope that was at the end of the iron pipe. The jumping sparks then entered the interior of the pipe and directly ignited the previously loaded paper bag. In the following split second, the light became so bright that she was unable to bear keeping her eyes open. The sparks quickly expanded into an orange-red fireball, filling every room in the pipe. With no further place left for it to go, the still growing flame then pushed against the iron ball, ejecting it outward as if a giant hand had thrown it out. Within the blink of an eye, the iron ball turned into a shadow, rushing in a straight line towards the ship sailing on the river. Its strength was so great that it directly drilled through the planks, leaving a fist-sized hole in the side. Although its speed slowed down a lot, the iron ball's power could still not be underestimated. When it hit one enemy that was trying to climb out of the cabin, it immediately tore him in two. It was Sylvie's first time witnessing such a scene, that without the blade of a sharp knife or the edge of a sword, depending on just one of those plumb iron balls, it was possible to tear a person in two. Due to witnessing the scene from too close, it even felt as if the blood and guts had splashed all over herself. The still not stopped iron ball then hit several more people, not only cutting off their 4 limbs, but also shattering their heads. For a moment, the cabin was full of flowing, filthy blood and red and white internal organs. Sylvie suddenly felt her stomach rolling over and over, and stomach acid came rushing straight along her throat. Blurg, the scene in the hold of the ship, suddenly faded. Under her chaotical emotional state, she was no longer able to keep on using her ability. Sylvie forcefully interrupted the connection to her eye of truth, giving up to the impulse to throw up instead. What happened? Lotus was startled, so she immediately came over to support her, then worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" The prince, also noticing her discomfort, turned around and handed her a handkerchief. "If you think it is too bloody, then don't look at it. At least don't use your ability to look at it from a close range. For now, first go and take a break." "Thank you." Sylvie took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth. "I'm all right. This is probably the incredible invention Maggie and Lightning had spoken of, but back then we hadn't listened enough to it, or we didn't pay any attention to it. After all, without personally witnessing it, such an incredible weapon is really hard to imagine." She once more looked towards the battlefield to see that Timothy's fleet had begun approaching both shores. Apparently, they have already noticed by now that this kind of violent wind and rainstorm is coming from the soil houses at the shores that are disguised as earth slopes. However, the other side still isn't aware that the military fortification arranged by His Highness Roland has far more to offer than that. Comparatively far away from the V-shaped line of defense were some more bunkers that were hidden with vines and weeds, which had a length exactly the same as the length of the fleet column. If they landed at any point, they would just fall into another pincer attack laid out for them from the beginning. The only way to avoid this would have been if they had turned the bow around and withdrew without even the slightest hesitation. The soldiers in the bunkers were all holding identical long and round iron instruments. These didn't shoot out round iron balls, but rather a single sharp but tailless arrowhead. It didn't seem as if it had the same unstoppable power as the iron balls, but when it hit the target, it still turned any armor useless before drilling deep into the flesh of a person's body. Sylvie guessed that the enemy had planned to launch a counterattack after going ashore and lining up. However, the soldiers within the bunkers never even gave them the opportunity to do so. Just as with the previous attack, they also didn't need to show their faces this time. Instead, they aimed at the target with their weapons, easily pulled the trigger, then sent off a rain of arrowheads, similar to a summer storm splashing down on the enemy. Confronted with this kind of rapid fire, without even being able to swing their own weapons, the enemy was unable to resist for long before the front lines totally fell apart. The people who had already left the ship all turned around, wanting to return aboard, while the people still aboard were waiting for the others to flee. The body of the ships substantially began to sway, until the gangplank was no longer able to support their weight and fell into the water, drowning many of them, while some other people trying to climb the wall of the ship were also killed off, which turned the whole scene into utter chaos. "It's time." After waiting until this moment, the prince put down his observation mirror, turned toward Iron Axe and ordered, "Take the reserve and clean up the battlefield. If the lead knights were lucky enough not to be killed during the battle, arrest as many as you can. I want to ask them some questions." "Yes," Iron Axe answered as he saluted. He then looked at Sylvie. "Go with Iron Axe and ensure that no one can slip away." Sylvie nodded and followed after the first army commander as they moved away from the observation hill. She suddenly understood why His Royal Highness Roland would dare to openly protect the witches here in the corner of the mainland. With such a dominant force in his hands, it isn't known whether the church will be able to beat him, even if they sent out their god's punishment army. If Lady Tilly can also get her hands on these weapons, maybe there will come a day when us witches will be able to return to our homeland. As he looked down at the paralyzed sailboats standing at the river shore, Roland finally let out a breath of relief. The moment the enemy had decided to land and launch a counterattack was the moment they were fated to lose the battle. Merely relying on poles and paddles to turn around the bow would have been a very slow process, even more so under a constant artillery attack, which might have been the reason the opposition hadn't turned around and withdrawn. They might have thought that instead of suffering a beating, without the slightest chance to hit back, it would be better to hurriedly reach the shore so that they could organize the team for a counter-offensive. However, it would be difficult to completely sink a wooden sailboat by relying on the field cannon's iron balls, which weighed a mere 12 pounds. Even if the hull had been covered in holes, it still wouldn't be enough damage, and the ship would still remain floating. So, while they might have suffered heavy losses as they turned around, they would have at least have been able to save one or two of their ships. But by choosing to land, their whole fleet was doomed to be wiped out. Compared to the last surprise attack at Longsong's stronghold and Border Town's defense battle, the enemy wasn't even able to start an attack at all this time. The pills were usually controlled and held onto by the commander until it was time to attack. Therefore, they were unable to respond quickly enough when the ambush began. It was not until evening that the work of cleaning up the battlefield finally came to an end. By that time, Iron Axe and a few personal guards had already entered the camp with 2 captives. Even before Roland had the time to ask, one of them had already started shouting out loud, "I'm Knight Schnack. Your Highness, please allow me to write a letter to my family. They will certainly offer a rich ransom. I am the 2nd son of the Shield family from the northern border. Elven Shield, your distinguished highness," the other immediately followed. "I am also willing to pay the ransom." "So, the present attack was led by you?" Roland asked as he raised his brow. "Well, no, the captain was Sir Vincent, but he is dead now." Knight Schnack twisted his body. "Your Highness, could you let your man untie my hands? I hope to receive the traditional treatment during the redeeming period." "I do not need a ransom," the prince said while shaking his head. "The target of your coming to the Western Territory, the plan, as well as the further intention of Timothy. Tell me everything you know, and I will probably give you what you deserve." "This, please forgive me, I can't tell you that," Sir Schnack said, after hesitating for a moment. "I have already vowed my loyalty and devotion to His Majesty Timothy." The young man of the Shield family said, "This would be against my oath." "Then so be it," Roland answered, not taking exception to it. "Take them away for now." After the guards had brought them away, Roland glanced towards Iron Axe and asked, "I heard that you served as the Patriarch's guard during your stay in Iron Sand City, and that you are excellent at gathering intelligence through interrogation. Is that right?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Iron Axe stated. "There are very few people who can hide information from me." "Well, I will give these 2 men to you for interrogation. Roland turned to leave. Your manner and methods are not limited. As long as you get enough information, everything is acceptable. Iron Axe got shocked and began to say, "The ransom." "From the beginning, I have already said that I don't need payment," Roland coldly said. "When the questioning comes to an end, treat it as if they had fallen during battle. This is what they deserve after oppressing and seizing commoners, then coming to invade the Western Territory." He added within his heart. Chapter 282, Stage. The day after returning to Border Town's castle, Iron Axe brought all the information that he'd been able to gather during the interrogation. "These people were only Timothy's advance troops?" Roland asked with a frown. "That is indeed the case, Your Highness," Iron Axe answered while nodding. "Just like you have previously guessed. Sending one militia troop after another is Timothy Wimbledon's combat tactic. Apart from the Western Territory, Timothy has also used the same method to deal with Garcia Wimbledon's port of clear water. Is the force completely made up out of commoners? Not all of them. Some of those people are also criminals or rats, but most of them are refugees who have been seized from all across the country." He replied, "According to the enemy knight, these people have all been pressed into service. First, they got lured with some verbal promises, and then later they had to take those pills. As a result, they have no other choice than to accept being controlled by Timothy. Only in that way will they get further pills to ease their pain and longing. But they do not know that once they swallowed the pill, there is no possibility of treatment." Roland sighed. "Taking more pills just delays their death." "Yes, Your Royal Highness. Timothy didn't inform the people about the side effect of the drugs. Instead, they believed that the new king would fulfill his promises after the war and give them remuneration and a new identity." "What is the target of this force?" Roland asked. "Border Town," Iron Axe quickly replied, according to what they had heard from Knight Vincent, who had fallen during battle. They believe that Border Town doesn't possess a city wall, which would make it easier for him to achieve his goal of a war of attrition. He'd expected that, with a force of 1,000 drugged militia, he would be able to cause about 3,000 casualties, which would be a severe blow for Border Town. But what? Knight Schnack confessed that Timothy has also handed them another mission. They were to divide the militia into several small groups, intending to attack Border Town in waves. In this way, they could ensure their safety, while it would also be possible for them to observe your response pattern and combat effectiveness. I think. By now, he should already have received the answer to this question, since there was no report from the lead knight who was meant to command the previous attack. "This time, there will once again be no one returning," the prince said nonchalantly. Since the advance army was used as consumables, did the 2 knights know anything about the plans of the follow-up troops? Not much, only that its scale would be much larger than that of the previous 2 attacks. Hearing this, Roland gritted his teeth, and his mind immediately flooded with hatred. Not only are you forcing people into labor, but now you are also sending one wave after another to me as cannon fodder. Even if I'm able to prevail over my enemy without any loss, it will still be a tragic victory. Compared to resisting Timothy's invasion, it was even more important for me to put a stop to this insignificant war. Otherwise, after I finally manage to unify Greycastle, how long will I have to wait for the population to prosper again? After the arrival of the months of demons, all of the Western Territory land routes between the cities will be sealed off by snow. Thus, a large armed force won't be able to move even a single step. However, if they try to come over with ships, the whole process would take a very long time. Not to mention the tremendous cost. It is also quite easy to intercept it en route, he said. So, if he still wants to launch another campaign this year, he will have to act before the first snow of winter. And he will have to rake in the population even earlier than that. He would have to completely enlist the militia before winter starts. "You intend to?" Roland closed his eyes and started to gather his thoughts. Then he said, I want to delay this war. Do you want to send him an envoy or a diplomatic letter? I'm afraid that it is unlikely that Timothy Wimbledon will do as you wish. Iron Axe said in a low voice. No, that wouldn't be very useful, Roland said slowly. Ultimately, if I want to dispel all of his thoughts of starting another offensive, I will first have to reduce the population he can enforce. Secondly, I will have to make him realize that a war of attrition would not make any sense, and also implant a fear of what would happen if he ever tries to invade the Western Territory again. Originally, I had intended to have Barov spread the news that the Western Territory had opened up new land, and in this way attract those people living outside of the cities. But now it seems that this would have been much too slow, and the measure is also too conservative. If I want to gather those people before Timothy can lay his hands on them, it will have to happen in the same way as the last trip to King's City, by taking the initiative to go and recruit them. The most important area is the Southern Territory, which has been suffering under the constant flames of war, followed by the northern part of the kingdom. I estimate that I will need to dispatch the First Army if I want to carry out this plan. If you merely want to recruit, I believe that a team of 50 people would be enough, Iron Axe suggested without hesitation. After all, we won't operate in the city vicinity, so there will be no need to worry about any confrontation with the enemy. First, let me think of a plan. After I'm done, I'll call you to see me again, Roland nodded. The main force needs to remain inside of Border Town as a defensive measure. Furthermore, the team which will be sent out has to be back before the months of demons begins. Furthermore, there is also the issue of whether we have enough gold royals and food. A more active attraction policy will naturally pull in more people, but at the same time, it will also increase the costs. The previous program was relatively good cost-effective, but now, with an important objective, it is even more necessary to carefully consider how it should be implemented. Regarding the second point you mentioned, what do you plan to do? First, we have to let off the news by sending the captive commoners back to King's City. This way, Timothy will be able to become aware of the course of the battle, telling him that something like this is to no avail, so he should never try and do it again. However, by doing this, our artillery warfare will also be exposed. Iron Axe interjected in worry. We didn't reveal anything of value, Roland said, while tapping on the table, besides learning about the long striking range and the incredible power. He won't be able to learn the principle, so he won't be able to manufacture it for himself. As long as the level of industrialization remains at the current eras, he won't be able to resist even if he's already aware of it. Hot weapons are just too overwhelmingly superior to cold weapons. Even with a strong will, good tactics, and a large number of people, it will still be nearly impossible to reverse the situation. Also, those people will also send him a warning letter. Warning letter? That's right. The letter will be a notice containing the date and time of an attack. I plan to attack King's City on that day. The prince calmly said, thoroughly emphasizing each word. For a long time, Iron Axe merely kept on staring at Roland, his mouth hanging wide open in shock. Then, by the time he came back to himself, he solemnly and respectfully stood at attention, gave a salute, and said, "As long as you order it, I will give my life for victory." "Relax. I'm not thinking about sending you out to die." Roland gave a reassuring smile. "My plan does not need the First Army to participate. The witches will do it on their own." How is it possible to make Timothy afraid of the Western Territory? I think that nothing else than a direct attack against the palace would ever shake him to his roots. All thoughts of dispatching troops should vanish after he realizes that there is no place where he will ever be safe. Roland envisioned the dropping of leaflets out of planes during later generations. However, instead of delivering leaflets, Roland intended to send Timothy 2 bombs, the so-called surprise attack of a bomb dropping from the sky. The possibility of directly killing the new king with it was minuscule, but as long as it could play a deterring role, it could still be considered as a successful mission. However, whether the other side would stop insisting on launching a large-scale attack, because of this would be very difficult to determine. Roland was clearly aware of the fact that the pattern of the battle for the throne had changed. He was no longer so weak that he needed to disguise himself and hide, as he did at first after crossing over. It was now finally time for him to show his hand. Step by step, he was climbing up to Grey Castle's political stage, finally making the people of the kingdom pay attention to his existence. This had nothing to do with any desire to show off. Rather, it was intended to propagandize the power of his territory. It was useless to obtain a kingdom in ruins and fields that were plastered with corpses. He hoped that, with this declaration, even more people would be motivated to travel to the Western Territory and stand by his side. As the sun sunk behind the mountains, Roland opened the windows of his office. The evening breeze brushing past his face, no longer was it burning hot. Instead, it contained a trace of chill. Autumn was approaching. Chapter 283: Hydrogen Balloon Delivery. On the third day after the start of fall, the fleet from Margaret's Chamber of Commerce docked at Border Town's pier. This time, the size of the fleet had already returned to the scale of the past. 10 sailboats laid in a row, firmly docked at the side of the pier. "Most honorable Prince, we meet once again," Gammon the merchant from the Crescent Moon Bay said while he bowed in greeting. "According to Miss Margaret, the transformation of the first steam-powered ship has been completed." "That's true," Roland acknowledged laughingly. "However, in order to ensure the quality of the goods, it is still required to go through a 3 to 4 days sea trial, so that we can test its reliability and power of the system." "I am really looking forward to seeing it in action," Margaret said while happily clapping her hands. "That's about the time we will have to wait for the fleet to unload anyway, so we will stay here and wait for it. May I ask if it is possible to go about and look around during the sea trial?" "Of course. It is, after all, an entire new kind of ship. Its handling is completely different from any sailboat in the past, so I will have to show you how to operate it anyway. However, according to the schedule, this will only happen tomorrow." Roland gave them the signal to follow and said, "For now, the most important matter is for you to relax your tired body. Have you had any lunch yet? I have a sumptuous banquet prepared in the castle hall. Every time we come to visit you here, there is a very satisfying meal for us to enjoy." Margaret covered her smile and confessed, "By now I am really hungry, and my stomach is already crying out loud. Those wheat cakes and pieces of dried meat are as hard as stones, and also very difficult to swallow." During this era, there was still not any reliable food-preserving technology, therefore, if it was called dry food, it would be very dry and hard, which inevitably had made Roland think of canned food. When the light industry was fully developed, manufacturing all kinds of delicious and convenient canned food, which was suitable for long-distance traveling and sailing merchants, would absolutely be the best choice. When the feast came to an end, Hogg patted his belly with a satisfied smile on his face and said, "This bowl of mushroom soup made me unable to stop my tongue from swallowing. I also seem to have tasted some seafood. It also had the flavor of stewed chicken and pig bones. The skills of your court chef is truly quite excellent. I much prefer the dessert that was served after the dinner, which is called ice cream." "Correct," Margaret said. "I'm guessing that you made it out of milk and honey, then froze it using saltpeter into its current state of crystalline ice. You also have to add some butter and egg white. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the soft and waxy texture." Roland added, "How much saltpeter is there this time?" "Still only 1 vessel." The businesswoman shook her head. "The Alchemist Association is still wantonly purchasing saltpeter. The Imperial Prime Minister even sent out the patrol to help plunder the saltpeter fields." Even though that group is carrying the mighty name of Sage, there is still no difference between them. And a gang of robbers, this one ship of saltpeter also came from Redwater City. So, this month's goods are for the largest part washing stones. That's right. Hogg drained the cup of white spirit in one gulp, and then poured himself another before saying, "Although the amount may be a little too much this time, it is still deeply engraved within my heart that you told me to get as many as possible last time. In addition to washing stones, there are also the best iron ingots and lead ingots. Recently, apart from you here, there are very few cities and towns which need this stuff." He sighed. The mining business is getting worse and worse. This is the effect brought on by the Civil War, Roland thought to himself. The purchasing power is progressively declining in all parts of the country. In case that this continues for the next 2 to 3 years, the food price will go up tremendous, and there will be starving people everywhere. Oh, that's right. What kind of problems have recently occurred in the Western Territory? Margaret suddenly asked. What happened? When the fleet was on its way to Border Town, we met a lot of... Well, she paused for a moment, considering the words she should use. A lot of floating corpses. They were dressed in rags and were mushy from rotting. Furthermore, there were so many of them floating that they covered the whole river channel from one side to the other. Apart from the corpse, there were also some broken planks and ropes that were floating on the water surface. It looked as if a ship had hit a reef, sunk, and thus ceased to exist. However, there is no reef in the river, so I thought. Well, those were the remains of Timothy's fleet, which he used to try and invade the Western Territory with. Roland put on a look of indignation and told the story of the fight a week ago. They have gotten the punishment they deserved. In order to avoid blocking the ship channel and spreading a contagious plague, he had transferred Anna and Lily from Border Town after cleaning the battlefield. One was responsible for burning all the remains of the ships, while the other was responsible for purifying the water. But since Margaret still saw the floating corpses, she mustn't have been far away from the actual fight to have passed the place so soon after the end of the battle. So that's the reason, the merchant said with a smile. It seems as if Timothy has hit a wall on both sides. On both sides. There was also Garcia's port of clear water. The latest news I received was that the looters who attacked the cities of the Eastern Territory were actually Garcia's men. After looting everything from the Sea-Wind region and Valencia, the Black Sail fleet went further north along the coastline instead of returning to the harbor. Who knows where she finally landed? North? Roland asked in surprise. Did she leave Greycastle? For now, that seems to be the case. Timothy's troops have already thrown themselves against an already evacuated port of clear water, which left it as a ghost city. Margaret stated. There were a lot of rats within the force he brought along, so that's why all of these are well-known secrets within the streets. No matter what, you are the only thorn left remaining in his side. Thus in the future, it is quite possible that his attempts to invade the Western Territory will become even more and more frequent. If you ever want to leave Greycastle, Crescent Half Moon Bay will welcome you at any time, Marlin offered. That's right, Gammon agreed while patting his chest. The island is sufficient enough to contain 10 border towns, and we are even willing to provide for you and your people free of charge. You merely want me to hand over the technology for the steam engine and steam paddler, right? Roland rolled his eyes in his mind. Even if I couldn't stay in Greycastle any longer, the first person I would seek shelter from would be Tilly Wimbledon. On the surface, however, he still smiled and replied, "All right, if such a day ever come about. Oh, by the way," he turned towards Margaret. "Last time you placed an order for the investigation balloon, I've already succeeded to fabricate 2. So fast?" The latter was pleasantly surprised. "Can you take me to see it?" "Of course, please. Come with me," Roland said, and then got up to leave. Arriving at the castle backyard, they saw an already completely inflated hydrogen balloon. The balloon had a water drop-like shape. It was wide at the top, and narrow at the bottom. It had a diameter of 5 meters at the top, and in accordance with the size of the test sample, it could carry one grown man and lift off. The air sac and ropes were coated with a sky-like camouflage, so if that were paired with the observer also wearing camouflage, it would reduce the chance of it being detected to the minimum. It doesn't seem to be the same as the balloon we rode on last time, right? Margaret carefully sized up the new product. That's because you can use it even without witches. Roland cleared his throat and then began to introduce how to use the investigation balloon. At the end of the air sac is a movable valve through which gas can enter and come out of. It is precisely this alchemical gas filling which allows the balloon rise up and fly. The inflation method is very simple. As long as the matching hose and gas tank are connected, you merely have to open the valve on both ends. After finishing the verbal exploration, he went through the demonstration of the deflation and inflation process in front of everyone. How many bottles are needed to fill a balloon? Margaret quickly caught the key point. 5 bottles or 6 bottles? This question made Roland slightly embarrassed. Definitely no more than 7 bottles. The main reason for the variation laid in the problem that the density of the diluted sulfuric acid, which was necessary to produce hydrogen in the bottle, is hard to control. It would be a waste of valuable human resources to first purify the sulfuric acid to 98% only to later dilute it with water again. Is this alchemical gas very expensive? It is indeed. It is also hard to conserve and full of dangers. That is, when it is carelessly handled. Roland coughed twice. Therefore, you can only store the gas tanks for a year at most, and it should neither be knocked over, disassembled, or burned. Otherwise, it could have serious consequences. He paused for a moment to let his words settle, then continued, although the price is somewhat expensive, rest assured. When purchasing the investigation balloon for the first time, the first batch of gas tanks ordered from Border Town will be free of charge. In addition, you can also get an extra set of sky camouflaged investigator clothes. Chapter 284 Companion. It was only after the fleet had departed that Roland could finally breathe out in relief. Finally, the treasury is filled up once again. A total of 8 steam engines were handed over to the 3 merchant guilds. From those 8, 3 had been produced by Factory No. 2, which was set up with the assistance of the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. Roland had to acknowledge that regarding the artisans from the fjords, no matter if it was their innate skills or their capacity to learn, all were far higher than that of Border Town's miners or blacksmiths. After grasping the operating procedure of the machines, their passing rate for finished products immediately began rising. Perhaps after another 2 more months, the production capacity of Factory No. 2 will have caught up to that of Factory No. 1. Fortunately, according to the signed contract, the income from the sale of those machines would entirely be owned by Roland. In addition, he has also received a new purchasing order for the hydrogen balloon from the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. Marlin had been especially interested in this greatly the vision expanding thing. In addition to a single person detection balloon, he also specially asked for a custom-made giant balloon with the capacity to carry 3 to 4 people, which he intended to use for the exploration of the fjord's new islands. Including with the delivery of the first steam paddler, all 3 items had brought Border Town an income of close to 7,000 gold royals. After deducting the costs for buying goods such as metal ingots, washing stones, grain, and other commodities, the remaining 6,000 gold royals should be sufficient to support his population expansion plan. Thus, Roland called Barov and Iron Axe into his office. Now that the treasury is full again, it is time to recruit more foreign citizens. He looked at the 2 able men. This task will be carried out by a cooperation of the City Hall and First Army. Which specific personnel you assign will be your decision. I will merely brief you with the rough details of the mission. Please speak, the Prime Minister said with a nod. Recruitment will be split into two areas, the North and the South. Roland took a map and placed it on the table, then spread it out in front of the other two, especially the area between Eagle City and Port of Clear Water. I suspect that Timothy regards these people as members of Garcia's group, thus turns them into useless people who he can consume as he wishes. Therefore, you need to rush over to be the first who tries to rope them in. The team sent out by the City Hall will be responsible for attracting the nobles, artisans, and other literate people, while the First Army's main task is to recruit the commoners. Compared with the previous propaganda missions, this time the strategy must be more active. Do you understand what I mean by that? Iron Axe hesitated a moment and then asked in uncertainly, "You mean dragging along by force?" "Keek, such a method isn't necessary." Roland coughed twice. The Sand People's style was really straightforward and cruel. For example, by giving away food for free, taking the initiative to convince them using advance payment of living expenses, etc. He turned his view to Barov. "You should be very clear about this kind of stuff." "Of course, Your Royal Highness. Previously as a cabinet minister, I have aided the patrol to suppress or pacify riots of refugees several times." The latter said, "This request is quite simple. Sometimes it's already enough to merely feed them until they are full. Therefore, there is no need to use money to rope them in. Don't even start talking about remuneration with them. If the conditions seem too generous, they will become suspicious. However, the arrogant aristocrats will prove troublesome. Although they are currently hard-pressed for money and no longer so well off, they are still experienced and knowledgeable, so their demands will also be higher. It's unlikely that they will go on a long-distance trek simply to receive a steamed bun. To lure them, it's required that we coerce them with money and promises." Roland clapped twice. "It is a pity that there are so many responsibilities for you here in Border Town that you can't go out in person. Otherwise, the success of this mission would be guaranteed. Please rest assured, Your Royal Highness, I shall dispatch the disciple whom I'm the most pleased with," Barov said with a smile, "to establish Border Town as a city next year. It'd be nice if both sides of the Redwater River could be covered with houses. It's possible that such a day will come." After the two men asked for leave, Roland leaned back against his chair to rest for a short period. He decided to go to the yard at the north slope to see Anna. Stepping through the door, the first thing to enter his view was a pile of metal cubes. Roland picked up one piece and held it in his hand. They were basically all of the same size, about 5 centimeters long and wide. The surface wasn't smooth at all. It looked as if they all come out of a press. There was also a number engraved on one side. For example, on top of the piece in his hand was written the number 256. How was it? Were you able to discover any better one? Number 1057 and number 2284 are exceptionally hard compared to the others, regardless of their hardness or toughness. Both are excellent, Anna answered after coming over to greet him with a bright smile. "Were you already able to climb over 2000? Roland asked in astonishment, and took the record handed over by Lucia. It was completely filled with data. Seeing number 2284, he discovered that there were several numbers written on it. Carbon content of 0.8%, 15.2% of unknown elements. Well, this is more satisfying than cutting gun barrels." Anna confessed with a wink. Whether it is unexpectedly possible to create such earth-shaking changes to its characteristics by mixing iron pieces together with other metals is something I really look forward to finding out. I want to know how these metal pieces work. Anna and Lucia's current exploration was a far-reaching task. Roland let the little girl first break down the ore into its raw materials before Anna then mixed and melted them together according to the different mass ratios. Afterward, they would then test the performance of these pieces by stretching and squeezing it under the heat of Anna's black flame. through observing the actual time taken and amount of magic power it took, Anna could distinguish between its strength and toughness. The first material to add had obviously been carbon. Even though Roland knew that the essence of steel was a type of iron and carbon alloy, with too much carbon it would become pig iron, and without any carbon it was pure iron. When the carbon content was within a certain range, would turn into steel, etc. However, even with just a small fluctuation, it could already greatly change the metal's properties, so the first thing they needed to measure would be the size of that range. Within the history records he had seen, before 1500, they had only used mixtures made out of pure iron and carbon for smelting, but after 1500, they began adding new elements on top of a steel foundation. Roland thoroughly understood that every additional element in the sequence could potentially increase the results many times over, which would turn into a very long process. Therefore, he only allowed Anna to advance her exploration if she had finished all the important manufacturing tasks. He encouraged the two witches with a few words, then sat to the side, quietly enjoying the rear view of the busy Anna. After entering autumn, the sun was still shining brightly, but it was already no longer as cruelly hot as during the last month of summer. Instead, his body now felt nice and warm, and a long-lost feeling of calmness spread throughout his heart. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the yard gradually quieted down. He felt a soft hand being placed on his forehead when he narrowly opened his eyes. He saw that Lucia had already disappeared and that Anna was sitting in front of him. "You have something you want to say to me." "It was your eyes which told me," she said while leaning forward, letting her hair fall down naturally, resembling strands of translucent gold silk. Roland hesitated, but then shook his head and helplessly replied, "I'm just a little confused." He told her about his population expansion plan before continuing. "Compared with my original intention of free choice, now in order to seize time, I have to use a combination of half luring and half forcing. Although I'm doing this to avoid Timothy pressing them into his army to die under the eroding effect of the pills. However, if I think seriously about this, my way of handling things isn't that different from his. The only difference would be the purpose." "Can't you explain your purpose to them?" she asked softly. "But I know what you want to say." Anna covered the prince's mouth. "You are worried that they won't appreciate your act of kindness. Furthermore, you also can't guarantee that your objective will forever stay so proper in the future, being misunderstood. Because you used the wrong method while trying to achieve a good goal, or using the right methods but committing an irrevocable mistake. In the end, you do not know if it is more important for you to use the correct method or to hold on to the right objective. Am I right? Be at ease." Anna immediately answered her own question, not even giving him the chance to say anything. She put her hands on his cheeks, softly whispering into his ear, "I'm here. I'll always make sure that you look good." Chapter 285 Answer. Sleeping Island's living environment became better by the day. The further Tilly rose into the air, the more she could see of the coming and going crowd and the bustling market. This place was no longer the secluded place where 300 witches had all been living in isolation. Through negotiations and agreements, some of the fjord's islands like Crescent Moon Bay, Twin Dragon Island, Sunset Port, and Shallow Water Town had all established trading routes with Sleeping Island. Even going so far that some ordinary people from overcrowded island villages had decided to settle down on Sleeping Island. Although they were currently living in the outer region of the island, far apart from the witches, Tilly believed that there would come a day where Sleeping Island would become one big city. The fusion was a slow-moving process, but it left one brimming with expectation to see the result. The best news, however, was that no matter if the witches were living on other islands or were already locals when they awakened, they would all become members of Sleeping Island. which meant that Tilly and her migrants would be able to regularly obtain new supporters. "Come down. The wind is rising," Ashes shouted from below, "and be careful not to fall." "I'm fine," Tilly waved her hand. But all of a sudden, her body dropped down. Only after falling a short distance was she able to stabilize herself again. "Oh, it is still a bit hard for me to control. I knew that your control isn't good enough to fly so high." Ashes stamped with her foot. "Next time you will only fly at a lower height or go over to the sea. If you don't come down immediately, I will climb up the roof and catch you myself." All right, I got it." Tilly indeed felt the wind growing stronger and stronger. So she decided to no longer to show off or try to be brave, instead gathering her magic and releasing it so as to slowly land in the garden. "Next time, if you want to do something like this, call Molly first." Ash's eyes were wide open as she reprimanded her. "At least her magic servant could catch you if you were to fall. As long as I keep up the magic supply, it is impossible to fall. The worst that could happen is that I couldn't control the direction." She took the glove with the blue magic stone off and handed it to Ashes. "You also have to try it." Next, the feeling of flying is simply incredible. When you overlook Sleeping Island from up high in the sky, it will feel as if the whole world has become something entirely new. "I'd rather not," Ashes waved dismissively. "From the beginning, I have always been unable to activate the lightning magic stone, so don't even mention continuously providing the stone with magic. Furthermore, there is also only one. Even if I'm able to grasp the control skill, there is no way for me to fly with you." "Then let it be," Tilly regrettably said, taking the gloves back. "I always believed that if we could figure out the principle behind it, there is the possibility that we can manufacture similar magic stones. Do you think those stones are man-made?" "Without a doubt." She nodded without hesitation. "No matter if it is their polished exterior appearance or their particular applications, it is unlikely that those stones were formed naturally. It seems that the group who inhabited the ruins had a much deeper understanding of magic than we did. It's just a pity that they didn't leave any more clues than a bunch of incomprehensible scrolls." At this moment, a huge white figure suddenly fell from the sky. Due to the speed at which it fell being too fast, it practically smashed into the ground with a thud, lifting out a circle of dust. "Maggie," Ashes lifted her eyebrows. "Ooh, that's extremely painful, Goo," the little girl that was lying on the ground said as she rubbed her head and stood up. "Just now, were my eyes playing tricks on me? Lady Tilly can actually fly in the sky. If it wasn't that you had the wrong color of hair, I would have believed you were lightning." "You were not mistaken, I just flew in the air," Tilly said while rubbing her cheek with a smile. "How about, are the witches who went to live in Border Town doing well?" "All fine, Goo. They asked me to deliver a letter to you," Maggie said, flipping her bag over to find some letters. "This is Lotus's, this is Evelyn's, and this one is from His Highness." For a moment, Tilly could only stare dumbfounded when she saw the 1.5 finger thick letter which had been sent by the prince. It was wrapped so tightly that it resembled a parcel more than it did a letter. It was even so heavy that it caused her hands to drop down a bit, which made it obvious that this wasn't just a simple letter. "You've worked hard." Ashes took out 1/2 of a wheat cake, broke it into small pieces, and handed it over to Maggie. However, the latter merely shook her head, put a dried fish into her mouth, and vaguely said, "I'm off to play with Molly." Then she turned back into the large white pigeon, flapped her wings, and flew out of the flower garden. Why do I get the feeling that after 1 month she's somehow become bigger? "I have the same feeling," Tilly laughed. "Perhaps the life in Border Town is quite good." Back at her house, she tore open Roland Wimbledon's letter. Within, she discovered that besides a sheet full of written content, the more than a dozen remaining pages were unexpectedly some vivid and lifelike pictures. "What are those?" Ash's question exactly reflected Tilly's own puzzlement. She shook her head, took out one of those painted sheets, and spread it out. The content on top was somewhat hard for her to believe. The background resembled a wasteland in the evening. Under the bloody red light of the setting sun, two atrocious-shaped monsters could be seen in a close-quarter fight against a group of witches. The witches were clearly in a disadvantageous position. Their best abilities didn't seem to show any impact. No matter if it were vipers or fireballs, they none were able to stop this enemy. When she came to the last picture, she saw that several witches had fallen, forming pools of blood. Tilly frowned. The scene was undoubtedly drawn by a witch. Only magic would be able to create such a lifelike image. But, in the end, were these merely simple pictures, or were they a reminiscent of something which had happened in the past? With a feeling of being on a knife edge, she immediately snatched the letter and quickly skimmed over its content. Soon, Tilly felt her stomach tighten, and her hands began to shake as she saw one word appear in the letter again and again. Devil. What happened? Ashes asked in concern, grasping Tilly's tight to support her. What did the letter say? It's the past of the Witch Cooperation Association. She patted the back of Ash's hands, indicating that she was all right. They were looking for the Holy Mountain in the wilderness. You should remember the Holy Mountain, right? Yeah, it's the legendary destination of all witches. At the Holy Mountain, they can find real peace and serenity, but this is merely a vague rumor. There's nothing genuine about it. Ashes couldn't accept it as correct. Here on Sleeping Island, we can also live in peace, moreover. The demon bite is nothing more than a lie of the church. But Kara was convinced that the Holy Mountain did indeed exist. In addition, she had also found an ancient book within the ruins inside a forest of the eastern region, fully believing that it could lead her to the gate of an uninhabited land in the Forbidden Area. She went so far as to lead the Witch Cooperation Association over the impassable mountain range. However, after entering the wilderness, they didn't discover the Holy Mountain, but instead met with a terrible monster. Tilly said in a small voice, "The one from the painting," Ashes gasped. "That's right," Tilly confirmed, showing a somewhat dark expression. The letter said that they possess extraordinary strength, moved nimbly, and can control demonic beasts. One of them could even release lightning from its hand, just like a witch. From the more than 40 witches in the beginning, only 6 people survived. Then, in their desperate situation, they decided to rely on the help of the Lord of Border Town. Unexpectedly, it was originally like this. Furthermore, the point that puzzles me the most is that the ancient book contained one paragraph which looked like a slovenly written essay. However, it was written in the language of the 4 kingdoms. Tilly turned her attention back to the letter. Within, it mentions the holy city, a fight with the devils, and Alice's experiments of a god's punishment army. It should be the story of what happened 400 years ago, but since they know the language of the 4 kingdoms, why should they use a very different language to record the documents and books? As she was still unable to get any results after thinking about it for a long time, the 5th princess just put all these things aside and instead took out Sylvie's letter, intending to learn what the examination of the Lord of Border Town has shown. In the end, the first sentence of the letter had already left her dumbstruck, even more so than the shock when she had seen the word devil. "Lady Tilly, I was unable to find any sign of camouflage or magic on Roland Wimbledon's body. Also, besides the witches of the Witch Alliance, there are no other witches hidden in the town, so I think he may be your genuine older brother." Chapter 286, Change. Genuine older brother. Genuine older brother. How can this be? Tilly held the letter in a startled fashion with both hands, her mind not able to focus in the least. All the thoughts in her mind were tumbling up and down like the tide. Her father, King Wimbledon III, had 5 children. Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia, due to their earlier birth, could be considered as the first circle. By the time Roland had been born, the previous youngest Garcia was already 6 years old, and would naturally not take him along to play with her. By this reasoning, she and Roland should have formed another circle, but this hadn't been the case. Her brother was always yearning for their two elder brothers' approval and tried to integrate into their circle, but the only result was that they would often bully him. In the end, this caused Roland's character to become twisted and irritable. Of course, he never dared to release his anger at Gerald or the others, and instead had come to vent his anger on her. For example, he had once tried to persuade her to steal Father's crown with him, and when he was met with rejection, he inevitably flew into a rage out of humiliation and began insulting her. It would sometimes even go so far that they exchanged blows. Later, when their father found out about this, Roland had been taught a ferocious lesson. After this incident, however, he restrained himself a lot, but his bad habit of threatening her in all different kinds of ways was still as strong as before. At that time, she had still been unable to understand these matters, but in retrospection, Tilly only felt that it was rather ridiculous and childish. The year she became 10 years old, she discovered some cut in half earthworms had been placed into her favorite shoes. It finally became unbearable for her, and so she finally decided to fight back. She called Roland to come over, and as he opened his mouth to threaten her once more, she directly threw one of those earthworms into it. Ever since then, he'd never dared to provoke her again, and she in turn had stopped talking to him. After becoming an adult, Roland still hadn't changed. Instead, it had even become more severe. She often heard about his dandy deeds, and among the nobles, he was always referred as being violent, mean, and without any learning or skills. To sum it up, he was the worst image of a noble among all nobles. Except for his identity as a member of the royal family, he had nothing at all. Regarding this evaluation, Tilly fully agreed with it. Furthermore, she also knew that the reason he had the outward appearance of being violent and irritable was because he was doing everything to cover his greatest weakness, being timid and afraid. However, can such a person unexpectedly stand up and side with us witches, giving asylum to a group who are known as the Devil's Minions, in the end even becoming an enemy of the church without any hesitation? For a moment, Tilly didn't know what to say. Tilly, Tilly. Only after Ashes had shaken her 2 times was she finally able to come back to herself. I'm all right, everything is just a little hard to believe. She shook her head. Sylvie said that the Lord of Border Town is very probably the real Roland Wimbledon, and not a puppet controlled by a witch or replacement. Oh, that stupid one who tried to grope me in vain, Keek. That animal. Ashes coughed twice. After not meeting for a year, he truly changed astonishingly. Apart from his appearance and impression, which were still almost the same, I felt like I met someone completely different. Can you speak a bit more clearly? Ashes crooked her head and thought for a long time before she found the right words. I think the biggest difference was that he appeared to be cleaner. Clean, no matter if it was his style of dressing or the feeling he gave to other people. None of it resembled a noble. He didn't wear any ornament. No matter if it was gold or jewels, there weren't any on him. Ashes recalled. Even his clothes were all utterly of common style. They seemed to be relatively simple, without lace, added decoration, or golden threads. If not for his hair color, which was too eye-catching, there was almost no difference between him or a commoner, and yet, at the same time, he didn't seem to be an ordinary person. He resembled a nobleman? Tilly asked. No, not like a nobleman. Ashes curled her lips. Those aristocrats are unclean, not like a pool of stagnant water, but unclean like the muddy silt underneath the pool of stagnant water. As for him, I'm unable to come up with a precise description. In short, he let people feel good. It's quite difficult to believe that you can say something like this. I merely want to answer your question seriously, nothing more. Tilly breathed out deeply. It seems that brother has changed quite a lot, but in the end, what might have led to his transformation? Or is it because of a reason he himself isn't aware of, and thus, unconsciously caused him to change into such a different person? The fifth princes suddenly remembered the content of Roland's first letter. Therefore, I have to destroy the entire church and turn their statement that the witches are the devil's messenger into dust. However, rescuing the people from their ignorance and stupidity will be a long and slow process. For this, I will need even more help from you. Concerning what would lead to this decision, what caused me to no longer be as indifferent to everything as in the past, are all trivialities that can slowly be elaborated on when we have the time. The ability to express oneself in a letter is limited, so I won't say any more than necessary. Perhaps only by meeting him in person will I be able to discover the real cause. To regain her train of thought, Tilly turned her sight back to the letter. The latter half reported on what Sylvie had seen and heard during her stay in Border Town. Originally, Roland had chosen her for the purpose of verifying the natural mineral resources in the North Slope mine. However, in the end, they had instead discovered an enormous amount of God's stones of retaliation. It turns out that the stones with the ability to suppress a witch's ability comes out of the ground, just like any other mineral. So, in conclusion, the new holy city at Hermes must also be in control of such a vein, which allows the church to continue to produce the God's stone of retaliation. Once again, further down, she came across another piece of news which attracted her attention. That he possessed a type of weapon which could release iron balls and arrowheads from an iron tube, which contained a great deal of power and was accompanied by a deafening roar. Even though Maggie and Ashes had already mentioned this kind of thing, but it was the first time that she had ever seen such a detailed description. Sylvie had even attached a hand-painted diagram to the paragraph. Oh, as it turns out, that thing which caused my injuries looked the same. Ashes, reading the letter by looking over Tilly's shoulder, remarked, "Since we are allies now, you can ask him to send a large batch of weapons to Sleeping Island with your next letter, and tell him that we need them to guard against the church. If he doesn't want to, humph, this ally might not be as reliable as you thought. Being allies doesn't mean that you won't guard against each other at all," Tilly said laughingly. This weapon is clearly the foundation he used to build his home, so how could it be so quickly handed over to others? This kind of test would only destroy the trust we worked so hard to build. I also excluded Molly and Windreader from the list I gave him about our witches. And this winter, we will go and visit Border Town anyway. At that time, we will be able to speak from face to face. Don't you think that that would be a better time for it? Well, Ashes spread her arms out and said, "You have the final say in this." Tilly showed her a smile and then continued to read the letter. When the line of sight turned to the last paragraph of the letter, she couldn't help but feel shocked once more. Roland unexpectedly invented an undergarment which was used to wrap up the woman's chest. He even went so far as to present it to every grown-up woman in the Witch Alliance. This is simply too absurd. It is known to send personal clothes as a present, but only between lovers. How could he hold on? Tilly suddenly remembered a story which had spread throughout King's City. Apparently, there was a time when Roland had presented some young noble ladies with skin-tight corsets. But among them, there were some who had immediately thrown it back into his face, which later turned into a joke among the nobles for some time after. This indeed sounds like something he could do. Tilly suddenly felt tangled up. On one hand, this brought him more in line with the image she had in her memory. On the other hand, she now felt that it might not be so good to go and meet him. In the end, should I not go to meet him in Border Town this winter? The fifth princess thought to herself in distress. Chapter 287, Preparations for the Soap Factory. Western Territory, Border Town. The amount of washing stones purchased from Silver City filled 4 ships and had taken several days to unload. Now that there were enough raw materials, the soap mass production plan was officially placed on the agenda. The necessary buildings, like the factory and warehouse, had already been set up long ago. The soap factory was located beside the industrial park, next to Steam Engine Factory Number 2, built in exactly the same style as the former. Since the roof, supporting beams, and planks for the walls were all made out of wood, and it had the same measurements as before, the task of wood cutting and transportation was placed in the hands of the witches, and the whole construction period ended up being very short. Manufacturing soap needed a series of chemical reaction, washing stones, which was a natural soda, could be used for this. The other raw materials required were also very common. In addition to soda ash, he also needed an enormous amount of milk of lime and fat. After soaking the milk of lime, or to be more precise, the lime inside the water, it would settle down at the bottom of the cloudy water inside the receptacle. By mixing it with sodium carbonate, it will react and produce caustic soda, and by adding fat in turn, it will react to produce high-level fatty acid and glycerol. While the former product was the soap, the latter was a critical raw material for explosives. Prior to manufacturing perfumed soap, Roland had already tested this entire chemical reaction process in the castle backyard. The basic theory was the same, but if he wanted to expand from the small amount of trial production to start mass production, he still needed to develop a consistent industrial production process and norms. But what was even more important to him were the professional chemists needed to guide the manufacturing process. This was the reason he had called the chief alchemist into his office. "Your Highness, you previously asked me to develop a sulfuric acid mass production system. I believe that I finally found a feasible plan." Kyle Sitch immediately shouted after he had opened the door. "However, it will demand we use a large amount of lead. We will also need a blacksmith who can to make a vessel from the lead. I heard that some of your witches could accurately cut metal. One of them made those lumps of steel which make those rumbling and banging noises. Is it possible that I—" "Of course. Just give me a report with the shape and size of the vessel you require, and I will instruct the Witch Alliance to make it." Roland impatiently waves with his hand, indicating that he should take a seat. "The reason I called you over today wasn't to question you about the acid production system. Instead, I want to discuss another task with you." "Your Highness, these days I'm really busy. I don't have the time to do any other work," Kyle said, shaking his head repeatedly. "The acid mass production system is a tough challenge. I have to finish at all costs." He paused and then added, "And it is a daunting challenge. My disciples are also out of the question. All of them are aiding me in preparing this task. None of them can leave." "Rest assured, you won't have to lose any time about it," Roland said comfortably. He took a mouthful of tea before he continued. "It isn't necessary that you transfer any of your beloved disciples to take over. Simply sending over a few apprentices should be good enough. What will be their task? To make soap, more precisely, to make a cheap version of the perfumed soap, which you can buy at the convention market, which, with the exception of its scent, provides the same function as the perfumed soap and can be used for bathing, washing clothes, as well as cleaning tableware." "Are you speaking about the saponification reaction mentioned in elementary chemistry?" Kyle asked while stroking his beard. "The one that uses the reaction of caustic soda and fat to produce alcohol and salt?" I have to say, hearing standard chemistry terms come out of the mouth of an alchemist is a very strange feeling, especially since I am the one to come up with them, Roland thought while forcing himself to restrain his smile. Instead, he spoke with a deathly earnest expression. "That's right, the saponification reaction, as has been written down within the ancient book. It was because of this foundation that I was able to produce perfumed soap." "In that case, what do you need me to do? If it is not very important, I suggest we shift the production to a later date. After all, Even if your subjects are unable to take a shower for several days, it won't cause any problems. It should be good enough if they just soak their clothes, meal plates, and other such things directly in the river. It's crucial, the prince said slowly, stressing each word. To say it more clearly, making soap is unimportant, however. It is the byproduct of the production process that I desperately need right now. Do you mean the alcohol? Kyle couldn't believe what he had heard. That's right, exactly the alcohol. You may also call it glycerol, Roland stated. It is a very valuable raw material whose importance is not inferior to the two acids. Okay, Kyle shrugged and said, however, as I already have stated it, I don't have the time to do it myself. Roland exhaled slightly, once more starting to learn how tiring it was to deal with the chief alchemist. As long as you pick out several talented apprentices and demonstrate the process one time in front of them, it will already be enough. I will recruit some of my subjects to carry out the production process. However, in the end, none of them even understands a word about chemistry, so there have to be some people to check on every segment. After pausing for a moment, the prince continued to say, you can also treat it as a never-before-practiced chemical test. If placed in the alchemic workshop, this process may mean the discovery of some new alchemic formulas, enough to earn an apprentice the title of an alchemist. Those last few words were probably what persuaded Kyle in the end. If you say it like this, I'll need an entire afternoon to teach the apprentice what they require. Excellent. Roland smiled. You should also know that the most important thing about the process is ensuring that enough caustic soda is produced. He wrote down the reaction formula on a piece of paper. Before the invention of the syntactic alkali production, natural soda was the most important alkali raw material. The latter was mainly composed of sodium bicarbonate, which when heated would break down into sodium carbonate, carbon dioxide, and water. Because it was accessible in great amount and also quite simple to process, it was still in use even in modern times. By decomposing the washing stones with heat, followed by dissolving them in water and afterward filtering the water, you can obtain a relatively pure solution of sodium carbonate solution. Followed by heating it together with milk of lime, you can get a sodium hydroxide solution, for which you should easily be able to come up with a purifying method for yourself, Roland explained. To clarify, first distill, then mix, repeating these steps until the concentration is high enough. Then, after it has cooled down, the concentrated solution will have formed a huge amount of crystals. These were the details written in the elementary chemistry. Since those two alkalis had several nicknames, such as caustic soda, lye, soda ash, sodium hyposulfite, sodium thiosulfate, soda crystals, etc., it was incredibly easy to get them mixed up, which made it an important subject of a knowledge test. The reason why he could still clearly remember it to this day was because he was initially required to know the textbook's related content by heart. I understand, the chief alchemist said, looking over the equation of the chemical reaction from start to finish. But Your Highness, what's to be done in regards with the fat? I will arrange people who will send it to you. Animal fat was an expensive resource during this era, however. During the previous seed collecting mission, his personal guard had brought back the seeds for olive trees from fallen Dragon Ridge, which now gave Border Town a reliable source for vegetable oil. Even though there was currently only a small plantation at the castle backyard, but since leaves had the ability to hasten ripening, harvesting a pile of fruits each day was no problem at all. The extraction of olive oil was also very simple. When the fruit became ripe, they simply used physical strength to squeeze the oil out and afterward sieved it so as to filter out the flesh and seeds. Finally, after a brief description of the requirements and necessary preparation for the soap and glycerol production, Roland permitted Kyle Sitchite to leave the office. From now on, when the soap factory started its production, Roland would obtain a steady stream of glycerol. And with glycerin, He had finally made a big step towards getting real smoke-free gunpowder and powerful explosives. TN, sodium carbonate, ED, saponification. Chapter 288 Teacher and Disciple. Kyle Sichai passed through Border Town into the direction of the Redwater River. By now, Border Town had become a flourishing place. It was hard to imagine that this place had started out as nothing more than an outpost used to detect the movements of the demonic beasts. The ground beneath his feet was grayish-black and solid. Both sides of the street were lined with neatly arranged single-story houses, different to the residential building in the other district. These houses weren't used for a living. Their interior was much more spacious than the other residences and were somewhat similar to a small warehouse. According to His Highness, these houses would be used as stores. In front of the single-story houses was one deep gutter, which was covered with stone slates. It was like the boundary line for the Black Street. In addition to this, at intervals of one segment, they had also planted a big tree at the roadside, sandwiched between two houses. The branches grew close to the center of the road. Not only did it offer protection from the sun and rain, but it also warmed the people's hearts and delighted their eyes. Kyle had no choice but to say that in the end, it was the regularity that gave him the greatest impression. No matter if it were the buildings, roads, sewers, or trees, they were all located at the right place, according to a previous plan. Each was carefully selected for quality at a level not inferior to that of a lord's flower garden. The experience of wandering through the streets of Border Town was equal to wandering through the Duke's district of Redwater City. Although the latter's buildings was more concentrated and were even larger than these, the harmonious arrangement of these ordinary and mediocre houses exude their own unique sense of beauty. This kind of feeling surpassed that of individual greatness, showing a higher level of grandeur since it was part of a whole. Just like those chemistry formulas that are adjusted to a uniform system, he thought, this is a beauty brought forth by order. Nowadays, Kyle had a lot of reputation in Border Town. The passers-by who were coming and going all greeted him with a nod and respectfully addressed him as sage. However, compared with the title of a sage, he still preferred the title of the Master of Chemistry. It was just a pity that His Highness had made it clear that he had to understand intermediate chemistry before he could receive this special glory. Walking away from the central district, Kyle could see the Redwater River flowing along the western edge of Border Town. The laboratory that were situated at the riverside had already increased to 4 buildings. However, because of their lack of workforce, the last 2 were temporarily idle. Kyle was prepared to immediately call for his apprentice to complete His Highness' mission, but was stopped by a soldier wearing the uniform of the First Army. Your Excellency Sichai, a sailboat arrived at the docks with more than 50 civilians. The soldier said after giving a salute, due to the number of people being too large, and because they also aren't merchants, a squadron of the garrison decided to stop them at the docks. Among them, there was one who said that he wanted to see you. He claimed to be an alchemist from Redwater City, named Chavez, Kyle shouted, simultaneously grabbing the soldier's shoulder. Take me to see him. Together with the soldier, he went over to the dock district. There he saw a familiar silhouette come into his view. Chavez had indeed arrived. Honored mentor. The moment the other side saw Kyle, Chavez immediately waved his hand to get his attention. These are the alchemists and the alchemy apprentices I have invited. Kyle turned toward the garrison captain and explained the situation. Have every person you're holding come over. I will take them to the city hall so that they can register. Yes, your esteemed self, but please allow me to send a squad to escort them. No harm, in reality. The so-called escort was dispatched to control and keep a close watch over them, to avoid someone separating from the group and sneaking into Border Town's central district. But this was also an established rule set in place by His Highness the Prince. Therefore, Kyle also didn't have any intention of interfering with it. Honored teacher, in the end, what is going on? Why would they especially dispatch someone to look after the docks in an out-of-the-way border town like this? Chavez walked over the moment he was released and started complaining, sounding somewhat unhappy. Moreover, they were even stricter than the guards protecting the city walls of a major city. They asked for my name, surname, and origin. Even when I attempted to change their mind with silver royals, it proved entirely useless. Silver royals? Kyle asked with interest. How many? Of course, just one, Chavez answered, looking somewhat perplexed. Ha ha ha, hearing his response, Kyle stroked his beard and started to chuckle. It is only natural that it hadn't worked. You have to understand, their salary is already set at 15 silver royals each month. 15? Yes, compared to those city patrols who rely on the blackmail of merchants and traveler to make a living, the living standard of the First Army is much more comfortable. But this is also the reason why extortion, looting, or accepting bribes are so strictly prohibited. Once discovered, they will immediately be expelled from the army, and at the same time they will be put into the dungeon to await trial. Although Kyle wasn't an official minister of the city hall, as the temporary substitute for the minister of chemistry, he had still attended several conferences. Thus, he came to have a precise understanding of these upper layers of policy. Don't tell me that they are really able to restrain their hands, Chavez asked, slightly suspicious. There still exist some who are unable to control themselves, but all of them have been sent to the mine to serve out their sentence. Kyle twitched his lips, then asked, "Didn't you notice any unique aspects about Border Town when you arrived?" There were a lot. The young alchemist scratched his head. For example, along the river channel, there were many people who were chopping wood and repairing a road. However, they were already so far away from Border Town. In the end, where does the road they are repairing lead to? Furthermore, what purpose do those iron towers along the river shore serve? Do they store drinking water? He paused. Oh, that's right, before our arrival at the pier, I actually saw an iron bridge which was still under construction. It wasn't made out of wood or stone, I'm sure it was made out of iron. Also, didn't the bridge seem much longer than any you have ever seen in your life before? Chief Alchemist asked smilingly. Therefore, since you've arrived here, you shouldn't keep hold of your life experience from Redwater City. This is an entirely different kind of city, of course. At present, it is only a town, but it is already amazing enough. It is the same with elementary chemistry. Before you have seen it, you would never be able to believe that something like it would be possible. He didn't know why, but as he said these words to his apprentice, he felt indescribably carefree and joyful within his heart. Unknowingly, he had already came to regard himself as a citizen of Border Town, which meant he was only taking some pleasure in showing off his new home to a visitor. After the completion of the registration, the City Hall's officials arranged the residences for the apprentice, while Kyle Sitch immediately pulled Chavez along and returned to his house. Though I knew that you would accept my invitation, I still didn't expect you to come so soon. Chavez looking somewhat embarrassed as he bowed and confessed, I should have agreed from the beginning. Hearing this, the chief alchemist smiled, even though he was engrossed in alchemy, but that didn't mean he didn't understand a word about the affairs of life. The reason why Chavez didn't choose to leave from the beginning was that due to his discovery of the two acids method, he had hoped that Redwater City's lord would give him the position of the chief alchemist. Only after Cabora, who'd already held some prejudice towards him, became the new chief, did he decide to leave Redwater City. But Kyle didn't really care about such small matters. Longing for the position of the chief alchemist of the workshop had always been the ultimate goal pursued by alchemists. Do not cherish your previous work. Alchemy is meaningless here. All your past achievements in the field of alchemy are not even worth mentioning. In this place, only one thing is worth pursuing: chemistry. Chavez took a deep breath and then said, I understand. Even though you may get your own house assigned to you, but sleep here for tonight, since we haven't talked for a long time. Back when he had taught Chavez his alchemy skills, he had pulled his young disciple along and talked with him all through the night. And if they became too sleepy, they ended up squeezing into the same bed. The other party apparently understood his meaning and immediately answered in an excited tone, Yes, mentor. After eating dinner, the two went to the study, where Kyle Sitch carefully handed Chavez the elementary chemistry. Is this the praised ancient book? Chavez solemnly opened the first page and earnestly started to read. Kyle stood to the side. He was there in case Chavez came across some points he couldn't understand. Looking at this scene, it seemed as if they had stepped back some years. The other party was being taught by him once again. Now, with the addition of Chavez and the 50 new apprentices, I finally have more than enough people to test the large-scale production of sulfuric acid, while at the same time, the other 2 laboratories can also begin their work. But the most important part of this is that I have fulfilled His Highness' task, and now it's up to him to fulfill his promise, and to give me the book on intermediate chemistry, Kyle proudly thought. Chapter 289 west of the western border. Lightning, in charge of her own adventure equipment, checked it over once more. Flint and tinder, bandages, daggers, maps, as well as a bag full of rations stuffed with dried beef. What about you? She looked at Maggie. Check it again. Goo. Maggie put her hand into her bag. This cloth was usually hidden in her fluffy hair. In the end, it was hard to determine just how many things she could actually put into it. Since the moment she turned into a bird, all her clothes and bags seemed to disappear without a trace. Even though Lightning's ability to fly was restricted by a weight limit, Maggie, however, didn't seem to be affected in the least. The best proof of this was that she pulled far more out of her bag than Lightning. Jerky, shredded dried pork, drumsticks, fish, eggs, all were piled up in front of Lightning. Oh my God, Lightning shouted in disbelief. We are going on an adventure, and not on a barbecue in the wilderness. At least take some weapons along with you. Goo goo, Macy pointed at her mouth. Do you want to say that your beak is your weapon? Lightning sighed. If you encounter a judge dressed like a can, it'd be a wonder if you could ever peck open his armor. Hey, forget it. It's only a one-day trip anyway. We shouldn't encounter any danger, so let's get started. I see. Goo. Maggie immediately turned into a pigeon, ran 2 steps, and started flying close above the ground before slowly rising. Maybe the weight did have an impact on her. Lightning pulled her windproof glasses down, gently leaped into the air, and then flew to the front. I can still clearly remember when I had seen Maggie for the first time. It was just south of here, in the woods, that we started our air chase. Even though she couldn't escape my hands in the end, but I still had to spend a lot of effort before I was able to jump on her. Nowadays, I'm afraid I would be able to catch her in the blink of an eye. This cannot go on. It's already so rare to find a partner to fly. In the future, I have to bear the responsibility for the adventure equipment alone, the little girl thought, but it does seem she is in need of a good exercise. Goo, goo. Lightning reduced her speed and flew over to Maggie's side. All right, let's speak. I want to ask, what area are we going to explore? Goo, the pigeon's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. The western end of the concealing forest. I want to see how big the forest actually is in the end, Lightning said. She pulled out a map from her bag and spread it out in front of them, pointing at a blank space on the western side, and said, we will also be able to fill out this missing piece as we pass by, and maybe we can also see where the Redwater River comes from. When Maggie had returned from her mission to the fjords, Lightning immediately began preparing for the expedition. Whenever they had free practice, His Highness never cared where they flew off to. Furthermore, the little girl also had a secret in her heart, which she couldn't tell her counterpart. She was afraid of exploring the forest alone. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation for an explorer. But she could not deceive herself. Ever since her trip to the stone tower, she had developed a fear of the deep forest. At the thought that the horrible monster might be hidden in the woods, she could not help but want to escape as quickly as possible. Fortunately, she was still the daughter of the greatest explorer. Thunder had once mentioned to her a method of overcoming fear, which was by approaching it a bit, then observe it, and coming to understand it. Ultimately, you will discover that your fear is not so terrible, because the roots of these obstacles are all planted in your own heart. This time, the adventure was exactly Lightning's attempt to get rid of her fear, and together with Maggie as a companion, she felt that at least her heart was a little more emboldened. The route she chose was also very secure, flying westwards along the Redwater River, never going deep into the forest, which she presumed would make it very unlikely for her to encounter any devils. After they've taken the route once, Lightning would try it alone next time. She totally believed that one day she would be able to go out alone to draw a complete map of the Western Territory, visit the stone tower again, and also uncover the truth about the holy city Takilla. All along the road, Lightning contained their speed at around 60 kilometers per hour. Nowadays, she was already fully able to accurately control her speed through the amount of magic power she released. And according to the current consumption, she could continue to fly all day. Also, flying along the river and only at the edge of the forest made it a lot more relaxed compared to the last search for the stone tower. At that time, her entire field of vision had been filled with dark green, giving off a gloomy and depressed feeling, and making it impossible for her to distinguish direction and height. Today, however, under the waves of bright sunlight, the Redwater River has turned into crystalline silver belt. Coupled with Maggie's constant chatter in her ear, Lightning's fear was quickly fading. "Quick, look, there are mountains in front, Goo." At last, Lightning also saw the incomparable mountain. Even though it was still far away, its dusky body already showed its majestic appearance. The mountain peak was next to the ocean, as if the land had crept over to the water. The closer they came to the Redwater River, the more the hills close to the river's waters rapidly shrank away, until they finally became one with the silver belt. "This mountain is just a bit too big." She could not help but sigh in sorrow. With the shortening of the distance, the contours of the mountain also became increasingly evident. Its peak was snow-white, appearing to go straight into the clouds. Even though it wasn't like the impassable mountain range, which with its ups and downs went on for thousands of miles. But regarding height, it was even higher than 3 to 4 mountains put together. The hillside south of it was only one extending part of its mountain ridges. The source of the Redwater River also came from this magnificent high mountain. "It's the end of the concealing forest," Maggie screamed excitedly. Just like Maggie had said, the piece of dark green finally came to an end under their feet. The earth was also restored to a light green, which should be a slice of grassland. Further ahead, however, at the edge of their line of sight, it unexpectedly changed into a pitch black, which covered the whole area up till the foot of the mountain. "Let's go down and take a look," Lightning shouted, and pointed down before she dived towards the dark earth. She quickly discovered that the ground was entirely formed out of black stone. "What is this?" After landing, Maggie immediately pecked twice at it. "It looks like it isn't something to eat, Goo." "Of course, you cannot eat it," Lightning said, and picked up a black stone to take a closer look. It had a sharp and clear-cut look, and even though it had a pitch-black outward appearance, Lightning could still see a metallic sheen when she turned it in the sun. And this kind of stone was everywhere, together with a few patches of mud. At first glance, it looked like the earth has been soaked in ink. "It might be some kind of ore. Take 2 pieces along, and we'll let His Highness take a look." It was then time for drawing work, so she returned to the air and began to record the terrain in the vicinity. It had taken them almost half the morning to arrive from the edge of Border Town to the foot of the mountain. In other words, this place was close to 240 kilometers away from border town, much further than Longsong's stronghold. And this mountain? Within Lightning's mind an idea suddenly emerged. With such a gigantic mountain, how would the scenery look like? Is it a vast jungle or undulating hills and mountains? After her fear disappeared, it became hard for her to suppress this idea once it had appeared. Crossing the mountains would obviously be somewhat challenging. Just the peak covered in white snow was enough to make people shrink back. But there was also one other route: bypass it by sea. By doing this, she wouldn't even need to fly to the back of the mountain. She would only need to travel onwards to the middle of the sea, and she could put the rear of the mountain in her line of sight. Lightning called Maggie over, then repeatedly warned her not to move about randomly. She put on her windproof glasses and raised her speed to the limit. The next instant, her magic power quickly drained, and the oncoming wind swept her short hair to the back of her head. The land beneath her continually receded, and the blue ocean filled her entire field of vision. After about half an hour's flight, she was finally able to faintly see the scene behind the mountain. Behind it, it seemed that there was a succession of mountains that separated the sea from the land. But then, Lightning saw something which made her blood freeze inside of her veins. At the end of the horizon, there was a layer of reddish-brown fog which covered the mountains, looking just like blood. The fog extended all along to the west, making it almost impossible for her to see its boundary. Chapter 290, Investigation Plan. While Roland was sitting at his desk, in the middle of pondering how to attack the imperial palace from the air, a pounding sound suddenly came from the French window at his back. Looking back, he saw Lightning pressing against the window, her face stricken with panic, while Maggie, squatting on her head, was quickly pecking at the window. The moment Nightingale opened the window, the little girl immediately flew into Roland's arms. "What happened?" Roland asked, confused. "What made you become like this?" "A black stone. Goo, an enormous snow-capped mountain goo." Maggie dropped on the table, wildly flapping her wings as she reported. "What?" "No, that's not all," Lightning corrected with a muffled voice. "The devils, I saw the devils." "What?" Roland's expression turned serious. He stroked her head, trying to give her some emotional support. "Don't panic, just explain it to me slowly." After a while, Lightning freed her head from the prince's embrace and looked at his face. Her golden bright hair looked like a complete mess, and around her eyes were two circles, which formed light red mark. Apparently, she had forgotten to put on her wind protector in her panic to flee at high speed. "I wanted to draw the border of the concealing forest, so we flew westward along the Redwater River. At its end, we found a mountain." After listening to the narration of the details of what she had seen and heard, Roland couldn't help but to stare with big eyes into the empty air. "The snow-capped mountain with the red mist that those devils need to survive lays to the west, at our back, and it is only 200 kilometers away from here." He looked at Nightingale, who nodded and said, "I'll call the other sisters." Soon after, the witches came together for an emergency meeting in the castle office. After Roland told them what Lightning had discovered, the witches who had experienced that one night of slaughter all exposed the same disturbed expression. Especially Leaves, who had killed the two devils with her own hands, could not help but cover her mouth and cry out in a small voice. "Your Highness, I recommend we scout out the land covered in red mist further." Scroll was the first to speak. After all, Lightning was only able to take a short glance from very far away. Thus we cannot be certain that the devils indeed live under the red mist. Also, it is necessary to investigate whether they will cross the mountain range that's next to the ocean and travel along the coastline to reach the mainland. "I agree with Scroll's standpoint," Wendy answered and nodded in agreement. "Although they are very powerful, it is always better to prepare to defend than have your hands tied and wait to be captured." As the two oldest witches of the Witch Union, Scroll and Wendy had always been the pillar of many sisters' hearts. Thus, even though some of them still showed some sign of fear, none of them seemed like they only wanted to sit still and wait for their death. Roland preferred this kind of response, and he could see that no one was expressing any objections. The basic plan was already set like this. The crucial point now was to decide how they would implement it. "We could use a hot air balloon for the investigation," Anna suggested. "The cloud gazer is already covered with a sky camouflage, so we can use clouds as cover and fly over the ocean. In addition, you can also take Sylvie along," Nightingale stated. "Her ability is perfect to deal with this kind of situation." "Right," Roland nodded. "Furthermore, I will also be going." "Your Highness." The second the words had left his mouth, the three, Wendy, Scroll, and Nightingale shouted at the same time to stop him. "You can't take this risk yourself." "It's not that I will be taking any risks." Roland waved his hands to calm them down before explaining further. If they had the ability to pass over the high mountain or the sea, they would already have spread all over the four kingdoms by now. However, the reason why they are still gathered in the land to the far west is simply because they are not as fearful as in your imagination. Still, there was another reason he hadn't mentioned. In regards to judging the level of development of a different kind of civilization, he was far more experienced than any of them. If he could lay his eyes on the devils and their city, it would be a great help in developing the path to follow in the future and also to come up with a tactic to repulse the enemy. But Wendy's face was still filled with hesitation. "Do not worry, we will just take a look from a distance," the prince said, and showed a reassuring smile. "In case I came to the conclusion that a distant investigation was dangerous, I would never permit you to go." "All right, but you have to take me along with you." As she saw that their attempt to dissuade him was in vain, Nightingale was the first to change her tact. Seeing his counterpart's serious gaze as she declared her demands, Roland knew that it was impossible for him to reject her. So, after thinking about it for a moment, he announced, "In that case, the people who will come along on this trip besides me are Anna, Wendy, Soria, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie. The mission will be in 1 week. In addition to the necessary food reserves, I also will give each of you a revolver. Use the week to practice, so that even if you are a non-combat witch, you will still be able to fight back if you are facing an enemy." Since the hot air balloon's speed of flight was far less than Lightning's, Roland feared that they would need a whole day to travel a distance of more than 200 kilometers. They would therefore have to camp 1 night in the wilderness if they wanted to complete the investigation. Taking this into account, dry food, tents, and weapons were a must. "Yes, Your Highness," the witches said in chorus. After the crowd had departed, Roland finally had time to look at the black stone that Lightning had brought back under such great effort. "You said that this kind of stone was everywhere at the edge of the forest." "Yes." By now Lightning had calmed down, but even while sitting at the mahogany table, her legs were still swaying. The red flush on her cheeks also had not faded. "Furthermore, the nearer to the foot of the mountain, the larger the more black stones there are. Looking at it from high up, the area covered by these black stones is more than a dozen times bigger than Border Town." When Roland picked it up to estimate its weight, his heart jumped slightly. With regards to its weight, it is much lighter than an ordinary stone, which makes it unlikely that it's ore. Its external appearance is hard and lithe, and under the sunlight, it reflects with a metallic luster. Furthermore, it lays bare on the surface. Is it possible that this could be a coal mine? Thinking of this, he quickly called Anna back. As it burned down under her black flame, the black stone soon became bright red, looking just like an iron ore in the smelting furnace, but it soon began to dissolve. Even after Anna had taken her black flame back, the orange light exuded by the stone didn't weaken in the slightest degree. Instead, they could even see how a blue flame was slightly rising from its surface. With this, Roland had confirmed his guess that it was indeed a piece of anthracite with excellent quality. "So, this is the original look of a coal mine," Lighting said in surprise. "I always thought it would resemble fragile charcoal and be covered with dust, so that if you touched it with your hand, it would make your palm dirty. Of course, only after going through a crushing and dilution process will it look like charcoal briquette and coal cake," Roland explained laughingly. "Most of the extraction that comes out of a coal mine look like stones in general, and of course, the higher the quality of the raw coal, the stronger will its structure be. In the end, they will become just like these stones, showing a reflecting luster on their surface." This unexpected discovery made him exceptionally happy. Coal wasn't a rarity in the kingdom of Greycastle. Both Fallen Dragon Ridge and Silver City had coal mines. Their yield was mostly used to fuel kilns or personal heating. But in fact, its range of use was extremely broad. Before the extensive spread of the internal combustion engine, the smoke of burning coal had covered about half the sky. While using it for coal coking, it could replace charcoal for smelting iron into steel and would be much more environmental friendly than wantonly cutting down trees. Even after humanity had entered the electrical era, coal could still be refined into coal gas, hydrogen, and asphalt, or it could be used to generate electricity. It was thus regarded as a cheap fuel of high quality. Holding an open coal mine in hand was clearly much better than relying on imports. The only question was how to exploit it. Roland moved his gaze to Lightning's newly drawn map. It seemed that the construction of steam-driven cement boat was imperative. ED. Coke. Chapter 291, Advance Notice. Within the royal palace of the Kingdom of Greycastle, Timothy was tightly grasping his scepter, while he looked at the chief alchemist Rayleigh Kenneth, standing within the audience, showing such a pleased expression. "Were you able to get a clue about the alchemy recipe taken by the deserters?" "Sure, Your Honored Majesty. This is the latest snow powder developed by the Alchemy Association. Please permit me to demonstrate it now," Rayleigh said, with a deep bow. After receiving the new king's approval, he waved in the direction of the crowd behind him, two disciples holding a bag in their hands, immediately stepping forward. He spread 2 sheets of white paper over the ground and poured out the snow powder within the bags on top, forming 2 separate lines. One of them was ash gray, while the other was much darker, being almost ashy black. "Your Majesty, please take a look. The lighter one is the snow powder originally used during celebrations, while the darker one is the latest development, the fast-igniting snow powder." Rayleigh took out a flint, ignited the powder on top of the papers. The light snow powder merely began to burn slowly and emitted thick billowing smoke, while the dark-colored one burned all the powder in one breath and also spread over to the white paper below. "What does that mean?" Timothy asked with a deep frown. "The toy that my dear sister got didn't only burn a piece of paper." "Of course not, Your Honored Majesty," Rayleigh said, as a big smile began to spread over his whole face. "I do not know if you had noticed the amount of smoke it released when I ignited it. The faster the snow powder burns, the more smoke is released in a short period of time, and this is the cause of its extreme power. I will prove this with another experiment." This time, it were 2 fist-sized parchment bags, which were wrapped up tightly. Each of the disciples ignited a thin rope, which was put into the paper bag, then covered each with a copper bowl. The sparks moved along the rope, gradually crawling into the copper bowls. "Attention, Your Majesty, this time the sound will be louder, so please cover your ears." The chief alchemist's voice had just faded as a loud bang ringed out. One copper bowl flipped upside down, while the other actually flew straight towards the ceiling. After falling back to the floor, it still bounced several times on the granite slate, issuing a crisp sound every time. Damn it! Timothy unconsciously swallowed. He had nearly let go of his scepter. Why didn't this old fool mention it earlier? One of the disciples gathered the second bowl and placed it back in front of the new king, whereas he suppressed his fury to the bottom of his heart and focused his attention on those bowls. This man was still the chief alchemist of King's City Alchemy Workshop. If he wanted to study the new alchemic weapon, he couldn't do so without his help. At this moment, it became apparent that it had changed its form. It just looked as if someone had resolutely hit it on the inside of the bowl with a hammer, deforming the rim of the bowl. I have repeatedly verified that the power of the snow powder doesn't lie in its burning, but in this gas. This is also the truth hidden in the receipt the deserters had stolen. Rayleigh stood in the middle of the hall and spoke frankly with assurance. If you increase the amount of snow powder and tightly compress it into a ball, it will become powerful enough to break armor and tear bodies apart. I believe that sooner or later, this new type of snow powder will inevitably replace swords and arrows. Even if they are well-trained knights, they won't be a match for a civilian equipped with these bags of snow powder. This sentence caused a great outburst from within the crowd. Many of Timothy's knights' faces gathered within the hall showed gloomy expressions. Even Knight Steelheart Weimar looked as if wanted to step forward and argue with the alchemist, so Timothy quickly knocked with his scepter against the floor and shouted, "Quiet." After the crowd bowed in unison, Timothy turned his gaze back to Rayleigh. "Is your formula exactly the same as the recipe the deserters took away?" "No, Your Majesty." Rayleigh shook his head, and then put a lot of disdain in his words. "Although saltpeter is one of the alchemic workshop's stock items, however, the stock won't be too big usually." At the time of mixing the snow powder, he just happened to find this formula. Even if he wanted to run more tests, the amount of saltpeter wasn't enough to use it several times. However, the formula for my fast igniting snow powder was developed after going through a large number of tests. It is the optimal method, and its power is much greater than a product produced by chance. "That's good to know," Timothy said in a relaxed voice. Although he had known that Garcia had arranged many of her people within all ranks, but he had never thought that she even had some henchmen within the Alchemy Association. The scheme of the deserters was well planned, and at the time he fled, he had taken a dozen apprentices along. Usually something like this wouldn't be a big deal. After all, even though alchemists were relatively rare in other cities, King's City had more than 20 of them. So, if one had left, its impact would normally be something insignificant. But this time, the man had discovered a new highly lethal kind of snow powder before leaving. And instead of contributing it towards the alchemic workshop, he had left without a trace the very next day. In the end, Timothy's spies were only able to capture some of the remaining confidants, but failed to intercept the entire group of deserters. The moment he learned about the news, Timothy immediately ordered his imperial prime minister to purchase all of the saltpeter capacities within the city and requested the alchemic workshop to reproduce the desert snow powder formula as soon as possible. And today, after waiting for 2 months, they finally showed some results, which made him feel quite satisfied. Even if this man's respect for him was a bit lacking, he was still pleasing to his eye at this moment. After settling his thoughts, Timothy cleared his throat and said, "You did well. For your contribution, I will grant you 25 gold royals as reward. Additionally, I will also open a snow powder workshop in King's City's inner city, which will be responsible for the mass production of the fast igniting snow powder. However, you cannot become lax and have to further study its usage. If it actually turns out like you said, that civilians would become able to defeat knights, rewarding you with a title and territory won't be a problem. Thank you very much, Your Majesty." After the chief alchemist had left the hall, Sir Weimar, no longer able to hold himself back, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, even though this stuff looked a bit scary, but wanting to use it to defeat a knight is absolutely not possible. As you can see, it needs to be ignited to trigger. Its killing range is also only half a step or so. At that distance, against a civilian, I have dozens of ways to instantly send them to the ground. Even granted that they are able to use it at a close distance, I can still take advantage of the ignition time to strike and kill my opponent before calmly leaving. According to Rayleigh's way of speaking, it is clear that he had never been to the battlefield. We also think the same, Your Majesty. Other knights followed up. That's why I let him continue to search for a better way, Timothy said. For example, by shortening the ignition time or making it throwable, and so forth. Of course, no matter what kind of weapon they use, I'm also convinced that a knight will be better than a farmer. Although he spoke like this, within his heart, he also had some traces of disagreement. Civilians indeed completely lacked any usage. They were cowardly and ignorant, and also afraid of dying. But if controlled by pills and equipped with snow powder, they could become a powerful weapon. At least that was if they had needed to storm a city gate or a shield wall. They would only have to send out a few militia holding snow powder, and it would be enough to tear a hole in a solid line of defense. At this moment, some footsteps could suddenly be heard coming from beyond doors, soon followed by an anxious personal guard who came running into the hall and fell onto his knees and announced, "Your Majesty, it seems that the militia team you had sent to the Western Territory got attacked, and now the defeated soldiers have come back to King's City. I even heard that they brought back a letter of reprimand. By now many people have heard about it." "What?" Timothy's eyes became wide. "Make sure that they keep their mouths shut and bring all who are still alive to me here in the castle." In the castle courtyard, a ragged militia group could be seen kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Your Majesty, be merciful. Please give us some pills. We cannot stand it any longer." You group of wastes, in addition to consuming the enemy, there is basically nothing else you can be used for. Since you are alive, you're already wasting food, and now you even dare to ask me for pills. Timothy looked with cold eyes at the group of people and said in a low voice, "In the end, how was it possible for the enemy to defeat you? Who can tell me something about the course of the battle? Whoever can give me a clear answer will receive the antidote." All the people suddenly began to speak at the same time. "We were attacked while we were still on board, which turned the fleet into chaos. The lead knight gave the command to go ashore and get an order. However, the moment we landed, we were attacked by unending crossbow bolts, so dense that we didn't even get the chance to fight back. It was the knights who took the lead and surrendered. We merely followed them and kneeled." "What about the group of knights and the lead knight?" "No, I don't know. They escorted us back to the camp, but we didn't see any knight." Timothy frowned and his voice became even colder. "How were you able to come back?" "It was Prince Roland who let us go," one of them said hurriedly. "Also, he gave us a letter that we are supposed to pass on to you. To all of you." "That's right. I also have one. Your Majesty, I also have a letter." The group of people shouted at once and stood up, pulling Roland's letter out of their pockets. To hell with it. He actually gave it to everyone. Timothy gathered the letters only to discover that they all contained the same message. "Your stupid act makes me feel sorry for you, Timothy Wimbledon. The repeated invasion of the Western Territory was a grave mistake for which you will have to pay the price. I will attack King's City at the beginning of the second month of autumn. I will make you learn that your place is far from being as secure as you imagine. When the day comes, all of King's City's people will see. Your kingship is already on the verge of collapse." Roland Wimbledon. Chapter 292, Precision Guided Bombs. The place where they would be practicing shooting their pistols was arranged at the castle's front courtyard, including Sylvie. All of the witches selected for the investigation team had received a revolver. Roland spent 2 days to let everyone become familiar with and master the posture needed to shoot a gun, before they switched over to shoot with live ammunition. The major part of the training was divided into aiming while shooting from 10 meters and paced shooting from 5 meters distance, so that they could cope with a surprise attack or an open attack of the enemy. During the posture training, most of the witches were still able to imitate the pattern, but the moment they fired their first shot, the truth was soon revealed. Especially when the deafening sound of gunfire split the air, for most of them, their first reaction was to block their ears, turning the observing nightingale's brows straight. Except for Anna. Whenever he looked at her, both her hands seemed to remain motionless even as she continuously pulled the trigger, completely disregarding the gunfire and smoke. Regardless of the accuracy of her aim, just this posture alone was already absolutely efficient. Can it be, in addition to learning new knowledge, Anna is just as highly talented in other areas? Roland thought to himself, secretly surprised. Even though these are black gunpowder bullets, this is still a large caliber revolver with a strong recoil. So how it is possible for her arms to remain so stable, and how is she able to shoot continuously? Stepping behind her, full of curiosity, he saw two black flames sticking against the handle of the gun and holding it firmly in the air, while Anna was only keeping a virtual grasping position, not even touching the real revolver. After he pat her on the shoulders, he saw her taking out two black flames from her ears as she turned around. She gave him a "come and praise me" expression and said, "How about it? I always hit the target." Roland didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, but since he didn't have any better options, he loudly declared, "Everyone, no one is allowed to use their ability to assist you with the practice." Why? So that you won't get flustered, in case you meet an enemy carrying a god's stone of retaliation. Roland explained. He sighed and reached with his hands to help plug Anna's ears. "Like this, you won't be afraid, all right?" Yes, Anna's eyes were brimming with happiness. She turned around, changed the bullets, lifted the gun and aimed. "Maggie, quickly come over here. I also need someone to block my ears," Lightning shouted, full of envy. "Goo!" The latter pointed at herself, the gun still in her hands. "You cannot shoot the gun after turning into a bird anyway," the little girl said with a wink. "You help me first, and I'll help you cover your ears later." Goo! The other witches in the castle were also attracted by the successive sounds of gunfire. Gradually, they all gathered at the castle's front courtyard, many of them looking eager to also have a go. At the end of the day, almost everyone had come up to experience how to use a revolver for themselves. Roland's heart was deeply moved as he looked upon this diverse group of women, all in high spirit, as they fired the weapons they were holding. Even now, he could still remember the appearance of each witch when he met them for the first time. Previously, Anna's hands and feet were thin and weak, just like bamboo poles. Her eyes had lost all signs of life and always had a monotonous expression. The area between Nightingale's eyebrows always contained traces of stormy clouds. Her smiling expression also had nothing to do with her mood. In other words, its only use was to cover the true state of her mind, so there was always a false smile which was hanging at the corner of her lips. And Wendy, usually speaking in a low voice, was unable to conceal her exhaustion. Leaves, someone who had thrown away all thoughts of a healthy future and accepted all the misfortunes decreed upon her by fate, and Lily, like a cat, ever on guard. Furthermore, there was Lightning, Mystery Moon, Hummingbird, Scroll, and so on. After experiencing being oppressed, being framed, and being hunted, they were already lucky to be able to survive. As for where they were supposed to go, they absolutely had no time to ponder over that. Nowadays, however, they were already completely differently from how they'd been in the past. The witches were now emitting a unique charm. Their eyes were flashing with rays of intelligence. They no longer seemed unsure about their fate. In addition to being able to live, they now had some effort to spare pursuing some other things, something that was just as beautiful as life itself. And whenever he came face to face with one of the witches, their eyes would be filled with gratefulness and trust, making Roland's heart feel as if it was filled with strength. After lunch, and in the afternoon, it was time for the specially developed high-altitude throwing exercise in preparation for the autumn offensive. The number of witches participating in the exercise had been reduced to half, leaving only Anna, Wendy, and Lightning. This was also the minimum amount of people required to complete the air raid. Setting the attack time at the beginning of the second month of autumn was what he came up with after some careful deliberations. If the time was too short, they would be unable to carry out the mission safely, and if they took too long, Roland feared they wouldn't be able to stop Timothy from attacking again. As long as he decided to launch a large-scale attack on the western region and forcefully fed the recruited civilians with the pills, the air raid wouldn't be able to achieve its desired effect. Therefore, the autumn offensive had to be completed before Timothy could complete the recruitment. To realize his promise, Roland planned to drop a 250-kilogram bomb at the top of the castle. That bomb, which was about 5 times Nightingale's weight, would be dropped from a height of 2 kilometers, directly smash through the dome of the palace, then detonate inside. As the hot air balloon slowly lifted off, it also took a basket that was transporting a solid imitation of the bomb into the sky as Roland was riding in the basket. The solid iron projectile was a number smaller, probably only around 4 times Nightingale's weight. However, its shape was completely the same as the aviation bomb they would be using in the future. It had a streamlined form, with a thin front and a thick rear, together with stable tail wings and a speed-reducing parasol. It would ensure that it remained perpendicular to the ground and that it would control its maximum speed. The basket they would throw the bomb from had been especially remodeled. They set up an iron trestle so that the projectile could stand upright in the middle of the basket, with one half of it hanging out of the bottom. So as long as someone pulled the valve, the hook would loosen, and the bomb would separate from the basket to fall straight down. With the rising height, border towns soon became as large as a fingernail, while the Redwater River had turned into a bright silver band. "This is the first time I've been at such a high place," Wendy said, as she looked out of the observation window. "It seems as if the whole Western Territory has become small." "That's because it is indeed very small," Roland said, and lightly chuckled. "Look at the wilderness in the north. That's the place where we should be going to later." "Do you want to go even higher? I already can't see the target," Lightning shouted from outside the basket. "It is more or less right," he nodded toward Anna, then gave the little girl the ready signal. Although it was impossible to determine how far away they were from the ground in the end, it was more than 1,000 meters. This was an attack altitude that could be described as being entirely safe, while the enemy would also be unable to see the hot air balloon. However, a distance of more than 1,000 meters of empty air meant that the place the projectile hit in the end would depend entirely on fate. If they wanted to hit the target accurately, the bomb needed to have a guidance system, and it was the little girl, Lightning, who would take over this task. "Release the bomb," Roland commanded. Wendy pulled a valve. The bomb was released, and a stream of wind immediately came pouring into the basket. Anna used the cover plate, which had long since been prepared, to seal the dropping hole, then tightened the handle. They had repeatedly practiced this processes while they were on land, which meant that the two women were already very familiar with it. "Can she hit the target?" Wendy asked while looking through the window. "We will only know the answer after landing," Roland said and shrugged. As the bomb fell, Lightning would drop at the same speed as the bomb while applying a horizontal force against it. In this way, she could freely change its trajectory and turn it into a guided missile. By the time it closed in on the target, Lightning would pull on the mechanism at the tail end to separate the parachute from the missile. At the last hundreds meters, the bomb should then gather enough kinetic energy to break through the palace roof. As a result, the height of the drop-off would be sufficient, while the precise control on hitting the impact point would also be guaranteed. All they now had to do was unceasingly keep on practicing this routine, nothing more, Chapter 293, the night before. The week quickly passed, and now it was finally time for the investigation team to set out on their journey. Roland called Barov, Carter, and Iron Axe over to the castle and informed them that he would be leaving Border Town for 2 days. During his departure, they were to continue carrying out the affairs of the town in accordance with the general plans and regulation. Of course, his declaration was met with unanimous opposition from the 3 of them. Carter wanted to perform his duty as the chief knight and stand guard at the prince's side. Iron Axe asked that a team of 100 soldiers be dispatched as an escort. Barov used the excuse that Roland was needed to review and approve some important decrees that the city hall would be releasing, making it necessary that he remained in the castle. This went on until he finally felt he had no other alternative than to put out a lord's airs and command everyone to act in accordance with his orders. "Your Highness, I do not understand. In the end, what is so important about these circumstances that you personally must go?" Barov asked in confusion. "This is a matter which concerns the Western Territory. So much that it might even decide the life or death of the Kingdom of Greycastle," Roland said, then was silent for a moment before opening his mouth once more. "And only I have the ability to make the best judgment. You cannot. Tell us the particular cause." "For the time being I can't, but there will come a day when you will understand." He shook his head. "Also, this trip is a secret operation. You are not allowed to reveal this information to anyone." The fact that the Devil's headquarters was merely about 200 kilometers west of the western border, the very devils who had once destroyed the holy city of Takilla and forced the last defenders to the edge of the mainland, and turned the wildlands into a forbidden area no one even dared to set a foot, is all too frightening to say out loud. For me it is tolerable, after all. I got a lot out of all the extermination movies I saw. Even so, the thought still makes me feel numb. For them, however, I'm afraid that others cannot simply accept something like that. Once the news is leaked, it will only turn into more trouble. In case it was to cause a panic among my subjects, it might even lead to many people fleeing from the Western Territory. Thus, at present, it is not the right time to declare the truth. After finishing all political affairs, Roland and the witches entered the hot air balloon and lifted off, leaving the castle front yard and heading into the sky in the directions of the snow-capped mountain. "Your Royal Highness, if we assume that it was indeed the Church who has been fighting against the devils 400 years ago, does that make them good or bad? Since discovering the existence of the devils, it seemed that Sylvie had become preoccupied by some troubles." "Of course they are still bad." Roland didn't even get to open his mouth before Nightingale gave her answer. "Have you ever seen a good person hunting a witch for no reason? In the case that we really were the devil's minions, all of us sisters would know about it. But there isn't even a bit of relationship between us witches and the devils. The demonic bite is also a complete myth." However, the other person still observed Roland, seemingly waiting to hear his answer. He thought for a while, then started to speak. "First of all, it is still not confirmed that it was the Church who had fought against the devils. If they had indeed made such great sacrifices, for what reason would they conceal all the information about it and destroy the past? This news would have been the best way for them to expand their base of believers. I am afraid that we can only answer the questions truthfully if we are able to find more clues about the past. Also, good and evil cannot be distinguished so easily. It is always dependent on the place you are standing at." Roland paused for a moment to give her a smile, then he asked, "However, I believe what you really wanted to know was, if I would go to the Church to fight with them against the devils, isn't that right?" Sylvie wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't deny it. "The Church and I are incompatible. Even if there were any witches, I would not be able to stand on the same side as them," he said. "That is even more now that I have all of you by my side." "I also want to speak," Nightingale said. showed a complacent smile. Even if it was the church who had fought the devils before, they still lost, or might even have suffered some other kind of crushing defeat. In His Highness' words, if you do not know who is going to win or lose, for what reason would you want to rely on the losing side? I see. Sylvie nodded gently, and her uneasiness seeming to loosen up somewhat. Time passed, and when dusk fell, the group of people were vaguely able to see the contours of the snow-capped mountain. It is indeed incomparable huge, Roland thought. Even I have seldom seen such a towering peak with my own eyes. There doesn't exist any other similar mountains within the mountain range. It's as if the earth doesn't have any inclination to rise in general, leaving only one road leading to the skies. The overcast mountain wall occupied more than half of the horizon. If we'd wanted to bypass the mountains by land, I am afraid we would have to spend several months to do so. The selected camping site was located at the top of a mountain nearer to the sea, making it easy for them to observe the movement around them. Furthermore, it was also far enough from the concealing forest to ensure that it would be impossible for any beast to sneak up on the camp. After gnawing at their rations, everyone began to set up their tent. Due to the limited weight capacity of the hot air balloon, they were only able to take a single large tent with them. Therefore, Roland, showing a noble character and unquestionable integrity, offered the witches the use of the tent and decided that he would sleep in the basket while Maggie decided to take a tree, since, if she turned into a bird, she was able to sleep while standing. He discovered that in the end, he was still too thin-skinned, making it impossible for him to crowd into the tent to sleep together with the witches. Even when Wendy and Soria suggested that they would take the basket so that the prince could sleep in the tent, he still refused them. While they were arranging their accommodations, Sylvie was the only one who was warily staring at Roland. Her gaze was so intense that in the end, he didn't know whether he was supposed to laugh or cry. After arranging the night vigil, every one of them entered the tent one after another. Due to the uneven bottom of the basket, Roland had some problems falling asleep. Thus he sat on a rock while facing the sea, stared blankly at the moonlight that was sparkling on the sea's surface. At this time, he heard some subtle footsteps coming from behind. When the prince turned around, he discovered that it was Anna. Previously, back when he had been attending school, he'd always had some anticipation that maybe something is going to happen within his heart when he went on social travel. And even though most of the endings ended with delusion, this never prevented him from looking forward to the next event. However, when it came true, Roland found out that contrary to his expectation, his heartbeat sped up even more. Feigning as if nothing was out of the ordinary, he lifted an eyebrow and asked, "What happened? Can't you fall asleep?" "No," Anna said bluntly, "I merely want to accompany you." "That's it," he coughed twice, "thanks. It should be me thanking you," Anna said as she smiled. The silver moonlight sparkled on her face, emitting a faint radiance. Her peaceful blue eyes seemed to be deeper than the sea. "Those words you said to Sylvie." Although she did not thank you, I could still see that her mood had become a lot better. "Are you happy for her?" "No," she shook her head. "I'm happy about my choice." Roland asked, startled. "What choice?" Instead of answering, Anna closed her eyes and kissed him on the cheek. After a long time, she whispered, "Good night, Your Highness." This can be regarded as something has happened, right? Seeing her back disappear into the tent, Roland stretched his body to his heart's content. The moment he intended to return to the basket to sleep, a pair of invisible hands took hold of his face. The area in front of him was obviously empty, yet he once again felt a soft touch, but this time it was on the other side. "I also thank you, Your Highness, for doing so much for us witches." Chapter 294, The Devil's Attack arrives. In the early morning hours of the next day, everyone packed up their camping belongings as they prepared to set out on their journey once again. Roland also discovered a new detail. Even if they slept in the wilderness, the witch's appearance wasn't affected in the slightest, something which obviously wasn't the case for himself. Even without taking a look in the mirror, he still guessed that his hair appeared to be a mess, and due to his insomnia, his face lacked color, and his skin was covered in a layer of semi-dry sweat, which felt sticky whenever he touched it. All this together most likely gave him a dispirited and downcast look in everyone's eyes. Only after he had washed his face and rinsed his mouth with some drinking water from his leather bag was he finally able to bring some relief to the ill feeling he was having. Roland was already beginning to miss the water system with its spacious shower in the castle. An hour later, having followed Lightning's directions, Cloud Gazer arrived at the predetermined location, the side of the snow-capped mountain. As they hovered over the vast sea, the people in the group could all see the scene behind the mountain. It was just like Lightning had said. The landscape at the back of the snow-capped mountain was covered in a red mist, and with the atmospheric pressure of the fog being very low, its color became deeper the closer it was to the ground. In order to see farther, Roland had the hot air balloon continue to rise so that they could see a part of the flat and dry land which was spread out at the end of the horizon. "Is there anything you could discover?" Roland asked into the direction of Sylvie. The latter shook her head and said, "No, it's too far away. It is beyond the scope of the eye of truth." "Then, let's wait for Soria to draw a picture of the scene before approaching it further," Roland ordered. While they were waiting for Soria to draw the picture, Roland used an observation mirror to look at the coastal line. Aside from the cliffs and the rocky beach, there weren't any wharfs, docks, or other human-made buildings. It seemed that even though there were devils here, they weren't going to build ships to attack Greycastle from the sea. Observing this let him feel somewhat relieved. With the hot air balloon slowly approaching the land, Sylvie was finally able to see the actual situation and gave her report. Probably a bit more than 10 miles away from the sea, she could see a pile of black stone buildings, with a triangular form reminiscent of a spire. "That's just like what we saw from the mirage at the barbarian wasteland," Wendy, unable to restrain her emotions any longer, exclaimed aloud. "This really is the devil's territory." "But the height is clearly wrong," Soria said with a frown. "The spires in the mirage were as high as 100 feet. Furthermore, they weren't covered by a red mist. They are supposed to be higher than all the surrounding hills. Maybe, at that time, you saw the Devil's City, and what we see here is closer to a devil's town," Anna guessed. "Therefore, we can conclude that the devils possess a kind of intact and unique urban system, and that they also belong to a higher evolved species that is keen to expand its territory and kill." Roland thought to himself, "Please, there mustn't be too many of them. What can you say about the inside of those spires?" Most of those towers are empty, while some of them are filled with some kind of liquid. Hold on." Sylvie became shocked, at first unable to believe what she was seeing, before shouting, "Quickly leave, the devils found us. They discovered us." Roland once more raised his observation mirror, but everything was still dark red, making it impossible for him to see everything clearly. "They began to move," Sylvie yelled nervously. "Before, they were all buried in the ground, and only the pipe on their back was exposed. Over there are devils that began to fly up." "Wendy, retreat at full speed," Roland commanded. The wind began blowing strongly from the side. The sudden movement of the hot air balloon made the basket slant to one side, while the taut ropes all issued a creaking sound. However, Sylvie's following warning caused everyone's heart to turn cold. "2 devils are rushing in our direction, and they have mounts that can fly. To hell with it. These guys have flying mounts." Roland stared with wide eyes toward the red mist. "This is simply against common sense if they are able to carry a tall and bulky person on your back. How large are these mounts?" Before long, however, he already caught sight of 2 black spots which came into his field of view. Looking at the demonic beasts through his observation mirror, He was only able to see the saddle at their hip, their sharp fangs, and their hairless body, with a basic form which was similar to birds. If he wasn't mistaken, then they were actually two mixed species of demonic beasts. Head down to the ground, we are landing as soon as possible. Roland squeezed those few words through his gritted teeth. For now, this was the main idea. He had never thought that the devils possessed the ability to pursue them through the air, and furthermore, the only one who could fight while flying was lightning. But when he looked at her pale face, he knew that there was no hope for her to win this battle. Once they caught up, even if the other side merely went for a collision attack against the balloon, they would still be able to take the lives of all of the witches. Even if the coating would be robust enough to resist the impact and the bite of the demonic beasts, under the resulting violent shaking, it was most likely that they would all fall out of the basket and drop into the sea like stones. And at this height, there was no difference between hitting solid ground or falling into the sea. By now, the devils had come so close to the hot air balloon that even without the help of the mirror, Roland was already able to see these winged mixed species and the big and sturdy enemy it was carrying on its back. "Be careful," Sylvie shrieked again. "They are getting ready to throw their spears." When he heard the warning, his mind was suddenly flooded with the scenes of the previous battles which had been described by Leaves. Last time the enemy had acted in this way, they had taken Scarlet's life in a flash. He did not see the devil extend its arm. He didn't even see the incoming spear. However, the moment Sylvie had issued her warning, Anna had stretched out her hands and controlled her fire to form an extremely thin shield to block the front of the basket. A loud bang, bang sound rang out a moment later. Anna released a suppressed groan, took 2 steps back, while her black fire shattered like glass into numerous pieces. The spears turned into half-burned irons and dropped into the rolling sea. She'd used a dense black fire curtain to block the attack. The other witches sighed out in relief, only Roland still kept worrying. After all, he knew that when she used her ability like this, it would greatly consume her magic power. This was something Roland had already noticed when he saw her smelting steel. If she used it only for heating or cutting, her vast amount of magic power would almost never dry up. However, once she expanded her influence to the macro level and tried to form a dense body to influence the whole object all at once, the amount of magic power she needed multiplied exponentially. For example, when she used her black flame as a furnace, by keeping the molten steel from flowing over to the outside wall, it would increase her magic consumption. And if she wanted to lift up the entire black fire furnace, even Anna could hold on for only a few minutes. So, it was obviously that the barrier just now had consumed quite a lot of her power. If they were to throw their spears twice, Roland was afraid that even heating the air for the balloon would become impossible for her. It seemed as if the devils had been shocked by the scene they'd witnessed, because rather than following up with another attack, they instead chose to sweep past on both sides of the hot air balloon, as if they were waiting for the right moment. By now, they were so close. It was the first time that Roland could see the enemy's ferocious appearance. It was exactly the same as in the picture. They wore demonic beasts' skulls as their helmets, and their eyes were covered with scarlet red crystal pieces. They also had a leather pipe running from their chin, which went past their neck and to the carapace on their back. In the meantime, the other witches had already pulled out their revolvers, but since the basket was constantly swaying, it was almost impossible for them to hit an enemy that was moving at such high speed. Even after depleting 2 rounds of bullets, they still hadn't hit the target. At this moment, the devil's arms extended once again, only this time, they had instead chosen to attack from the front and the back. There wasn't even enough time for Anna to see the enemy at her back, so when she summoned her black flame, all she could do was cover the one side. Roland, however, even though he was unable to follow the path of the spear, instinctively knew that the spear had been targeted at her. He almost subconsciously threw himself at Anna's back to push her out of the way, before he felt an impact on his shoulder, as if someone had ferociously smashed it with a hammer. His whole body lifted into the air and crashed into the basket's wall. The burst of unbearable pain almost ripped him apart, followed by a strong sense of dizziness, as if his consciousness was leaving him. Roland tightly clenched his teeth and turned his head to the side, merely to see that at the place his shoulder should have been, only a huge gap now remained. The hole in the basket at his back was sufficient to show the power of this blow. This last round of attacks had completely ripped off the corner of the basket, while the blood which endlessly came pouring out dyed his clothes red. "No!" Nightingale's heart-wrenching cry was the last thing he could hear before he lost consciousness. Chapter 295. Wings spreading out. The moment that Nightingale saw Roland get hit, she could suddenly feel her stomach tightening. The surrounding noises all became incomparably distant. When she tried to lift his body, she discovered that it had become stiff and cold. Only his hands were still slightly trembling. Apart from her subconscious, frightened shout at the beginning, she realized that even taking a step forward felt like an incomparable challenge. She was afraid that Roland, lying in her bosom, was steadily losing his warmth. She was also afraid that he would never wake up again. Just thinking of these things made it hard for her to breathe. Never in her life had she ever felt so helpless. It was Anna who responded first. She crouched down and covered the wound with her black flame. White smoke immediately began to rise from the lightless flame while emitting a zizzy sounds. When the black flame dissipated, the place where Roland's arm had been torn off had already become scorched black. However, the unceasingly flowing blood had stopped at least. That's right. This was the emergency measure he had taught us during the first aid class. But what was the rest? Wrap the wound and quickly go to the hospital to find Nana. Nightingale swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sweeping her gaze over the basket. No, Nana isn't with us. She's in Border Town. We have to go back. We must go back as soon as possible. She slowly turned her head to the southeast, looking in the direction of Border Town. At this moment, the devil's fierce appearance, with them baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, came into Nightingale's view once again, pulling her thoughts back to the current situation inside the basket. The panicked shouts of the witches, the cracking sound of the revolvers, and the low growls of the enemy all came back into her perception. After the coldness subsided, all the various and disorderly thoughts in her mind finally came together to become one. Don't try to beat the devils. If they catch up, we are unable to return to Border Town. Lightning, Anna exclaimed anxiously. Protect the hot air balloon. Although the little girl's complexion was pale, after looking towards the still unconscious Roland, she gritted her teeth and nodded before she flew out of the basket. No, Nightingale thought, just by looking at her appearance it is clear that she cannot handle the devils. Like most witches, Lightning has no experience with fighting a real enemy. I am the only one here who can defeat the devils. Nightingale took a deep breath. She forced all of her thoughts concerning the wounded prince behind a makeshift veil at the back of her mind. The two devils are still flying, forming a pincer attack, one at the front and one at the back. Their throwing arms were as skinny and shriveled as firewood. Perhaps it will still take a comparatively long moment before they can fully be restored. But from the hot air balloon to where they are is approximately 50 meters, a distance I'm utterly unable to cross. If she cast her fog high up in the sky, it was incredibly easy for her slip through and fall. The higher up off the ground she was, the rarer the lines she could travel along became. And if she remained on one line for an extended amount of time, the direction of the lines could begin to turn upside down, which could even result in her being torn into several pieces. Perhaps the devils were also aware that once the hot air balloon landed, their situation could become tricky. Thus, one devil waved his three-fingered left hand and shouted something out loud, then pulled at the reins of his mount and came rushing straight at the balloon. At the same time, the other fiercely pounced toward Lightning. Flapping its immense wings, the demonic beast just looked like a falcon seizing a fledgling, taking its time to wear it out. Just like Nightingale had expected, Lightning was already hard-pressed to protect herself by relying on her nimble movement, making it impossible for her to aim and fire at the enemy. Also, the other witches, now afraid of accidentally hitting the little girl, had also stopped shooting. Meanwhile, the other mount randomly bit and clawed at the balloon's sack, but fortunately, Soria's coating was tough enough to fend off the demonic beast's claws and tooth. Realizing that its action was in vain, the demon roared and flew far away, seemingly wanting to use the force of an impact to throw the balloon off balance. Nightingale realized that this would be her best opportunity. She released her fog, and the moment a slightly glowing thread appeared on top of her head, she stepped on it without hesitation. She took advantage of the quickly changing outline of the balloon and was standing on top of the air sack a moment later. Although her body was parallel with the ground, it seemed as if she was walking on level ground, thus she was quickly able to run her way to the balloon's peak. At this moment, the devil was also rushing toward them. In her world of black and white, Nightingale was surprised to discover that the devil also had a sparse and slowly rotating magic cyclone, and its thin arm was also inlaid with a sparkling stone. Do they also possess magic? But this wasn't the time to be paying attention to this. For her, a dash of 10 meters was nothing more than the blink of an eye. So, the moment the devil was about to hit the hot air balloon, Nightingale had also came out of her fog and appeared behind the devil. Because of the sudden increase of the weight, the giant winged demonic beast suddenly dropped. The devil, as if it was aware that something was amiss, turned around, only to be greeted with the roar coming from Nightingale's 12 revolver. Go to hell! The bullet, together with a flame and smoke, rushed out of its cartridge, and then entered and pierced through the devil's head with a great force, opening a bowl-like hole at the back of its head. Sticky blood splashed out the next instant, and a pungent smell assaulted her nose. The enemy twitched before toppling over, which deflected the demonic beast's movement and caused it to pass by the side of the hot air balloon. Just as Nightingale was about to leap back to the top of the airbag, an accident happened. The falling corpse pulled at the reins, and the beast abruptly rolled over and threw her off. Before she even had the chance to react, Nightingale was already out of a safe return distance. Although the hot air balloon has been reducing its height, at the moment it was still hundreds of meters above the sea. Stepping into the fog while falling was no different from committing suicide. If Nightingale couldn't control her posture and bump into whichever thin line was available, she'd immediately be cut into two. Nightingale! She heard her sisters cry in horror, but everything seemed useless. Lightning was currently fighting against the other devil, while Maggie, even if she changed into a seabird, would still be unable to carry her. Thus, she knew what would happen next. The speed of her fall accelerated more and more, and when Nightingale looked down, the ocean, which was originally a blur, revealed its true form. The rolling and splashing waves became more and more clear. It didn't look as if she was falling, rather it was as if the sea was coming towards her. The nearer the inevitable moment came, the clearer were her thoughts. Nightingale closed her eyes, and once again seeing the moment she'd first met Roland. She'd sat on the edge of the bed and was playing with the dagger in her hand, waiting for the gray-haired fourth prince to push open the door and enter. The flickering fire, the door, and the bedroom gradually began to fade, ultimately only leaving his smiling face behind. Her only regret was that she wasn't able to accompany him to the end. Goo goo! Suddenly, a series of high tweets sounded. When Nightingale opened her eyes, she saw a white figure rushing straight down, throwing herself at Nightingale's chest. It was Maggie. Just when she wanted to say something, the pigeon began to emit a piercing bright ray of light. Her body began to expand immediately. and a pair of enormous flesh-like wings opened themselves at her back. Her feathers all fell off, and her bird's head became both fierce and terrifying. She looked exactly the same as a flying demonic beast. "Ahul!" Maggie released a deafening roar, caught Nightingale with her claws and yanked her upwards. The latter half rolled around in the sky before landing on the bird's broad back. What exactly is going on? Nightingale was completely shocked. "Ahul, Ahul!" Maggie shouted once more. Apparently, she wanted to remind her of something. This time, even without translation, Nightingale was able to understand the other's meaning. Although she couldn't understand why Maggie was able to change into this form, but right now, the most important thing was to defeat the devil. "Come on," she shouted. Chapter 296 Demon. The situation reversed the instant after Maggie, carrying Nightingale on her back, joined the battle. Being forced to give up the pursuit of the nimble lightning, the devil released an angry howl, rolled around, and dived down, throwing itself against the fast-incoming Maggie. The arm, which hadn't been fully restored yet, raised another spear, then expanded so quickly that the skin began to crack and a bloody mist began spraying out. Even though it spent all of its power, the thrown spear, which was thrown this time, no longer had its original might. At least now, Nightingale was able to see the trajectory of the spear. "Maggie!" She patted the back of the giant creature beneath her, then released her fog and stepped into it. "Ahul goo!" At the same time, Maggie's body began to sharply reduce in size, once again turning into a pigeon. As the huge target suddenly disappeared, the spear sped past the two with a whistling sound before falling into the sea. At the next moment, Nightingale reappeared from the fog, and Maggie returned to her demonic beast form. The whole process of dodging had been as natural as the moving clouds and the flowing water. The devil let out a painful, anguished wailing. Its arm began to shrink, until it was only an inch thick, then broke, just like an overstrained branch. But its left hand was still firmly gripping the reins, moving the beast to confront them. Looking at its posture, it seemed as if it wanted to crash into the two of them, as if it had given up all thoughts of ever returning. However, Maggie obviously never intended to fulfill its wish. Moments before the collision, she suddenly let her body drop, letting the enemy pass by instead. When she regained her balance once more, Nightingale had already disappeared from her back. The latter was just like a ghost as she appeared behind the devil. The enemy hurriedly tried to untie the rope it was holding, however. Nightingale would obviously never give it the chance to do so. It was as if she was releasing all of her pent-up anger as she pulled the trigger, and the gunfire sounded out continuously. This round of shooting not only broke the carapace at the back of the devil, but also ran through its chest. The enemy issued a series of hoarse sounds, gasping for air, and quickly collapsed into the evaporating bloody mist. And lastly, the now masterless demonic beast also died under lightning's attack and fell into the sea, disappearing soon after. The cloud gazer slowly landed on the shore. "What should we do next?" Nightingale asked anxiously as she looked at Anna. It seemed that she'd only been able to stay cool-headed during the battle. "We're so far away that even if we flew through the whole night, the hot air balloon will still take until midnight before it can reach Border Town." Anna stated their situation. Therefore, Lightning and Maggie have to carry His Highness on her back and set off in advance. "No problem, Ahul." The giant beast, lying with its head at their side, opened its mouth and spoke. "I also have no problem with it. We will deliver him." The little girl's expression seemed somewhat gloomy, probably thinking about her capability as an explorer. The fact that she'd been too afraid to fight the enemy had caused everyone to fall into so much difficulty. Nightingale touched her head. "No one has ever been good at it from the beginning. This isn't your fault." Together, the witches tied the still unconsciously prince onto Maggie's back. After they finished, Lightning took her place beside him. They then soared into the sky, flying all the way along the Redwater River while heading towards Border Town. "And we," Wendy asked, "my magic will soon run out." "Continue to fly, as far as possible. Perhaps the enemy will dispatch a second troop to look for us. This place is still too close to the snow-capped mountain. We have to leave it behind as far as possible." Anna said, "Wait until we reach a safety zone. We will then look for a place to hide and make camp." Her decision was unanimously endorsed by the remaining witches. When Cloud Gazer rose again, there were only 5 people left in the basket this time. "In the end, how have the devils been able to discover us?" Soria asked, feeling puzzled. "Both the hot air balloon and the basket are painted with sky camouflage. Furthermore, at the height of 2,000 meters, it is hard to identify us even by using an observation mirror." "There was a colossal devil," Sylvie said, while knitting her brows. "It crouched on the top of one of those black spires. It had a head that was larger than its body. Its head was covered with countless eyes. Even though I merely gazed at it, it immediately turned all of its eyes towards me, and hundreds of devils came rushing forth from within the ground. It was as if the whole area had started boiling." "There really exists such a monster?" Soria gasped in shock. "There is still more. Those 2 flying mounts were also very strange." Anna voiced her thoughts. "After getting hit by the bullets, the blood flowing out of them wasn't black as you would expect, but rather a deep blue. This is entirely different compared to the mixed species we'd encountered during the months of demons." "But on the contrary, it is similar to the devils," Soria replied. "I saw that the first devil Nightingale shot also had blue blood coming out of its wounds." "In the end, aren't they demonic beasts?" Sylvie asked. "That I do not know, but it is great that Maggie can change her appearance into theirs," Wendy exclaimed. "If it hadn't been for her saving Nightingale, we would all have been in danger. Her ability has evolved." Nightingale, having stayed silent until now, suddenly opened her mouth. "I saw that the magic source inside her body no longer had the form of turning cyclone. It has turned into a fixed shape instead, a pair of outstretched white wings." While holding His Highness' arm, Lightning's heart was filled with endless guilt. The devil merely has a malevolent appearance. When in the sky, with its large body, it wasn't able to respond quickly. If I just left the basket to block the enemy at the beginning, His Royal Highness wouldn't have been so seriously injured. To bravely step forward and protect one's companion is the unshirkable responsibility of an explorer. Whenever Thunder went on an exploration in the fjords, he would always take the lead whenever they encountered any danger, taking everyone along so as to break through all incoming crises, whether it be against pirates or a monster from the deep sea. He never took a step back. For the first time, Lightning realized that she had still a huge distance to go before she could call herself a great explorer. But her father had also mentioned that, while fear can be fought off by acknowledging and becoming familiar with it, skills could be mastered through repeated training. She made a firm resolution that she would wait until His Highness' injury was fully healed, and would then beg him to give her a specialized pistol and request older sister Nightingale to teach her how to shoot and fight. "How is His Highness?" "Ahul," Maggie muttered. Compared with the pigeon's voice, her voice was now rough and muddy, like the wind blowing out of a stone cave. "I felt that his body has become colder." "Ahul," the little girl clenched her fists and turned around to fly back to Maggie, only to see that Roland had closed his eyes. His lips were pale, and together with his messy gray hair, he even seemed to be somewhat lifeless. The blood on his clothes had already solidified, while the black burn wound looked like a spectacle which was too horrible to endure. She gently placed her hand on his neck, feeling for a weak beat to prove that His Highness was still alive, only to feel the skin under her fingertips was frightening ice cold. "How much magic do you have left?" Lightning estimated the rest of their journey. "We will have to go at full speed." "Ahul." When the 2 witches arrived at Border Town, the little girl's vision already became faint and blurred. flying at high speed, not only quickly deplete her magic, but it also put a great burden on her body. She gritted her teeth, using the last bit of her strength to directly fly into the castle front courtyard, while shouting to the guards, who had come over to investigate the noise. "Quickly call Miss Nana, the prince has been wounded." Chapter 297, A Burning Hot Heart. Roland opened his eyes. He was lying on a soft bed, with the familiar ceiling above his head, matching every crack in his memories. This is my own bedroom. He turned his head, and at his shoulders on both sides, whether it was the left or right one, they both looked to be in a good condition. And as he tried to move his hands, he also didn't come across any problem. It's as if everything was just a long dream. He knew, however, that it hadn't been a dream. The investigation of the devils and the attacks they had faced was indeed something which had happened. However, the fact that he was lying safely in the bedroom meant that they had managed to escape the devil's pursuit and had successfully returned to the castle. However, did all of the witches make it back safely? Thinking of this, Roland couldn't stop his heart from becoming heavy. He tried to prop himself up, but from the direction of his injured arm, a burst of powerlessness spread throughout his body. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to call someone, he saw a row of witches leaning against the wall next to his bed. They were Anna, Nightingale, Lightning, Maggie, and Nana. They leaned against each other's shoulders and were breathing steadily, with their eyes slightly closed, looking as if they were fast asleep. Roland quietly opened the corner of the window curtains. He was greeted by the first rays of the morning sun, which came pouring in from the direction of the Redwater River like dazzling golden threads across the earth. "You woke up." Turning around, he didn't know when, but Anna, rubbing her tired eyes, had already woken up and step by step had come to stand by his side. "Yes, I'm up. The other witches. They all safely made it back to Border Town. In fact, you were the only one who was injured." "Is that so?" Roland said, relieved. "That's really good. Fool." He didn't even have a chance to refute before the other side was already nervously hugging him with so much force that it felt like she wanted to embed herself into his flesh. Due to Anna's commotion, the other witches also started waking up. "Your Highness." They stood up in surprise and then began to circle around him one after another. Lightning was the second to cling to Roland, followed by Nana and Maggie. Nightingale hesitated, but also wrapped her arms around him. In this way, everyone was embracing each other in a group hug. All were reluctant to let go. For a moment, it seemed time had come to a stop. After breakfast, Roland went back to his office and listened to details of what had happened after his collapse, trying to understand what had occurred in the end. The witches, working hand in hand, had been able to defeat their pursuers, then had Lightning and Maggie carry him back in advance. After coming back to the castle, Nana Pine immediately treated his injuries, healed his torn-off arm back to its previous state. However, due to his severe blood loss, he'd fallen into a deep sleep for a day afterward. Thus, this was already the 4th day since their departure. Thinking back to his actions, he had to admit that he had been somewhat careless. He had never expected that the devils would actually be able to discover a hot air balloon painted in sky camouflage more than 10 kilometers away. Listening to Sylvie's explanation, it seemed that the massive multi-eyed devil hadn't detected anything abnormal in the beginning and had been observing all direction with its eyes. However, the moment she moved her focus to the body of the multi-eyed devil, the other side immediately responded, instantly turning all of its eyes towards her. This kind of detection, contrary to what one might expect, was unheard of. It was important to know that, at this distance, apart from Sylvie's eye of truth, even when using an observation mirror, the view would still be fuzzy. In addition, there was also the red mist covering the spires, making it even more difficult to clearly see the happenings within the Devil's Town. Accordingly, it should also have been difficult for the other side to discover their whereabouts. That said, Even though they had met with great danger during this trip, the harvest of information was just as bountiful. The devils were no longer those mysterious and unknown messengers of hell. Instead, they also had cities and towns, an organized structure, and thus can be classified as a higher evolved civilization, just like humans were. Furthermore, the other side's air force wasn't powerful at all. At least this was the case for the group of devils behind the snow-capped mountain. Even though there had been hundreds of devils which had come out of the ground, in the end, there were only 2 who had pursued them with flying mounts. This indicated that they could safely assume that flying was still a rare ability among them. Whether it was the mounts or the riders that was rare was still unknown. But to sum it up, this was some good news for Border Town. At least he didn't have to worry about a group of devils bypassing the southern hills and mountains to go straight for the hinterlands of the Western Territory to burn, kill, and loot from them. Also, the news that the devils possessed magic was an important discovery. According to Nightingale's report, even though the amount of magic power within the devils coming after them was sparse, it was still enough to form a cyclone, and was also very eye-catching while in its foggy state. However, their way of arousing magic seemed to be entirely different from the witches. They didn't perform it by themselves, but instead used a certain kind of mechanism, for example, by using those shining stones to release their force. Therefore, it wasn't like the witch's ability which could undergo constant changes, but more like a standard weapon which could be mass-produced. Of course, this was merely his own speculation. Unfortunately, both of those devils' bodies had fallen into the sea, making it impossible for Roland to verify it further. The last point was their buildings. Those small and slender black stone spires were not the devils' dwelling places. Furthermore, their construction material was also very strange, since it didn't show any traces of corrosion from the red mist. While the inside of some of the stone towers was empty, others were filled with a red liquid, which let them unexpectedly appear to be storage tanks. Could it be that the red mist in the sky is actually the gaseous state of that liquid? And could the reason why the devils aren't further spread over the wilderness, or even further, expanded toward the 4 kingdoms be because of the limited amount of this gas? In any case, after comprehending all of the gathered information, I can conclude that for now, they won't be a threat to the security of Border Town. But Roland also knew that since they had already driven humanity out of the wilderness more than 400 years ago, there might come a day where they would attack again, which he would need to make preparation for. Due to his severe blood loss when night fell, Roland decided to leave the unfinished government task for another day and left for bed quite early. As he was sitting on the bedside looking through a history book and preparing to blow the candle out to sleep, a knock came from the other side of the door and resounded through the room. After a short hesitation, he still climbed out of bed to open the door, to see Anna standing before him. This time, she wasn't holding a thick book in her hands like she had been in the past, neither intermediate physics, or the theoretical foundation of natural science. Instead, she'd come empty-handed and wore only a white robe. She stepped into the room. She wasn't even wearing shoes, so whenever her delicate foot kissed the floor, there wasn't any trace of sound to be heard. Stepping aside, Roland swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After stepping through the door, Anna turned around, closed it, and shut the bolt. Then she took Roland's hand and went to the bed. He could see that she had recently washed her hair, and within the candlelight, her let-down hair also had a golden luster to it. Being so close, an intoxicating fragrance filled his nose. This enchanting fragrance wasn't originating from perfumed rose soap, but came from herself. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her cheeks were flushed, and her blue eyes were as clear as limpid autumn waters. Although she appeared to be somewhat nervous, there wasn't any trace of hesitation in her. Instead, her eyes, looking straight at Roland, were filled with resolution. Even someone as he who'd never weathered such a great battle, at this moment, he clearly understood her meaning. "Cough this. I do not want to wait any longer," Anna whispered, "especially after what we'd experienced." She paused. "I don't want to regret anything." Chapter 298 Dream. "I see." Roland put his hands around her, carried her by the waist, and set her gently on top of the bed. This simple action was already enough to make him breathless. He opened the thin blanket and went to lay on the bed next to Anna with her head nestled on his arm. The next step should be foreplay. Roland discovered that he was much too nervous. It can't go on like this. As someone known as an experienced person, I cannot make a fool out of myself in front of a little girl. Maybe I'll be able to ease the mood with a light chat and then do the action, for example. Maybe some lines from a porno. As he was still racking his brain, Anna's soft voice sounded in his ear. "That time in the hot air balloon when you pushed me out of the way, did you ever think about the possibility that you might die?" Roland felt shocked. He'd never expected that she would ask him this question. "I just did it without thinking." "You are someone who will become the ruler of Grey Castle. You are also the hope of us witches," she whispered. "I am unworthy of you doing so much for me." "This isn't a question of worth," Roland murmured. "I cannot just stand by the side and watch indifferently as you suffer an attack." As a matter of fact, even now, after waking up and thinking about it carefully, I can tell you that in case it hadn't happened so suddenly, and if I had the time to think it over, I would still have acted in the same way. There is nothing I can do to prevent you from doing it again, right? Yes, there is nothing, Roland said as he pinched her nose with his other hand. Anna's eyelashes fell, and after a moment of silence, she opened her mouth once more. "Can you tell me something about your past? I would like to know more about you." "Oh, the past," Roland said. He took a deep breath, then searched through the fourth prince's memories, while preparing to tell one or two entertaining anecdotes of his life in the palace. But before the words could leave his mouth, he swallowed them back down. His past wasn't the life he had here, but the life he'd lived in another, very different world. So instead he said, "I used to live in a big city, in a tremendously big city." Yes, Grey Castle's King's City is several times larger than Border Town. "When I was born, I wasn't any different from any other ordinary person. I was somewhat clever in trivial matters, but not so intelligent that I could do everything at ease. In regards to studying, I could be considered as hardworking, thus I would often receive praise from the teacher. But he didn't know that I was the one who had drawn the hard to erase graffiti on the classroom walls." "He certainly wouldn't dare to blame you," Anna murmured. "Ha ha, that's unlikely. It wouldn't have been necessary for him to do anything to me. He merely needed to inform my parents." Roland smiled, then shook his head. "At that time, they taught me to never start off leniently. Then, as I grew older, my teachers kept changing, from primary school teachers to academic advisors, until I finally completed my studies having had neither good nor bad grades. Of course, compared to other people's children in the end, I still fell short by a bit." He half closed his eyes, being able to speak about his experiences after altering them a bit and no longer concealing them, gave him a feeling of freedom he hadn't felt in a very long time since he'd crossed over. Since his arrival, he had been playing the role of the prince, but right now, he felt as if he was returning to his past. As if he was only lying in a hotel room designed to fit a classic style, together with the girl he liked, making one another feel safe and warm. Thanks to this, his nervous mood also gradually relaxed. Is perhaps now the time for the next step? Roland turned his head slightly, only to discover that Anna had already closed her eyes, and her chest, snugly placed at his side, was calmly moving up and down, looking like a kitten which had stepped into the land of dreams. He just stared blankly at her for a moment, but soon after he couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. So it was like this. She was also tired. Think of it, to conceal their whereabouts. The witches had looked for a small, hidden place within the mountain ridge 2 nights ago. But they still needed to guard against any possible beast or devil attacks during the night, which had meant that they'd almost gotten no sleep during the night. And then, the next morning, even as the sun had only just lightened up the sky, they'd already continued their race on Cloud Gazer while heading back towards Border Town. At the castle, Anna had also spent the last night in his bedroom, constantly keeping watch over him. Thus, during the last 2 days and nights, she hadn't even had one moment of rest, making it very easy for her tiredness to overwhelm her the moment she let herself relax. It would be a wonder if she weren't exhausted right now. The other side's reason for coming this day might be because she was too anxious to wait any longer. Although it was a pity, Roland did not care about this opportunity passing. After all, there were still many days ahead of them. He moved closer, kissed Anna's eyelashes, then whispered, "Good night." When the morning light fell through the window curtains into the room, Sylvie climbed out of bed, unable to suppress her yawn. The experiences of the last days seemed just like a dream, from the discovery of the devils to the fight in the air, and lastly their escape back to Border Town, gave her the thought that even if they had been encircled and chased by the church's army of judges, she wouldn't feel as tense and exhausted like now. "Good morning." Wendy, having changed her clothes long ago, was now carrying a basin of water prepared for washing their face and rinsing their mouth. "Good morning," she nodded. "You got up quite early." "I'm old," Wendy smiled, "so the time I need to sleep has also become less and less." "Oh, it is already dawn," Nightingale said sleepily as she rubbed her eyes. "It seems I have to take a nap at noon." "Didn't you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I had many dreams." Sylvie curled her lips disapprovingly. She had clearly seen that the other side had stealthily went off to the 3rd floor of the castle, moving back and forth in front of the Lord's door for a long time. However, because of Nightingale's unique ability, she couldn't see what Nightingale was doing. Anyway, it had already been late by the time she'd come back. "Last night, you didn't..." The moment she began to speak, Nightingale suddenly turned around, staring straight at Sylvie. Her slightly narrowed eyes made her meaning self-evident, thus, the latter had immediately closed her mouth. Everyone with eyes had been able to see the strength of the #1 combat witch in the Witch Alliance. The image of her swiftly moving through the sky and killing the devils like a wraith was still vivid in her mind. If she ever came to Sleeping Island, Sylvie feared that even Lady Ash wouldn't be her opponent, so when she received the silent warning, Sylvie felt that it would be better if she didn't act too curious. "What happened last night?" Wendy asked in wonder. "Keek," she said. "I heard her snore last night. It must be because of the large amount of energy she'd used up in the past few days." "That must be it," Nightingale agreed while shrugging her shoulders. She took off her nightgown, revealing her well-proportioned and harmonious body, and began to put on the undergarment which had been gifted by His Highness. That said, by now, even Wendy had fully accepted this clothing, even going so far as recommending it to her. Sylvie had no choice but to say His Highness Roland was indeed a very fearful man. But when she thought of him, Sylvie's heart was also filled with warmth. There actually exists a noble who willingly sustain injuries for a witch. When she had seen Roland bravely dashing forward, with no thought to his personal safety, and push Anna's body out of harm's way, at the bottom of her heart, she felt touched. All the witches of the Witch Alliance weren't some tools he intended to control, but they are important people to him, even companions. His reaction at that moment couldn't have been a lie. He is indeed standing on the side of us witches, just like Tilly Wimbledon. If Roland and Tilly can stand together hand in hand and unite the strengths of both cities, they might truly be able to create a new country. A place where witches and ordinary people make no distinction between what's theirs and what belongs to the other. She decided to write a letter to Lady Tilly. "Your older brother, His Highness Roland, is truly a good person." Chapter 272. and 99 information and messenger. Grey Castle, within a garden of a mansion, inside King's City's inner city. Today was the scheduled day for the exchange of information. While sitting on a soft chair in the living room, Theo was waiting for the arrival of the members of the acrobatic group, Pigeons and Hat. Since the beginning of autumn, the closing of the inner gates had shifted to an earlier time in the evening, so the time for their secret meeting also needed to be changed to the afternoon. Like always, the first to arrive at the mansion was Hill Fox. On his upper body, he wore a blue collarless jacket made of velvet, and around his neck, he was wearing a white tie, while on his lower body, he was also wearing shallow gray leggings and moccasins. He was dressed remarkably similar to an aristocrat. After giving his salute, he took the book, The Kingdom's History of Social Custom, which was clipped between his armpit, and returned it to Theo. The latter took the book, glanced at Hill, and asked with interest, "Done with reading?" "Yes," Hill nodded, then hesitated a moment before asking, "Won't you teach me some wrestling, fencing, or maybe assassination techniques?" "Why?" "At the time of the demonic disease's outbreak, you said you were going to train me to be a qualified spy." He scratched his head, "But so far, you've only been giving me these strange books to read." "Are you speaking about the kingdom's history of social customs?" Theo asked as he took a cup of wine and threw 2 ice cubes into it, then went on to say, "This isn't something you should call a strange book. Within it is written the origin of the nobles, their traditions and heraldry, as well as the specialties of all the regions within the kingdom. As a spy, you must first be experienced and knowledgeable to roughly be able to distinguish between the information with value and those without. As for fencing and assassination," he smiled, "I never intended to let you infiltrate into some organization or penetrate deeply into the enemy territory to scout for information. That kind of task is dangerous, yet requires a lot of time and effort. Before we put in so much effort, it might be better if we directly step forward and bribe the informed people with gold royals. But you cannot buy everyone," Fox insisted. "And those organizations from which not even a drop of water can leak out are equally awful targets to try and insert an eye in. Without putting in 10 to 20 years of effort into it, it is unlikely that one can submerge into them." Theo shook his cup and drank a mouthful of ice wine before he further said, "There are only 2 things required from a qualified spy: distinguish between information and keep yourself hidden. The reason I gave you these books was to lay the foundation for you to be able to identify information. As for the second point, as a former member of the acrobatic troupe, you should already be more experienced with it than I, for instance. The clothes you are wearing today are excellent." Just as Hill Fox was lowering his head to think about the meaning of these words, Clown and the others finally arrived at this remotely placed residence. "Sir, everyone is present." "This being the case, we'll start at once," Theo said, put his cup down and opened a notebook. "Who will be the first?" "I'll go first, sir," Rocky Mountain, the tallest and strongest person among them, said. "There's a new batch of people who have moved into the camp east of King's City." This unexpected message made the personal guard's brow jump slightly. He hadn't expected that the first news he received would already be something bad. Since Timothy had lost more than half of his royal knights, the garrison built on the outskirts of King's City had now become the base for the militia. All the rats, refugees, and criminal Timothy had drafted were placed in the strategically placed camp east of King's City before they would head into battle. It's just a bit longer than a month that a team of more than 1,000 militia had last left for the Western Territory, but they already found new people to replenish. How many have come? There are only 200 or 300 people at the moment, and it seems that most of them came from the Northern Territory. Apart from them, there are also some blood sale rats, but the ratio of those are 1 to 2. There aren't many rats left who are willing to leave. Keep a close watch on their movements And whenever more than 200 new people come to the camp, you have to report to me at once, Theo ordered. Yes, sir. These people only have one use, which is to be used as a consumable after being fed those pills. Now, after the Queen of Clearwater has gone northward, there is no longer any opposition at the southern border. Thus, Timothy will undoubtedly continue his attack on His Royal Highness's territories. I have to send this information back to Border Town as soon as possible. The next one to go is this humble clown. This one bears some confidential information, or to be more precise, information shared due to the wondrous influence of alcohol. Clown said in an exaggerated manner. I'm unable to verify whether it is genuine or false, but according to a group of merchants, with a lot of face and a nose for money, this story can be regarded as the truth. They've said that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail fleet has appeared in the kingdom of Eternal Winter, where they launched an attack against the church, and with this also bringing the siege on the Wolfshart Kingdom's city walls to a stop. The merchants were all preparing to take advantage of the time before the beginning of winter, and wanted to try and sell some needed goods. The Queen of Clearwater actually went to the kingdom of Eternal Winter. This information came somewhat unexpected for Theo. However, it wasn't important whether this information was true or false. Since she has chosen to leave Greycastle and sail northward, it was equivalent to having given up her right to fight for the throne. That's it. All right, I know that the source of the matter is a bit far from Greycastle. He stuck out his tongue. Next time, I will make some inquiries about more immediately useful information. Keek, Hill coughed twice, sir. I found some new clues regarding the task you have entrusted with. Timothy has opened a new workshop in the inner city, recruited a lot of clay artisans, and is also shipping the recently acquired large amount of saltpeter to that place. However, the workshop is heavily guarded, which made it impossible for my people to learn anything more about what the saltpeter is being used for. Oh, Theo's spirit was lifted. They brought the saltpeter towards the workshop. That's right, Hill confirmed. I have personally tracked one of those carts to the workshop. This was a very valuable information. Since Theo had been at His Highness Roland's side for such a long time, he naturally knew that the all-conquering gunpowder was a type of alchemic good, the main ingredient of which was saltpeter. Thus, when he noticed that the king began to acquire the saltpeter from the surrounding tanning fields in large amounts, he'd arranged Hill Fox to go and inquire about its whereabouts and use. Now, after the other side had transferred it to a workshop of the Alchemy Association, their intentions have become very apparent, taking the next step from alchemic experiments to workshop manufacturing, indicated that they have now grasped the prescription of gunpowder. The priority of this intelligence was even higher than the need to gather new people in the eastern camp. Well done, Theo praised. After the end of the secret meeting, everyone left the mansion in batches. The moment before Hill left, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Sir, by doing all of this, will we really be able to topple Timothy from his throne?" "Of course," the personal guard answered. "Haven't you seen the letter sent by His Highness? Timothy's throne is already shaking." Later in the evening, when he returned to the tavern covert trumpeter, Theo was greeted by an unexpected acquaintance. Sean, just like himself, he was also one of the fourth prince's personal guards. After arriving at his room on the second floor, they exchanged some greeting for a moment, before Theo closed the curtains and whispered, "How did you know where I was staying?" "His Highness gave me a letter and told me to look for Miss Margaret, who already knows about your whereabouts." Sean took out a sparkling, pure red gem and waved it around. "Does he have a new task?" "It's not a task, it's a gift," Sean said, and smiled as he walked to the window. He opened it to a slit and blew a whistle. Soon Theo saw 3 beige-colored birds come flying into the room and drop on the table, then immediately call out, "Goo goo." After feeding each of the birds with some wheat, they finally settled down. It was Theo's first time to see such intelligent birds. These are a witch's trained messengers, Sean explained, while he stroked one of those beige-colored birds' neck. The difference between them and a carrier pigeon is that they can independently travel back and forth between two places without needing a person to take them away. So, they can fly home on their own afterward. You only have to say a specific keyword to the birds, and they will deliver the message right into His Royal Highness' hands. If everything goes well, you'd only have to wait a day before you'd receive a reply. Chapter 300 Witch House. Ahul, Ahul. At the newly rebuilt castle backyard, Maggie, fiddling with her wings and tail, was moving around under everyone's appreciative gaze. Although Roland had already heard about it from the witch's own mouths, when seeing Maggie's demonic beast form for the first time, he still felt genuinely shocked. This enormous brown-skinned bird was 10 meters long from the top of its head to the top of its tail. It had a wingspan of around 15 meters. Its wings were similar to the fleshy wings of a bat, and when facing the sun, he could clearly see its thin blood vessels and its skeleton. Likely because its body was too long, the bird had 4 limbs altogether, which was as thick as an adult arm with claws at their end, which it used to support its body. However, the most eye-catching thing was the head. It had 3 eyes, forming a triangular shape on both sides of its head. Furthermore, the rest of the head was an entirely bloody mouth, which was able to open itself as wide as a sacrificial bowl, very unlike a normal bird's beak. Whenever Maggie opened her mouth to speak, she'd expose a row of sharp teeth and a long tongue, a sight which caused the other witches to shout out in fear. "Is this the devil's flying mount?" Leaves exclaimed. "Fortunately, we didn't run into such a monster during our time in the wilderness, or we would have never been able to run away. If not for her evolving and getting this new ability, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back," Nightingale said while petting Maggie's smooth neck. "I will prepare a pocketful of small pieces of grilled fish for you every day. Ahul, I know I'll pour some honey over them." Hearing this promise, the bird's tail began swinging more cheerfully. "Those fish are obviously all mine," Roland secretly sighed. "Without permission. She just takes the kitchen food to reward others. Don't make it sound as if you are doing something great. All right, then let us check your new skill according to the old rules." Ahul. After a morning of endless repeating, Roland obtained all the details about Maggie's new beast form. Following the previous convention of magnification, her brown-skinned giant bird form was larger than the original devil's mounts. In addition, her lifting capability was also increased, allowing her to carry 2 witches. However, the flight speed she could maintain when fully loaded was only about 80 kilometers per hour, which compared with lightning was much slower. Anyway, Maggie's strong point was that she had sufficient enough persistence to carry heavy weights without having to reduce the height she was flying at, unlike lightning. At the same time, this new transformation also consumed more magic, but after completely changing into a giant bird, no matter if she was flying at a high or a low altitude, or carrying 1 or 2 people, her magic consumption remained extremely little. The only issue to consider was her own physical power. Nowadays, the amount of magic power Maggie could contain within her body had also increased by a significant margin, allowing her to jump from a place at the bottom of the Witch Alliance to among the middle level, meaning that she could now change her form 7 to 8 times a day. Apart from this, through Maggie, Roland could confirm one of his previous speculations. The witches' chance to evolve was due to their understanding of their own ability, regardless of whether they grasped this kind of knowledge through learning or in a sudden flash of realization. It could always provoke a change of their ability. This also implied that there existed a possibility for natural evolution. As long as they lived long enough, there would always be 1 or 2 lucky ones who could rise above others. When one compared their first ability with their ability after their evolution, It was like comparing heaven and earth, so much that even something rotten could become something mystical. Was that the reason why the church was trying to suppress the wild witches? After consuming lunch, the Lord's castle area welcomed a major event. After nearly 4 months of construction and decoration, it was finally the day that they would put the witch house to use. Looking at the merely 3-layer building, with less than 50 suits, Roland sighed endlessly. When placed into the future, this kind of house could only be regarded as being at the level of a self-constructed countryside home. But here, it represented the highest degree of architecture in the mainland, not because of its scale, but rather the technology behind it. It was the first house made out of a mix of bamboo, reinforced concrete, and bricks. Roland could still remember how Carl, pouring the first column of reinforced concrete, had said to him with all sorts of feeling welled up in his heart. That cement could originally also be used like this, that it can be shaped into any desired form when mixed with cobble, and also be used anywhere in the house. Your Royal Highness, I think it won't be long until the stonemason occupation disappears from the masonry work. Apart from the beams of the roof, all the other floors of the witch house were made out of precast concrete slabs. When he looked at those pieces of concrete slabs with holes in the middle, Roland felt like he'd returned to the time of his childhood. Only back in the 80s could this kind of ancient building material still be seen. However, by the time he was 10, cast-in-place concrete floors had already replaced it, and in time the technique had been completely abandoned. And now in Border Town, the backward technique of precast concrete slabs was once again reborn. The witch house was located on the left side of the castle, forming together the letter L. After the expansion of the garden, its area was 3 to 4 times larger than before, so even with those 2 buildings, there was still enough open space left for Leaves to improve her various kinds of fruits and crops. Evelyn, with a somewhat anxious and frightened feeling, checked into the brand new house. It was already more than 1 month since she'd came to Border Town, but until now it seems that besides serving His Highness wine, she had done nothing else. Furthermore, with merely 5 points in the last exam, she was also at the bottom of all of the witches. Although Scroll had never announced the results to the public, this kind of thing was easy enough to guess as long as she did some private inquiry. Even Honey, who only spoke to birds the whole day long, had gotten 7 points. She suddenly felt that there was no difference between herself and an idiot. Even so, she couldn't detect any difference in the way His Highness treated her and the others. He would still find her to talk about the characteristics of the wine from time to time, often under the pretense of bringing a newly made, painfully burning white spirit. Furthermore, she had also got 1 gold royal as last month's salary, something which aggravated her feeling of insecurity even more. Compared to the other 4, she felt like nothing more than a freeloader. There is actually a kitchen dedicated to cooking next to the living room. In addition, there is a strange little room which they'd painted white. Quickly come and look, Candle opened the bedroom door and started talking excitedly. Evelyn responded weakly without strength. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Candle asked in concern, while squatting down in front of her and feeling her forehead. You're not too hot. Then she suddenly laughed and said, Don't tell me, are you missing sleeping in one bed together with our sisters from the Witch Alliance? For a moment, Evelyn was silent, then whispered, We have been here for over a month, right? More or less. Lotus is responsible for the construction of the new wall, which she will soon be finishing. Honey is in charge of training new messengers, and Sylvie even accompanied His Highness to investigate those terrible monsters, she said, frustrated. Only I still have nothing to do. I didn't even get an arranged training plan. My exam's results were also the worst. I really do not know why His Highness wanted me to come. Oh. After pondering about it a bit, Candle answered, Why don't you go and ask him in person? His Highness. Roland is Lady Tilly's brother. You have seen how he treats us witches with sincerity. Even Sylvie, who always kept saying, "Keep away from Roland, be vigilant of the prince," has changed her words, and even went as far as saying some words of praise yesterday. Candle shrugged. As long as you asked him with someone else present, it is impossible that he will chew you out. Isn't that right? It seems her words contain some truth. Evelyn thought, in order to no longer torture herself, she decided to act in accordance with Candle's suggestion.